It's live. So it's on YouTube.
My PA said yesterday, how do I see what you're doing?
I did my kids. Hello? You can hear me? Perfect. I will put the headset on also, so I... Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? No. Please put your headset on. Yeah, great. So I can't hear myself, which is a good thing in that sense. So welcome, everybody. And you're here for the Understanding Business Contributions to Nature Positive session. We have a very exciting, very diverse agenda, and looking forward to starting now. My name is Clea Kaske-Cook. I'm Director for Policy and Advocacy, Food and Nature at WBCSD, and I will be the MC for this session. It is an incredibly important agenda, and as you can see, and as you saw with the announcements over the past days, we have seen the topic of nature and positive grow a lot and getting a lot of attention, not just from the business community, but also increasingly from governments and also civil society organizations. Today is another mini milestone on the roadmap to Nature Positive, as we will be launching a one-page infographic to milestones in understanding business understanding of the global goal. We have prepared a presentation for you, so let's go please to the next slide. Oh, I can do that, sir. We will be using a Slido presentation. You can access that on your cell phone. Enter this code, hashtag 606011. You can write your questions here. You can submit answers. We will have a Q&A, and we want to make this as interactive as possible because we have a very large virtual audience joining. I can check how many people are joining, and we'll let you know in a moment. But it is streamed live on YouTube. Your kids, your families can see you, many others too. So I wanted to pay attention to that. So what are the objectives of today's session? This session is to inspire businesses to advance on their nature positive journey. We want to increase understanding of the global goal for nature and its implications for business. We want to learn more about the nature positive building blocks and how they can inspire greater business ambition and action across different value chains. I have been in sessions with Nadine and others in the team, and I have really seen how they've put these building blocks together, over 100 now, with conversations with business community. So let's learn more about what this means, and also to be inspired by other companies, by peer companies, on why they are taking action on nature in their operations in respective value chains. We have a very esteemed and high-level panel here of business leaders, and looking forward to hearing from your contributions. This is our agenda, and I already referenced this. Gavin Edwards from WWF will be giving a presentation on why the global goal for nature. Then Diane Holdorf, WBCSD Executive Vice President, will share a few comments and slides about what does nature positive mean for business. This will then be followed by a business panel, Nature Positive Value Chains, moderated by Marco, Capitals Coalition, together with Arup, NL, and Rabo Carbon Bank. And we will finish with comments from Erin Billman from the Science Based Targets Networks. Erin, thank you for being here, about what is next for Nature Positive. This is the agenda for today, and we are looking forward to starting. Let's start with a Slido. Where in the world are you based? I'm going to take my cell phone so that I can see the results. I'm not actually multitasking. I'm checking here. So I'm on the Slido. So please enter, where in the world are you based? We have currently 17 people in there. I cannot see the results for some strange reason. So I am just asking for the answer in the system. Modern technology sometimes doesn't work, so they will let me know. You can, that's great. For me, it wasn't showing them. Based on this, our participants are from London, Switzerland, Glasgow, UK, Portugal, Finland, Cambridge, Brussels, Sweden, very European-based. Oh, California. We have somebody from California, which is really nice. Look at the time difference. But the biggest number that comes up is London. I will go into the next one because maybe it's showing up now. It's not. So the results were not showing up on this presentation here, but thank you again for allowing me to read them off the phone. That worked really well. I'll go try it now. Let me see. What does nature positive mean for you? Would love to hear your thoughts. I am getting some results. Regenerative, both halting and reversing the loss of nature, no harm to nature, improving biodiversity, a future, creating value with nature as assets, living in harmony with nature. A lot of results. I'm very happy it works now, so that is good. And I have been starting to get the first questions into the chat. So once we finish this, I will also briefly, maybe later when we do the panel, mention the questions. So thank you for keeping it so interactive. We have over 17 responses now. And now to the next question. No more questions. So we can start in a moment with Gavin, but I just wanted to make sure we have all the results coming in, which we do. So, Gavin, I would love to hand over to you. Gavin, you have a strong, long-standing track record in conservation success. You're currently with WWF as Global Coordinator for the New Deal for Nature and People. And I understand you were part of the original group when the idea of the global goal was conceived. We're really looking forward to hearing more about that and learning from you. We have a brief video to share that you have sent. So I think we will start with the video, and then Gavin, looking forward to your presentation and to your comments. Thank you.
Yep. Does that work? Can you guys hear me? Good. Strange with the silence out there, but we'll get used to that. So thank you very much, Claire. Thank you very much to WBCSD, Diane and the team, for convening the event today. I'm going to be opening the event with a little bit of a history of where the concept, the idea of Nature Positive came from, why it was born, and how it can be used. So about a couple of years ago, people started thinking, and informal conversations, we have this kind of North Star for where we need to go on climate, 1.5 degrees Celsius, well below 2 degrees, net zero emissions, and it has become this unifying call that people can get behind with their individual actions and a way to somehow measure as a whole how that adds up. And for nature, that did not exist. There are many different concepts out there. A lot of people said nature's much more complicated. It's not possible to bring everyone together and to unify in the same way. But we thought, you know, the movement for nature is missing something without that unifying concept. So we went essentially on a search for what that could be. Now, it's really important in a search like this that it's something that is not done, you know, by somebody off in a room somewhere, but it is co-created and co-owned. There are plenty of ideas out there in a conference or a congress like this. You'll hear a lot of different ideas. Often that's diffuse. So as important as coming up with the idea would be the co-creation of the idea as well. So a number of organizations got together, a number of CEOs, and just started having this informal conversation. Back in December 2019 was the first meeting. These are some of the organizations. Others have got involved since then as well, and around this idea of a unifying concept for nature. Takes a while, this. It's not something you just kind of suddenly land on and say we have the answer. Looking at it from a lot of different angles, looking back on climate. You know, for those of us working on climate in the 2000s, having big arguments and conversation, is it global warming, is it climate change? Who cares about temperature anyway? That's never going to catch on. I remember having some of those conversations as well, and learning from climate. Essentially, after many, many conversations, the first iteration of this global goal came out. The idea that there should be zero net loss of nature from 2020. We should be somehow net positive by 2030 and full recovery by 2050. This is a dinner in Davos. Johan Rockström and Marco Lambertini from WWF presenting the idea to a number of people and seeding it. Moving in the right direction, but not particularly memorable, but having a little bit more integrity to it in terms of the thinking behind it. The group carried on from there and carried on iterating and discussing. And it's funny, for there's one or two people here, Diane, Mark, Aaron's been involved in some of these discussions as well. I went through the notes and figured out when was the moment when someone said, I have the answer. And it really bubbled up. It really, you know, a lot of people bouncing ideas and finally circling around and landing on the concept of nature positive. That was then, after much brainstorming around it, put together and substantiated in a paper, which was then launched in May 2021, which explained in a fair amount of detail what the goal is, why the necessity for the goal, a little bit more rigor behind it as well. And this was at a point where we started socializing the concept externally around the world as well. What is nature positive? If I had to put it in the most simple terms, I would say there should be more nature at the end of the decade than there was at the start of the decade. Doesn't get much more simple than that. You know, you could explain that to your grandmother, to a taxi driver. Really simple. Of course, there's a lot of complexity inside that. For example, there is what inflection points are we using? 2030 is an inflection point here. nature is much less now than it used to be. So you'll see there's a little kind of the graph is much lower on the left side than where we need to be in 2050. The idea of living in harmony with nature, full recovery of nature. What does that look like? Where do we dial that back to? In climate terms, you look at pre-industrial emissions. Nature, much more complicated. So the concept itself also raises more questions that need to be worked on. But the simple idea and the inspiring idea, because I think we all thought it needs to inspire action as much as it needs to give us a sense that we're making progress towards the recovery of nature as well. So that's the idea in a nutshell, nature positive by 2030. Now, as important as it is to have something that's, that has some kind of science behind it and some thinking and some direction and some measurability, is repetition as well. So very early on, we started encouraging many actors to get out there and promote this and to use this. And I think partly because of the way it was co-created, partly because in particular the business sector, WBCSD, World Economic Forum and others, jumped on the concept very early. We saw the finance sector do the same as well. We saw more the partner organizations begin to amplify it. And we thought, you know, a lot of the original challenge was, I haven't heard this before. I'm not sure about this. Through repetition, as the same with 1.5 degrees Celsius, the repetition itself has helped cement the idea as well, to the point where now we're getting presidents and prime ministers tweeting it, organizations, partner organizations really embracing it, and many more examples as well in the SBTN's interim guidance. You'll see it there in the G7 Nature Compact that was agreed a few months ago in Cornwall. It is central to it as well, not only become net zero, but also nature positive. And you're also seeing it hopefully pop up around a climate COP as well here in Glasgow too. And that tells us that it's starting to really take hold, a more fundamental hold as well. So that's the idea in a nutshell. There are some more challenges in this idea as well. Of course, measurability is one. You saw in the video there some pointers on measurability, on species, on ecosystem health, for which there are some databases, but more needs to be done. It's not going to be as simple as CO2 equivalent. We all know that, but we're not shying away from the idea itself, and we're going to push towards figuring out how to substantiate measurability as best we can. There are also challenges in here around, is this a system-level concept? Is something for the whole world, like 1.5 degrees Celsius, or is it something that an individual actor can be? Can I be nature positive, or am I contributing to a nature positive world? It was developed as a system-level concept. And I think work needs to be done on defining exactly what it is. Am I contributing to it, which is the way it was designed, and what can I do as a company, as an entity, as a government? Could a whole government shift its whole country towards something along these lines? These are all questions for which answers are being worked on and iterated on. So while the concept itself is not preciously owned and people are co-creating it, there is a core of a definition here and an agreed definition as iterated in the paper that was published. So that is it in a nutshell. I just want to put that idea out there and put that idea out there online as well. For businesses and the finance sector, for governments, we think this should be a big part of the Convention on Biological Diversity's mission, its North Star for 2030 as well. We certainly think that will help with governments. It will also help with the private sector as well to see it agreed multilaterally. That's all work to be done in the next months, and it's really great that we've got this session here to figure out what the building blocks are so that every business can contribute to this lofty but absolutely necessary and fundamental goal that's been laid out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin. Really practical and very memorable. So thank you again. Now looking forward to welcoming Diane for her presentation.
Great, thank you so much, Clea. And Gavin, that was so great. It was so exciting to hear you lay out the history of the work that we did together, WWF, WBCSD, the Capitals Coalition. I mean, we had so many people, as you saw there at that table, to say, how do we bring a point of a a goal to this nature conversation that everyone can rally behind, like we have in climate. And the momentum that that has generated has been amazing. And as I reflect on this COP, the first climate COP where nature is truly an integrated aspect of how we're talking about solutions and what we're really framing as the crisis, speaks, I think, to how far we've come on this integrated agenda of climate and nature action. Having a net positive goal as an overarching aspiration is really, really important. We know that we have to get there together. We know we've had a lot of conversations around what these tipping points are. Gavin, you put the slides up there. They're even more clear, I think, what it means to be nature positive, what it means to be regenerative. There is increasing understanding, but there's still a lot of challenge around what's it going to take to get there. What's it going to mean to be nature positive by 2030? We know the science-based targets are underway. Erin will speak to that shortly. But what can we do while that important work is underway to really start to set frameworks and guidance in place to make progress? This led us to think about how do we create a roadmap that business can follow that's consistent, that is ambitious, that is credible, and is aligned to the developing science-based targets and this overarching intention of nature positive by 2030. None of us had that answer. So what we did is came together again and had a series of nature positive dialogues. We had over 100 stakeholders and participants in those conversations, more than 30 businesses at the table for those conversations, to say how do we take very specific next steps to embed this into our business strategy, to understand the implications for us as businesses, and to begin to make these steps necessary, aligned with what we've learned from the climate journey, to begin movement towards nature positive. And that led to this series of building blocks, which is great because it simplifies the process. It aligns it to what business is familiar with already from this climate journey, allowing us to accelerate it on the nature journey because we're using the same approach, but getting a lot more momentum possible because we have clarity around how to move together. So these building blocks were first, assess and prioritize. For some companies, this was relatively easy. They really understood where their impacts, their dependencies, as well as their opportunities were for how they depend on natural resources for their business, but not all. So this ability to get to what is material, what is our nature footprint, thinking about the climate footprint journey, was really helpful to say, okay, now we understand really where our operations are. Are we in high-risk protection zones? Are we in zones that need to be improved from a sustainable management standpoint? What are the water resource implications where we're operating? And begin to really think about the implications for that. That then takes us to the building block of commit. What is the ambition? What are we going to commit to as business? And for members of WBCSD, this was particularly important because in 2020, we established an additional set of 5 membership criteria, one of which requires all of our 230 business members to have set nature positive, science aligned, and informed targets on nature made public by the end of next year. So we needed to be able to have momentum, and it's not the membership alone here, it's all of us working in partnership to know what do we have to commit to and act on. That then allows us to measure. Now, we still need the science-based target translations, but there are KPIs that we can all line behind right now to begin moving down the path that we know is coming. So we needed to have validated and importantly interrelated measures because of these points of connection across the natural systems that we can really use to inform decision making. With all of that in place, it sets out much better, clearly specified actions that each business can take within their value chains and within the sectors to begin to develop roadmaps for action and implementation. And from that, then we can track progress. And once we're tracking progress, we understand if we're achieving the transformations that we've set out to do with this work. None of that is as impactful if it is not being transparently reported with some kind of consistent governance framework. And that is the sixth building block, because we have to get to consistent reporting, aligned reporting, and we've got to move to connecting it not just to the science-based targets, but also to the financial and non-financial disclosures through entities like TCFD and TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, so that investors and capital markets can understand whether this actually is delivering good risk management and good financial performance indicators. So these are the 6 building blocks that we've been able to put together in partnership with all of, many of you here, of course, as well as others. And what this will then lead to is very specific roadmaps for, if you think about the decarbonization journey, we've got decarbonization roadmaps, the race to zero, et cetera. This allows us to put into place the roadmaps to nature positive. There are 3 key sectors we know from the reports that came out last year that have the greatest impacts and dependencies: the food and agricultural systems, the built environment, and the energy sectors. Now we take these building blocks that every company can use and begin to translate them in a faster way for these big sectors to make sure that we can take aggressive action in mitigating the risk and creating opportunities. So we're excited to have the public launch together with all of our partners on these building blocks. We're going to continue the conversation and the dialogue and what this means and how we bring it to life. The next one is on December 2nd. We hope that you all will join us and invite others to it, because it's only through continuing this dialogue and beginning to really put understanding into place, moving beyond awareness to understanding, then to action, that we can actually make the progress that we so desperately need. So I'm going to hand it back over to you, Clea, for our next series of Q&A on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diane. And you can see, I mean, the amount of work that has been going on, led by the team. It's been impressive. I had joined some of those stakeholder consultations, and it was so much fun to hear all these different businesses come up with ideas and solutions and having discussions about those building blocks for nature positives. We are doing very well on timing, but still we need to move ahead. And in particular, we have received a few questions from the audience that I wanted to ask. And in particular, we should maybe use those questions for Diane and Gavin, since you already had the beginning. I just want to give the opportunity for Oliver Camp from the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, had a question: how fundamentally can or should we expect businesses to change? Can we go as far as fundamental shifts in product portfolios?
Yes.
That's a short answer. It's
I
good.
mean, the answer is not yet, though. And that's where I think the challenge lies. So this is the objective of what we need to be able to get to, because then you start to have, first, business transformation, sectoral transformation. When you begin to be able to embed it into product portfolios and deeply understand the reporting and the footprint and opportunities, as we do for climate increasingly, where there are also, by the way, still information gaps, as we start to move that scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 impact thinking into the nature positive region, we'll be able to get to the types of measures that will understand product level impacts and opportunities. And this has so many implications, not the least of which is it allows us to have a more sophisticated conversation with consumers. So that's why the answer is yes, but we're just not there yet.
Thank you. We have one more question for Gavin from Tom Lewis from WRAIP UK. What's the right balance between mandatory and voluntary approaches to corporate incentives?
Big question. Well, I think in a larger theory of change, having the private sector, progressives in the private sector, trailblaze, solve these issues, show that it is possible to be profitable to run a business that is in harmony with nature, that is and consistent with a 1.5 degree pathway is a really good step. Eventually, you may end up with new norms and regulation coming in once you've got those early movers. But the people that say you just need to regulate to solve this, I don't think that works. Only relying on the private sector, not every company will necessarily play ball. So we need that shift of companies. We need new norms to be created. And then perhaps there will be and is a role for regulation. Given that this is an existential challenge, that would be fair. But be careful about how you do that. Introduce that, but also not too pedestrian either. Time is against us. So the quicker we can scale up some of the building block embracing and implementation by companies, the more quickly the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure can move, the better. We may well see more regulation in the future.
Thank you. Another question. How might we envisage how the professional services sector can contribute to the nature positive goal? I would ask both of you.
The professional services sector has tremendous influence because of the client base and the guidance being provided at a strategic and operational level. And by embedding these risks and opportunities into that strategic consulting that they're offering through their services, they start to make this part of the regular business conversation. And that's what we need to do. We need to not have this be a sidebar. This needs to be an absolutely integrated part of how businesses assess its strategic opportunities, its material risk management, its reporting opportunities, and its operationalization of its business strategies to make sure that not only is it addressing the climate emergency and its effects on their business, but the nature emergency as well. And this doesn't even get us into the justice and equity conversations that are also inherently part of this. But we need to begin to really bring this integrated business thinking forward, and the professional services companies sit at the forefront of that space.
And maybe to add as well, the transition that needs to happen is fundamental to every single part of a business. There are going to be some kinds of business companies and business models that are going to benefit very quickly from this. Others that are going to have to start fundamentally reassessing their business and reorienting their business as well. I always think that when we're on the forefront of these kinds of changes, the professional consulting and services sector should not be far behind, should be very close. There will be many opportunities to help facilitate that rapid change.
As a brief follow-up to this, are there any practical case studies or examples you could share about as inspiration on what companies have done, organizations have done? We've seen this great example, we know how everybody came together to help define nature positive, but other examples?
So there's a number of companies who made some incredibly ambitious commitments in this space, but more importantly are already backing that up through the work that they're doing. I'll just mention three. Wholesome, which is a cement company, who's made some, so they're in this built environment space, one of the three big sectors. They have made tremendous progress in understanding what their impact is, but increasingly also what the opportunity is for their business, and they've tied that into absolute performance goals and commitments for action. One example. Second example, Walmart, huge global retailer. They've put in place, as they did with Gigaton on climate, the same guidelines and KPIs for all of their global suppliers to understand their nature footprint and to begin reporting that and demonstrating progress year on year on nature as well, with very specific targets in mind. Third example, Rabobank. We're going to hear quickly, but moving into enabling the carbon connection point of valuing nature-based solutions is a key part of the financial mechanisms that we haven't actually spoken about too much yet. And Barbara, I know you'll be speaking to this a little bit more. That's just like off the top of my head. There are so many examples actually of where this is beginning to already be moved into business strategy and plans and operationalization.
Yeah, I could point to some WWF partnerships with HP and others as well, where we're also trailblazing too, but I think Diana's examples were perfect. Yeah.
I will then have the final question, which is, what type of accountability framework should we put in place to ensure transparency and avoid temptations of greenwashing?
This is huge, and we know that this is one of the big topics here at the COP, actually. This ability to track and understand and report with transparency is going to be key. I'd just like to call out the work that the Global Commons Alliance is doing on this by developing a multi-stakeholder engaged accountability mechanism that speaks to every part of the total cycle of business, investment, stakeholders, funders, et cetera. That creates some consistency in how we think about this, but then governance has to be able to be moved into consistent KPIs, consistent reporting frameworks, and that's where things like the science-based targets and the task forces for financial related disclosures also begin to come into play. The announcements this week of the ISSB are also going to have a big role to play in this governance piece. So there's a lot of different elements. They all have to line up together.
Yeah, I think we're in a different world now as well, where there's a lot more criticism, there's a lot more action under the microscope than ever before. Organizations like ourselves are very sensitive to this as well, because we fundamentally want to work with the private sector to solve the problems that we set out in the first place to try and solve. Greenwashing, there's some legitimate criticism. There's some criticism which may be unfair as well. I think any company that's doing the right thing, unfair criticism will just fall by the wayside. If your actions are good, if they're aligned with some of the emerging thinking coming out from science-based targets for nature and the work at WBCSD, then I think it's an issue that will not be an issue, actually, will only be an issue for your competitors that are not taking action.
And with that, I would like to thank you. Thank you for your insights. And thank the audience, virtually, and the audience here for making this so participatory and engaging. So thank you very much for your contributions. And we're now going to be moving into the next part of the panel. I'm just looking for there it is. We had the Q&A. We're now going to be moving into the panel conversation. And I would love to introduce our panelists. So just a moment. I'm figuring out the technology here and the various tools. We will have a panel presentation to hear in practice what nature positive means to companies from a range of different value chains. Built environment, energy and finance related to land agriculture and forestry. And finally, we will also hear from Erin Billman from the Science Based Targets Network on future plans for nature positive and concrete actions business can already take now. Okay. So let me briefly introduce introduce all the different panelists, and also ask you, if you can, to please come up here. So just a moment. I would just like to start. So maybe we will, Barbara, would you like to please also come up? Barbara is the CEO of Rabo Carbon Bank. Thank you, Barbara, for joining us. And I will not go through the whole biography and everything, but just it's great to learn from your experience, and especially in your current role as CEO of Rabo Carbon Bank. We have Joe Da Silva, who's the CSO of Arup, joining us. Joe, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it and looking forward to your contributions. Mark, please also join us. Mark is the CEO of Capitals Coalitions and will be the moderator of this conversation. So actually I'm going to pass on to him in a second. Just want to mention that Christiana will be joining virtually, and there she is. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you to everyone. I'm going to sit at this end so I can see people here as well, if that's all right. So the journey to develop this nature positive, and I've just lost my headphones as well. The journey to develop this has been really, really exciting. You can't hear me. I can't hear myself either. Can you hear me through there? Let me start again. So, mine's shutting off as well. Coming together to develop something like this is a great example of collaboration between lots and lots of different organizations, as you've seen. To get to the point where the Columbia stand here at the COP is got nature positive very clearly in big letters is an amazing step forward. And I think several of us were talking, several of the CEOs were talking just before this, and we weren't necessarily that hopeful that nature would have been embedded into it. And talking to most of the others over the last couple of days, there's a real sense of optimism. I think the WWF report, 92% of the national declarations that are being made are containing nature. Now that is really, really impressive. We've really succeeded here. But the challenge I think we've got is, what does that actually mean? What do we actually do? And that's the question I've had again and again over the last couple of days, is how do we actually do something within business to actually achieve nature positive? So that's what we're going to be talking about here in this session here. So the Capitals Coalition is very much focusing on that bit about measure and value. So there is an internationally accepted framework for nature. There's one for social and human. We've integrated them already around the food system, around built environment and energy, those three areas. So there's already frameworks to help us to get to that impact. But the building blocks are much bigger than that. So I'd like to start maybe with you, Joe, and ask, so how is this going to affect what you're doing in your organization, these building blocks? Is it going to help?
Thank you. Yes, Arup is a professional services firm that focuses on the built environment. And like most firms, we're on a journey. We've made sustainable development absolutely central to our strategy. A lot of our focus over the last bit has been on climate change. And we have now got that embedded in our business. And nature is our current new priority. And we hugely welcome the building blocks and all the work really that's been done in this area, because it's providing us guidance. Businesses don't have time to all individually climb up learning curves. The speed at which you as a community have got together and created a common direction has been really helpful. The fact that it's so clear, nature positive is something that people can really get behind, and that makes a real difference. Where are we on our journey? As I said, we've made a commitment to put sustainable development goals at the heart of our strategy. That means that on all the projects that we design, all the advice we give clients, we're thinking about the outcome for people and the outcome for the planet. And that is a big shift. As engineering firms, we tend to think about outputs. As a professional services firm, you tend to think about the output you're creating for a client. We want to look beyond that to shared value for people and safeguarding the planet. Rather as with climate, we are tackling that at three levels. We got in a bit of a muddle with climate initially, with the pressure to be a business and to set business targets and not focus on, so that's focusing on our corporate footprint, which is very important if you're a manufacturer, but if you're a professional services company, it's actually your handprint, not your footprint. It's the difference you make through the projects that you do for your various clients. And we do thousands of projects every year. And then the third, and so we're saying that we do need to look at our corporate footprint through our offices and things, but it's the difference we can make through our projects. And that is really making nature absolutely central to every single project. How we measure that is work in progress. And given the diversity of our business, that's a challenge. I spoke to Holcim. It's in a way much easier for them. They do one thing, they produce concrete. We advise a very wide range of clients, but we are really making huge progress. And we're seeking out clients who really want to do this with us. And finding clients who want to do things like the Wild West End project, which is one of my favorites, which is working with developers to actually put diversity back over a whole area of London, on roofs, on walls, on plant boxes. It's involved the community as well, and actually creating those essential corridors. And that's really what we're finding inspiring about it. Unlike climate change, which is an existential risk, most people my age have seen the 70% loss in biodiversity. It's real, and they want to do something about it.
I was really pleased you mentioned the Wild West End. You may not know, I was at the Crown Estate heading up the strategy, so that was one of the things that I brought in there. Going to go to Christina now with the same question. So how do we actually build these building blocks into what you're doing in your organization?
Hello, I think you can hear me, first of all.
Here, yep.
Okay, it's perfect. First, thank for having me and sorry for being in a remote mode today. What I want to say is that I fully support the view that private sector can contribute to implement NATO positive goals as well as carbon neutral goals. And this effort is paramount. What's more, I also want to say that I think that business require a long political view and frame to build a common roadmap to implement this in the market. From Enel perspective, Enel is a utility which is present in more than 30 countries and has a capacity of renewables of more than 50 gigawatt. The protection of natural capital and biodiversity is an integral part of our strategy. As a utility, we impact and depend upon nature capital. Therefore, we have integrated the risk and opportunity analysis in our decision process. And the building blocks that you propose today represent an easy guideline for the business in order to play the way forward. And this can be customized in all kind of specific business. Enel indeed embraced the mitigation hierarchy principle and midstream risk opportunity assessment at two levels. The first is a global company level, and the second is site level evaluation. In both cases, we apply plan, do, check, act model to assess and prioritize impact, to define target, to implement action, and we have defined internal indicator to trace this result. And this is an important point to me. Disclosure of natural related data is a key topic in all stages of the process, and we need robust and concrete metrics to monitor this. And this is particularly important to me in this transition period where we need to halt degradation, to reverse the loss of biodiversity. So this is a very important issue to all of us. So this is what
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. These conferences now where we're doing things partly online, we're getting used to this a bit better now, aren't we? I'm now going to pass over to the financial market. So we've been working with Rabobank. Rabobank have been doing a lot. Obviously, you're in the carbon markets part. But a few years ago when we launched our finance work in Hong Kong, I think we had a 2,000-seater auditorium with only 30 people in it. And Rabobank's been there at the front. But it's only recently that other financial institutions have really started getting involved in this. But I'd be very interested from you about where you think these building blocks can help in the work that you're doing.
Well, first, thank you very much that I was invited here. And I think the building blocks are great because they give you indeed the guidelines if you want to move forward on this net positive, net zero and nature positive way and a equitable way. And I think that is really important because perhaps even before you start with those building blocks, it's all starting with this intrinsic motivation to do the right thing, not because you have to do it, because there's regulation or self-regulation or pressure from another side, but because you want to. And I think for those companies, these building blocks are actually really, really helpful. And another thing that's the overarching building block, the transparency, I think that's really important because for those intrinsically motivated, it is a way to show the world what they do and what best practices perhaps are. And on the other hand, for those who are perhaps still a little bit lagging behind, it is an incentive to get motivated. And in that way, I'm very, very positive about what it's part of the EU Green Deal where we have both the EU taxonomy, where we all speak the same language. Now, green means green, and you can't do greenwashing anymore. And it actually makes sure that those regulations that apply to investors and I don't get all of those abbreviations from my heart. So it's the sustainable finance disclosure regulation for investors, but on the other hand, for many, many other companies, it is the corporate sustainability regulation directive, which will be implemented shortly. And that applies to many firms, and not just to those firms, but if they want to show the world what they do on nature positive, on net zero and equitability, equity, I'm sorry, then, no, equitability, then they also have to go into their supply chain, so they take on many other firms to whom this directive may not directly apply, but indirectly it does. So I hope that indeed the ISSD announcement of last Wednesday will enhance that. Having said that, I work at Rabobank in the financial sector. We're the largest food and ag bank in the world, and we have on the one hand many farmers in our books, and on the other hand large food corporates. And that gives us a unique position, but also a responsibility to make a difference, both with capital, with finance, but also with another currency, and that's carbon. And perhaps I could tell something more about what we're actually doing, but I will do that later on once you ask me to. But actually, that's what I'm setting up within the Rabobank. That's actually the Rabo Carbon Bank, where the three things are actually combined. So I have this beautiful job where I can work both on equitability, on a social agenda. I can work for farmers, better livelihoods, better income positions, and so on. But also nature positivism, because it's all about soil health, increasing soil health, and then also about enabling both the agricultural sector, but also the food corporates to go on this net zero road and really reduce and remove carbon.
You were saying there that the taxonomy is a helpful thing, and obviously the announcement of the International Sustainability Standards Board. I've been involved in conversations where there's still some challenges over the taxonomy. Are you feeling that it is something that we've now all got behind, or is it still up for debate? Because with the EFRAG and the European work and the SEC in the US, there is still quite a lot of conversation going on there.
Yeah, it's true that there's still debate, there's still dialogue, but we have now this taxonomy. And Peter Bakker always says that accountants will save the world. But actually I think that these regulations will also save accountants. Because now they have this new, very important responsibility, and they have taken on their job seriously. They are now training inside of their offices all of these accountants that think in terms of transparency of nature-related and non-financial information. And they are very much in favor of this taxonomy. And that is really what gives me hope, because they are the one that will check our information, your everybody's information. And once they start to use that and take it as the default situation, and no longer start, delaying the thing by talking about it, and but simply start with what we agree upon and then move forward. And I think that's very hopeful. So yes, accountants will save us, but hey, it's also the other way around.
Accountants need saving as well. Excellent. So let's move on to the next bit of this then. So I bought some ladybirds recently, and I thought this was a really good idea because it would actually eat all the aphids, because we had tomato blight and things like that going on. Funnily enough, they all disappeared to the next door neighbour's garden. So I paid for them, and everyone in the local area got the benefit. So when we're talking about nature here, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's not within the confines of your organisation. You can't do it within the transaction that you would normally make in a business. So on your balance sheet, there has to be a transaction to make it fit onto the balance sheet. But what we're talking about here is about an enabled, so that scope 3 that Diane was just talking about is probably the most important bit here, isn't it? So how do we really bring in the value chain, supply chains to this, Joe? Because you work very closely with lots of different organizations. How do we make sure that it's not just you trying to do it, but actually we bring others in on this journey as well?
Well, I think the first step in that is actually really developing a sort of common language, so we're all pulling in the same direction.
And these building blocks are helping?
I think those building blocks do help. And I think the whole notion, the clarity of nature positive really helps. You know, within the built environment, you know, what we can do as a business or what others can do in the business is very influenced by what happens up and down the value chain. We need changes.
Good morning, all COP delegates. We kindly remind you to wear your face mask over your mouth and nose at all times. During your time in the conference, unless you are seated in a room with appropriate distance, or whilst eating or drinking, or are medically exempt. Thank you for your cooperation.
If you thought we weren't actually at COP, we are at COP for those online. Okay. Sorry, Joe.
No, it's very good. I share Barbara's view about, you know, policy like the EU taxonomy gives a very, you know, clear push in the right direction. The changes to ESG finance are also making a difference. You know, we're talking to clients who are saying, you know, we've got different financial criteria to meet. You know, that's making a difference. But we're also seeing that businesses kind of want to move first. Within the built environment sector, there's a real shift going on. I mean, environmental impact assessments have been the norm on major infrastructure projects for decades. But the thing is about them is they're fundamentally flawed because they assume that you're calculating the impact of a project on the environment and then taking measures to reduce that impact. And we've been trying to get across to people that actually nature positive is a sea change. It's a real step change. And it's not about, you know, what is the impact of a project and how do you minimize it. It's starting out in a new direction, saying we're going to make this project nature positive. A year or so ago, we started that journey with projects like the A30 with Highways England, introducing nature positive, and they've now put that in their guidelines as an organisation. You know, we've been working with the Environment Agency in the UK, who have got a big commitment to get to 20% nature positive by 2030, but they need the technical guidance to be able to do that. And so what we're seeing is this shift. On the one hand, we're completely rethinking nature in the context of major infrastructure projects, but we're also thinking about nature, working more with nature. And so that's a shift towards, I just call it nature as a partner, and developing blue and green infrastructure solutions. And a really good example of that at scale is the work that we did recently in Shanghai, where we used satellite imagery, machine learning to be able to analyze Shanghai as a city, understand the nature in the city, the open spaces, the water bodies, and work with those to develop a new drainage strategy for Shanghai. So instead of doing a sort of, you could call it traditional engineered solution of grey infrastructure, lots of concrete, lots of tunnels, which would have destroyed nature, we actually said, no, let's start by joining hands with nature and working with nature to create the solution that works for people.
They're really good examples. I love the A30 one as well. The jumpers that the team were wearing are talking very clearly about nature positive, and everyone in the team is really engaged with it. But the idea also that it's not building a road anymore, what it is building a reserve, and there just so happens to be a bit of concrete that's going through that to get you somewhere, that actually it's about a whole system approach, and like you say, from the very beginning. So how does this work in the utilities sector? How do we make sure that this, because you're a provider to so many different people, how do we make sure this is a value systems-based approach?
I believe that value chain perspective is really important to maximize the gain on nature in the development of our business, of course. Indeed, a company like Canal can measure its own direct impact, mitigate and remediate, but also we need to assess, and what we are trying to do, and cover the upstream and downstream impact. And at the present, as I said before, we don't have a common metrics and standard method to be used to this purpose. And this make difficult to engage suppliers and end user on this play. on this. What I think we need at the moment to enhance the collaboration in different sectors of the value chain is, as I said before, standard indicators and that can allow companies and stakeholders to better assess and compare the impact and the activities to arrive to a common target. And many initiatives on this are ongoing. Secondly, we need to broadening stakeholder participation and cooperation nature positive roadmap. And this can facilitate the implementation of effective mitigation measure. I think that a holistic approach is needed to ensure equity between communities, project developers and relevant authorities to develop a project, which could be renewables, construction or others. So this is very important. And I put another step. I agree that political and regulatory framework is very important, and we need a clear target and market rules for both private and public players. So this is the way to go forward on this too.
So you mentioned there about having standard metrics. Gavin and I and several others have been talking about this week, about how do we actually, do we want to have one metric that's suitable across all sectors, or is that then getting too broad? Should we be doing it by sector? Because what we're talking about here is local context most of the time. So surely we've got to put that into the local context of what's needed, but we also, as you say, want standard metrics that are consistent. So that's a tension in there. What do you think about that? Do we just go for general standard approaches?
I think that the analysis comes from the local part, because of course the context can be different, but we need some criteria to aggregate this indicator in order to give a common view. I mean, this is something that we are trying to do at the company level, which is not easy for us because we are so spread in different countries and with different technologies. So what I mean is there should be some criteria, common criteria, and maybe for technologies or sector define specific indicator that make easier to compare and also to assess zero net loss or positive, because otherwise if we don't have reference indicator we don't know if we reach the target really. So I mean, local and global point of view is necessary from my point of view.
Joe, did you want to come in? I saw you nodding there and then off.
I just wanted to pick up on that because it's one of the challenges we're facing. When it comes to measuring carbon, the metric is the same everywhere. The expertise is the same everywhere. But when it comes to measuring nature, you actually need, local experts. What we're finding is ecologists from Hong Kong cannot provide the advice that's needed in, say, Singapore, even though it's down the road. And so I think there's a big issue here in terms of actually managing to identify metrics that are suitable for different sectors, but also thinking hard about where is the capability and the knowledge to be able to make those measurements in a meaningful way. And that we're seeing is quite a gap. And a real challenge that collectively we need to overcome.
Yeah, there's a significant skills and knowledge gap. I know I'm trying to hire people at the moment, and there's just not the people out there. We've had announcements this week from some of the big accountancy firms of hiring hundreds of thousands of people. We've got McKinsey, Accenture, all of those others now getting involved in this, but there isn't enough people with the knowledge to be able to do this on the ground or actually to be able to do the accounting. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that one of the important roles that a government and knowledge institutions together can play is not just about these skills and this knowledge, but also about data. Because take, for instance, soil health. And in soil health, many things come together. It's about a productive agricultural land, but it's also about biodiversity. It's about water management, resilience, and so on. But we do not have data, enough data, to set up all kinds of projects along supply chains to make sure that everybody talks the same language, measures the same things, and actually build up trust to work together. Nowadays we have data systems from, for instance, farm management systems. they're not compatible. Or not just, or outside the agricultural sector too. And it only measures, for instance, that part of the soil health elements that are interesting to the farmer, whereas further up in the supplies chain, there may be other things needed. So I think that a very important role of any government is to make sure that together with the universities in that country, you set up a data set, at least on a national level or on an EU level, and in the end on a global level. Because only then will we really be able to set up supply chain decarbonization programs, biodiversity programs, and so on. So I think that's really, really a missing link at this point in time. And the other thing is, you were talking about a free riders problem. Hey, you bought those birds, but they went to your neighbors. And actually free ridings, is something that's also an impediment to many supply chain solutions. The Rabo Carbon Bank has as one of their solutions the decarbonization of agri-food supply chains. What does it mean? We start with a large food corporate that has publicly pledged to the world that they will be a net zero emitter, let's say in 2030, and they can reduce their own scope 1 emissions, their scope 2 emissions, but then they look up in the supply chain and see that in a typical agri-food supply chain, 85% of scope 3 emissions is actually on farm level and with farm inputs and so on. So they really need those farmers and the other supply chain partners to live up to their promise. But how will they do that if there's no data, or at least not accurate data and data that you can link together and so on? And when there is this free riding problem, for instance, take a dairy company, and a dairy company invests in a reduction project with a group of farmers. But those farmers also sell to other dairy companies, and those dairy companies can then say, hey, well, that scope 3 reduction is also mine. So you really need to make sure that you set up smart incentive schemes so that only the dairy companies that do invest in those reduction projects are able to claim those reduction units, so to say. And that's actually what we're doing now. We are setting up, together with partners, of course, reduction unit systems that make sure that you can only claim the reduction efforts once you have invested in it. And that's one of the solutions. The others is that by setting up those projects and putting in smart finance so that you make sure that it's not the farmer who has to take all the risk. It's not the farmer who has to take the first loss. But you make sure that within the supply chain, there are actually guarantees there so that the large food corporate and also the bank can take that first loss. And then you enable farmers to make the change, and not just regenerative farming, but also to invest in reduction projects that in the end the food corporate needs to live up to their pledge. So actually we're trying to work on those impediments.
It's what you're saying there about data, I think, is extremely important. In fact, we've got a project we're kicking off a bit later today about data and food systems. So maybe after this we can have a chat. But to get that flow of information, one of the things that someone was saying to me, UNEP WCMC did some work for us on this. And it wasn't so much that there wasn't enough data, it's that it wasn't always getting to the right people at the right time. And that was even more of a problem than going out and doing the initial soil sampling, etc. It was actually making sure that information was in the right format to get to the right people, which is what you were saying. It might be suitable for one person, but it wouldn't be suitable for everyone that needs that information.
And the data sets are scattered all over the society. And we need to make sure that it's both uniform, like a taxonomy for data, and also that it's available to everybody. Because I very much believe that we need open source data systems where everybody who has, can use that data to set up supply chain solutions is actually welcome to use it.
I'm just checking here some of the questions that are coming in. Thank you for these. So there's one here about pricing mechanisms, which is obviously close to what we're doing. How much do we need to monetize nature to be able to address it like this?
Well,
We'll start with you.
well, as long as money talks louder than words, I think we need to do that. I wrote actually my PhD on monetizing environmental goods, so it's very close to my heart. And now I'm actually monetizing the ecosystem services that farmers provide to the world by paying for their reduction projects, their reduction units, by paying for carbon credits, that's removal from the atmosphere in their soils and forests. So that's putting a price on that. But instead of doing those kinds of pricing things, I think it's where you monetize services delivered by others. I think it's extremely important, and this is really something I'm also, working on very hard, is that every company present here at the COP, but also not present at the COP, should be thinking, what can I do to internally price nature, internally price carbon, internally price other ESG goals in my own business model. So not pay the farmer for what they do or a food corporate, what can a bank do itself? And what is at the core of the pricing mechanism of a bank? It's credit risk modeling. Mm-hmm. So, well, the nice thing is that the more sustainable a farmer is, the lower the credit risk. And once we start changing our pricing system and giving that actually lower credit risk to the farmer, then we really have a pricing system that doesn't mean that you can trade nature, but yet you can have smart investments in nature. And that's, I think, the intrinsic motivation that every company should have. And I think every company has this internal pricing mechanism. You just need to find it and change it.
Excellent. There's several questions here, Joe, about the handprint. When you mentioned that, I think that got a lot of people excited. And they're asking, actually, have you got metrics in place already? How are you measuring that?
So the handprint is a phrase we coined to really try and differentiate between our corporate footprint and our handprint, what we do through our work. On every project now, we are identifying how we are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have also 6 principles that underpin all our work and all our decisions about who we work with, the projects we do, and the investments we make. And those principles include one which is respecting planetary boundaries and reversing the damage done to date. The idea where we're trying to get to is that on every design project that we do, we want to be in a position where we can understand, that they're physical projects, there's a site, understand, what the biodiversity sort of now is, and really seek to be proactive through the project to improve that biodiversity. To measure it and declare it means involving professional ecologists, in that project. That is time, that is money. So a big step is actually persuading the clients that we're working with that this is something that they need to do for their business. So if we're working with a client who's actually declared nature positive, or in a policy environment where there's an obligation for them to do that, then that's something that's easy to do. But on other projects, we're just doing it voluntary as a first step to be able to demonstrate that this is a difference that people can make, and that they will need to make in future, because that we're absolutely certain that this is the direction of the travel. Everything in future is going to be measured in a triple bottom line around climate, around equity, and around nature. We haven't got the precise metrics yet, but even if we can start doing that qualitatively rather than quantitatively, that's a massive step forwards.
And Christina, if I can come to you as well then, so several questions here about regulated authorities, or how much of a role, and coming back to that question about voluntary and mandatory, do we really need to be with this? Is it, are we, and I know that was asked earlier on, but I'd really like to get a business view on this as well. Is it that we should be waiting for regulation here from your perspective, or is there a lot of things, as Joe was just saying, that we can be doing now?
Of course, we are not waiting for regulation. We are moving forward because we internally have the idea, the mission to move forward. We are committed to SDGs goals, so of course we move forward. What I mean by regulation is this, that of course we operate in different countries and the regulation is different, so we have also to comply with what we have in the different countries. But also we need I would say common rules also in different countries, because we are in a competitive world. So I mean, what I want to say is that we find opportunity to have nature positive goals, of course, but we need also to have a regulation market in which we move together with the other players. So I mean, this is really important to push to speed up the net positive for all the companies. And this is my point. So some companies can be committed, but to have all the companies committed, the regulation framework has to be aligned.
Excellent. Sorry, you wanted?
To add something to that, I also don't think that we should wait for governments to come up with regulation, and I also don't think that governments should come up with very detailed regulation. But there's one thing I think that governments should do, and that is a carbon tax. And a carbon tax, I mean all greenhouse gases. That's good for biodiversity, it's good for the net zero statement, and we should make sure that it's not decreasing the equitable income position, and that takes, you need to look into that. But for instance, you can do something with lowering income taxes for lower income position people in your country and so on. But we need a carbon tax. And that is really important, because that will drive every company within the economy in the right direction.
Thank you. So we've got the high-level goal, nature positive. We're seeing that coming in very clearly here. We've now got the building blocks, a framework to help us to get that to be delivered. We've got businesses that are already doing it, and I hope that you'll all help us to keep on building these metrics, this understanding out. We're going to now pass back, I think, over to you, and you're going to close us out with science-based targets. So how do we set these targets? So if you can thank the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Very active discussion, panel discussion, and I loved how I loved the different examples. What will definitely stay with me was a discussion around how can companies contribute to nature positive, which linked earlier to Gavin's points about what can we all do to lead to a nature positive world, and how can I be nature positive. So very helpful. We are moving into the very final parts of our session. Before we ask for your thoughts and your takeaways in a Slido, I would like to introduce Erin Billman, who is the Executive Director for the Science-Based Target Network. She will share with us a reflection on what's next for Nature Positive from the view of the Science-Based Targets Network, as well as the Global Commons Alliance. Thank you, Erin.
Thanks, Clea. Can you hear me? Great. So please bear with me as I just want to make sure that everybody's familiar with Science-Based Targets Network in terms of what we're aiming to accomplish. So like Science-Based Targets Initiative did for climate in providing the corporate guidance for companies to set Paris-aligned climate goals, Science-Based Targets Network is undertaking that parallel initiative for nature. So in other words, if you put SBTI and SBTN together, we aim to equip companies with the guidance on what it means to do your part for an equitable, net zero, nature positive future. There's a lot of complexity involved. But what's exciting about where we're at today is that we have initial corporate guidance on science-based targets for nature. The building blocks that you've seen debuted today directly map from a framework perspective. We collaborated closely. So what we're aiming to do as a community is provide harmonization of frameworks and language and definitions so that we can start to coalesce in what is this complex space. And with the initial guidance for business, we have a corporate engagement program of over 100 companies, industry coalitions, and consultancies, and NL is one, that are working with us on participatory design of our methods. Today, already, over 30 companies are on their journey towards science-based targets for nature, which means that they have actively mapped their impacts and dependencies on nature throughout their value chain, so not just their own operations. Again, so think about Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, and are using some of the guidance that we've provided thus far, and more will be coming, on how they prioritize where they have their interventions. When we talk about nature, we're talking about land, fresh water, oceans, and biodiversity all together. And climate change is one of the key drivers of nature loss. So companies that want to do their part for a nature-positive future need to have a climate science-based target as part of that portfolio of action. What's next? We are part of a broader Global Commons Alliance. You heard Diane reference it earlier. A sister component of Science-Based Targets Network, the Earth Commission, is producing their first report. Think about it as IPCC for the planet next year. And that is going to be an assessment of the global commons and the tipping points, and what a safe and just corridor for humanity can look like. We at Science-Based Targets Network are relying on that, as well as on the ground taken, for instance, in the CBD process, to continue coalescing around global goals for nature with Nature Positive. We then take that and translate that into guidance for companies to set quantitative time-bound targets. Today, we already have interim target guidance available. We encourage companies to use it. Zero conversion, zero deforestation from 2020 as a baseline are examples. Absolute water quantity reductions in high-stressed areas, water quality improvements, and so on are included therein. More guidance is coming shortly from us. We are aiming to have our first methods in 2022, specifically on water, with updates to our integrated guidance on science-based targets for nature later in the year. So I would leave it at that, keep it short and sweet. Happy to answer any questions if there's anything I haven't covered that you'd like. Oh, I should add one other point. We do get asked a lot about tie-ins to TNFD. I'm excited that I just met the new executive director and technical director this week. We are working closely together. The framework around the conservation and mitigation hierarchy and the building blocks you saw today are going to be used in that content, and we will be the main mechanism for corporate input into TNFD so that TNFD can focus on the financial disclosure aspect.
Thank you, Erin.
Sure.
My audio set wasn't working, but I was able to listen carefully, and it was, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we have 3 more minutes to go, but I want to just highlight, we will go to Slido, and if you have a question for Erin, please ask it there, because let's use the opportunity to ask a few more questions in the final 2-3 minutes. If you don't want to ask a questions, any key reflections that you might have. So either a question or some reflections. And I'm just waiting for the results. Thank you for waiting 1 second while the results keep coming in. So we have some reflections, not a question yet, Erin, but maybe after the official part, people will also approach you. A long way to go. Engaging discussion. Nature positive means having more nature by 2030 than 2020. So that worked very well. How do you see the Article 6, including REDD+? Can a company be nature positive? Let's ask that.
The $1,000,000 question. We're not encouraging that direction of travel, at least not currently. There is not the foundation around accounting and metrics that are in place to ensure that that wouldn't just be greenwashing or attempts to game the system. And so, and it also, we're talking about full system change here. So doing your part for the societal goal around nature positive is the goal. We do recognize that it is important to companies to be able to have claims. We're actively working on what those claims are that have validity and science basis, because again, we are the science-based targets network. And so for it to be credible, it needs to be anchored in information that says, this is enough. This is doing at least your part to contribute to that broader goal. And so taking it back again to the climate example, that means there are clearly established methods that say this is a company doing its part to stay within 1.5 degrees.
Thank you. I had a few closing comments, but actually the ones that are coming in are so good, I will use them instead to say thank you, because we are on time. And they were metrics and data are key. There is genuine enthusiasm and commitment in the corporate sector to become nature positive and the handprint concept, and it is important to have diverse leadership on this topic. Love seeing so many incredible female leaders on the panel. So thank you. Thank you to all, not just the female senior leaders, to everyone for this, for your contributions. I love seeing the input here. There is momentum and a great start. And please do join us on December 2nd virtually for the next session on the building blocks. Have a great rest of the day in this hopefully even more impactful COP26. Thank you.
Okay, hello and welcome. We are here at the Nature Pavilion today at the Nature Zone at COP26. I want to say thanks for everyone present, all of our viewers online for tuning in virtually. Also want to say thanks to the lovely city of Glasgow for hosting us. I've had a wonderful time here thus far, and to all of our panelists. And we actually have two panelists that are joining remotely here today, which you'll soon see on the screen. So I want to give a shout out to them for waking up early on the East Coast of the States. So today, our panel is titled, "We Can't Solve the Climate Crisis Without Citizen Science," or anything else for that matter. So the purpose of the discussion today is to touch on the importance of civic action in citizen science in order to drive scientific breakthrough, and discuss the next frontier of climate activism and science-based solutions, all related to different environmental issues. So on our panel today, I'm just going to kind of read off their names, their titles, and we'll go into a deeper discussion of who they are. But we have Kathleen Rogers. She's the president of EarthDay.org. We have Ann Bowser, who's joined with us remotely. She's the chief of staff for Nature+Zone. We have Landon Van Dyke, the senior advisor of energy, environment, and sustainability at the U.S. Department of State, and Michelle Wyman, the executive director of the Global Council for Science and the Environment. So to set the stage today, when professional scientists, when they work with public volunteers to conduct research, we call this citizen science. It's a way of doing research that brings members of the public into the scientific process and the community as a whole. So many scientific projects related to citizen science, they're started to answer a particular question about a particular issue and to meet a specific monitoring need. There are thousands of different of citizen science projects around the world, including those in local communities run by small organizations to large communities run by huge groups and organizations as well. So EarthDay.org, we have recognized the need for citizen science and the value of this. So we partnered with the Wilson Center and the U.S. State Department and started a collaborative initiative known as Global Earth Challenge. So at these parties, we've developed a robust mobile application to help everyday citizens learn and contribute to citizen science and to drive change within specific areas related to climate change and the environment. So the major goal here is to strengthen the case for citizen science from the perspective of the public good as a tool for academic research. So this just sort of sets a background of what we're going to be discussing today, and now would be a great time to introduce our panelists and have them give a little bit of spiel about who they are, why they're here at COP, and their involvement with citizen science. We can start with Kathleen Rogers from Earth Day.
Hi, everybody. I think Ann and Landon are on there, but I can't see them. There they are. Hi, Ann. Hi, Landon. Wish you were here.
Morning.
Looking fabulous as usual. So my name's Kathleen Rogers. I'm president of EarthDay.org. Our organization is the one that came out of the first Earth Day in 1970, when really the modern environmental movement was launched by people and for people. It was really focused on health and science and dealing with 150 years of industrial pollutants that were plaguing our country and countries around the world. I came into the organization some years ago with the focus of creating an organization with all the amazing staff that we have to build a more diverse and more active and more educated population. That's the mission of Earth Day. Along the pathway, we met Ann and Landon and other people who convinced us that the 8.2 million scientists, according to UNESCO, that are alive and working today, those researchers, just could not do what needs to be done. And as the world dissolves around us, Earth Day became more and more convinced that not only was there a potential army of citizen scientists out there already working, but there was limitless potential for ordinary people to get involved. Earth Day's component of that is that we want to engage them in citizen science with the extraordinary aptitude and knowledge that Ann and Landon had at State and Wilson Center, and now Ann is at Nature+Zone, and engage them in some sort of activism. And we'll go back to that later. But basically our organization engages about 1 billion people around Earth Day in just about every country around the world. But our mission is to make sure that movement is diverse, educated, and active, and citizen science now plays a major role in that.
Thanks, Kathleen. Next, we'll hear from Anne. Anne also has a presentation as well. So, Anne, if you could just quickly introduce yourself, and I'll run through the slides.
Sure, thanks for that. I'm Ann Bowser. I'm the Chief of Staff at Nature+Zone, as Kathleen mentioned. I was previously from the Wilson Center, and some of you may know me from that venue, but I've been at this really fabulous mid-sized nonprofit for about 3 months now. Slides, please. Cool, next slide. Next slide. Thanks to a couple of colleagues, Misty and Gio, for helping pull together some talking points for this presentation. Our mission is a world where people have access to the best data possible about biodiversity. We are a network, and the scientists in our network ask 3 primary questions. What is it? Where is it? And how is it doing? And we ask these questions to help the public, the government and policy community, and others understand which actions will help and which actions are working. Next slide. This is just our network at a glance. We came from a grassroots coalition of over 60 data providers, including local government agencies in the United States and Canadian data centers. We have over 1,000 scientists in our network. And also, next slide, we have a pretty big international footprint. We partner with different countries, different academic organizations, different NGOs around the world on leveraging our expertise to impact decision-making through work on identifying good data sets, developing different methods and workflows, and then working with a lot of partners to develop indicators and therefore feed directly into monitoring and assessment processes. We're really happy to be here, and we're here for 2 primary reasons. First, as many as you know, biodiversity change, which is driven from factors ranging from habitat destruction to the spread of invasive species, is one of the most critical and tangible impacts of climate change. Second, Nature+ sees citizen and community science as integral components of the solution because it helps generate additional biodiversity data while engaging and activating volunteers.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Anne. Landon, if you could quickly introduce yourself. Hey, Landon, you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself.
I was going to do the entire thing without actually being heard, and I was going to see if you all understood what I was going to say. Hi, my name's Landon Van Dyke. Thank you very much for having me. I'm with the U.S. Department of State. Initially, I was one of the people that started out with the greening diplomacy initiative, where we made all of our embassies around the world green and environmentally friendly. And in the process of doing that, we established things like the air monitoring program, where we have reference grade air monitors on the embassy routes around the world. And we've been helping different countries establish that type of network and sensing capability for metrics around their countries. In the process of doing that, though, we realized, very similar to what Kathleen was also noting, that there's lots of scientists out there, lots of reference grade data points out there, but the best data points that we could find were the ones that citizens had at their fingertips. And we realized that we needed to be able to tap into that resource and both create a way to engage citizens of different countries, but also give them tools that they could actually tell us what's going on in their neighborhood. And so we teamed up with Earth Day and Kathleen, and eventually we found the Wilson Center, which brought us some scientific rigor. And of course, Ann Bowser over at Nature+Zone, and we put together a program and hopefully a platform where it can continue to grow. But the idea is to take advantage of everyday citizens and their ability to tell us what's going on in their neighborhoods. So happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Landon. Appreciate that. Michelle?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and Kathleen for having the Global Council for Science and the Environment here. We are an international nonprofit. We work with over 150 universities in the United States and several dozen more in different countries in the world, very specifically tapping into academic scientists across all disciplines and looking for opportunities where we can capture transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research and connect that very specifically to decision makers at all levels of government and across sectors. Our mission is to improve the scientific basis of environmental decision making. And we are very much a nonpartisan organization in our approach. And I would kind of have a friendly amendment to what you said, Kathleen. Of the 8 million plus scientists that are in the world, I would not say that they're not meeting the challenge. I would say that they need help. And that's where citizen science comes into play. And many of our scientists in their classrooms are helping to both train and educate folks who are not necessarily going to pursue a career path in science, but they are really advocating and valuing discovery. And they understand the value of sharing and translating their data and what they view and contributing that upstream to scientists and to decision-making processes. So as an organization, we're actively looking for opportunities where we can pair scientists with citizen scientists and really create a pathway and a pipeline of intergenerational citizens around the world that are contributing their knowledge to an iterative process of discovery of evidence-informed decision-making to serve the environment. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Michelle. If we could quickly go back to the slides, I would like to show a video of our partners from National Cleanup Day. So let me just click through them real quick.
Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Steve.
We're the founders of National Cleanup Day, and we believe in and work for a cleaner world.
Hey, that's good, Bill. And one of the ways to use citizen science is to engage volunteers in cleanups and to understand our environment better.
And the application with the map that has been developed by the Earth Day team is an important step towards a cleaner world.
That's true. And we really do support citizen science.
Yes, we do.
You guys have a wonderful day there.
Have a wonderful life.
Thank you again.
We'll see you. Bye.
Awesome. Love those guys. Cool. So those were our partners from National Cleanup Day, and they help organize cleanups globally, not just in the States, although their name can be deceiving, of National Cleanup Day. And they will be one of the main beneficiaries of the Global Earth Challenge app in getting local organizations and communities around the world to find a way to utilize the application to help them out with cleanups and to also contribute to waste data that people around the world are able to use. So now we can kick it off some questions, engage the panelists here, and talk a little bit more about citizen science and activism. So to start off, I think we can ask everyone this question is, how did you first get involved in citizen science? And I'd like to start with you first, Michelle, and sort of phrase it as, what sort of brought you into your role with bringing science to society? You mentioned, the millions of scientists that you try to connect. How did you get involved in this work? And then if you could quickly just say at the end, what's the value of it?
Yeah, thanks so much. My background is purely in policy. I've worked at all levels of government, and I really saw the gap and the gap in using current science and the need for more durable, rigorous decision-making processes informed by science over the course of the many years of my career before joining the Global Council for Science and the Environment. So I run a science organization whose mission is very specifically to accelerate and make more accessible science, the data, the research that is happening all over the world, and bring that into council chambers at the local level, bring that into state houses at the state and state regional level, and bring that all the way to places like COP26 at the multilateral level, where we know that the strength of science really serves as a foundation for all of the processes that are taking place and the discussions taking place here. So when I had the opportunity to join the organization, it was really, if you can almost visualize, Matt, stepping from one side of I don't know, we'll use a stream as a metaphor, one side of a stream and keeping one foot on that side and the other foot on the other side, and really bridging the science and the decision-making space together. And again, we view citizen science as an integral part of this entire process.
Excellent. Now, I'd like to just pose the initial question of how did you first get involved in citizen science? If we could start with Anne, actually, here.
Sure, that's a fun question for me. Looking back 10 years when I was a grad school student, I was playing around with social network analysis software and got a really cool data set to play with, which was on biodiversity data that was being shared between various research institutions, museums, and various aggregators. And when I kind of used the software to dive in, I noticed that I think it was almost 40% of the data I was looking at was citizen science and was actually coming from members of the public who were volunteering their time to document these observations of what was happening in the world around them. And that just intrigued me so much that I dug in and am still here 10 years later. I'll also note quickly that this isn't unique to biodiversity. A friend and a colleague named Karen Cooper led a paper called The Invisible Prevalence of Citizen Science in Global Research that basically observes this same phenomenon in climate change, where data on phenology and migratory birds informs a lot of what we know on the topic, but isn't being recognized as citizen science data outright. It's basically become integrated in these research and policy processes and is almost invisible.
And Landon, what's your history with citizen science, and how did you get involved here?
Well, my history with citizen science is actually rather accidental. As I had mentioned earlier, I was really focused on trying to get more reference grade network sensors to different countries to help them understand the nature and their environment in their countries. I also realized that I was running out of money and I could not do all of this on our single budget. And I kept asking people, how can we take advantage of other sensors or other data collecting devices? And people kept saying, well, you should really look into more crowdsourcing activities. And I was like, okay, well, I have no idea what that is. And eventually I went to enough of these events where I stumbled upon people like Ann Bowser or Dr. Bowser over at the Wilson Center, who said, actually, you're not really looking for crowdsourcing, you're looking for citizen science. And I was like, oh, what? Tell me more. And so between Ann and Kathleen, it really has been a fun learning curve for me to just discover, what are some of the things that we can do from the U.S. Embassy's perspective to support citizen science and its movement, but also to listen and to communicate their needs at the global stage as well and at the local stage. So really for me, it's just been a fun accidental pathway, which I'm enjoying very much, and we're hoping to continue.
Thanks for that, Landon. And as a member of EarthDay.org, it's been a pleasure working with you, and learning, the ins and outs of citizen science. I'm on my journey right now in terms of, understanding, what citizen science is and, all the positives that can come out of it in terms of engaging, all the environmental activists that I work with. So lastly, Kathleen, I would like to know how you got involved with citizen science, and then if you could just briefly explain, what is the value of it, in terms of you being the president of EarthDay.org and working with all these organizations, institutions, governments, and most importantly, activists and everyday citizens on the ground?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to my original point, which is despite the fact that we have 8 million scientists in the world, they're very, very engaged in specific projects that are either of interest to them or funded by someone, and all of that science that they're doing, let's say most of it, is incredibly important. But again, the need for data, which I learned intensively from Anne and Landon, is one of the most important reasons why Earth Day became involved in citizen science. My background, both as a litigator and as someone who worked on regulations, I knew that governments, corporation puts out lots of data that scientists put together, but quite often it's either not relevant to a power plant project or it's not relevant to a change in the way oceans or rivers flow. And so citizens who are on the ground, who are smart, motivated by their location, by their attachment to land or to issues, are as important, their observations, as Anne said, to the very often narrow work that citizens in my community are called upon to research. And again, it's a big world. We have the calamity of climate, and we're seeing so many species decline perilously. We're seeing air quality deteriorate in many places. We're seeing water quality deteriorate. And it's those people on the ground that can make the biggest difference. Then I met Anne and Landon, and all of a sudden they brought discipline to the project. And by that, I learned how little I knew about data and what it means. And Anne is extraordinarily gifted in that field. And I also knew that globally, we could put together, again, a movement of citizen scientists that would both augment the work of traditional paid scientists, as well as begin to build a pathway for those citizens to take action. So if you take a photo of a species, you're given an action to do. There's a direct correlation between the activity of being a citizen scientist, and we've all probably in school been asked to be citizen scientists, testing our local water, going out in the field as part of our high school biology class, but there was never a connection between what you were observing or writing about and what that meant from either a political point of view or a regulatory view or any other point of view. And so what Earth Day brought to this project, very carefully, because lots of the world doesn't want to become political around science data. It's a very important thing that scientists do their work right and are really focused and avoid politics. Nonetheless, our goal in this project, and the reason I'm so attracted to citizen science, is because I deeply believe that the people on the ground who are going to be the most hurt by climate change and biodiversity loss and every other environmental illness, that they deserve not only to know how to become citizen scientists, but also take the next step in engaging their community to do something about it.
Thanks for that, Kathleen.
Welcome.
So we're hearing a lot about the value of citizen science. And one thing that's sort of sticking out with me right now is millions of scientists, a ton of data. You know, I'm sure that could lead to, you know, I wouldn't say issues, but, you know, just a lot of roadblocks in terms of, you know, making sure that everyone's on the same page, making sure there's not duplicate projects, you know, so everyone knows where the data is and so they can use it. So what is preventing citizen science from becoming a bigger role in society and mitigating the climate crisis? Anne or Landon, would you be able to tackle one of those questions? All right, Landon, that's you.
Oh, is that what that meant?
Yeah,
I
it was
thought that meant
noses,
you
so...
You wanted to do that.
Yeah, you're a little slow to it.
Well, I think one of the primary things is just letting leaders in both local communities and at the national levels understand that this is a tool that exists, and that it's a tool that leverages the power of their own people, which most of us don't recognize that it's just right there. There's a lot of people that are energetic about their neighborhoods, their environment. When you see something happen in your own neighborhood, you're vested to try to make it better. And many times at the national and international level, we're sitting here scratching our heads going, well, how do we get people engaged? How do we get our citizens to really care about this particular issue? Many people say, well, climate change is, you know, it's a national or international activity. It's something that doesn't touch my community per se. And I don't really understand its relationship between what they're doing over in Scotland and what we're doing here in my backyard. But the nice thing about citizen science is, it really does take advantage of, well, what's going on in your backyard? What can we do with that information? Is that a warning signal to us? Do we need to get you better adaptation signals or different tools to deal with adaptation? How can we educate another generation of people about how to take care of the planet? Most of these things come back to, we weren't even aware that this was here. And this was a tool that we could actually leverage and nurture at the same time. So I would say awareness would be one of the big ones.
I would agree with that. Thinking back on my own experience again, I remember being 6 years old, growing up on the shores of Lake Erie and being told that I couldn't swim there anymore because it was too polluted. And this is an experience that kids around the world have gone through. A lot of citizen science happens in local communities. This is a lot of why I think Kathleen and EarthDay.org are so invested in this movement. It's about looking at what's in your backyard and using science as a tool to at least monitor, if not mitigate, some of the challenges that you're seeing. And then some point on the other end, we have all of these citizen science data from these really local processes that's showing up in national and global assessments and especially policy processes. And I think the primary challenge is kind of bridging those two avenues towards impact. How do we let the local people who are using a mobile app in their backyard or wondering about their water quality understand that not only what they're doing and the contributions that they can make can impact decision making at local levels, but are also impacting indirectly national and even global decision making processes? Sometimes that feedback loop doesn't exist, but that feedback loop is really important because one of the biggest opportunities around citizen science is transparency. And as Michelle said, developing these more durable decision-making processes that increase alignment between the general public and the policy community.
Do you two have anything to add to this?
No, I think, what I've learned about data from Anne, who's an extraordinary resource and partner, is that, it's a bit of a cautionary tale. And I can tell you from my own experience working with them that while I was chasing around bees to take photos of that are part of our app, my photography skills left something to be desired. And so I recognize that the data, and I'd love Anne and Landon to talk about this, or Michelle, I recognize that the data that citizen scientists collect, whether it's a fifth grader on a project or somebody like me in my backyard, needs that kind of those tools so that the data can be interpreted, they can become valuable to scientists and regulators and policymakers. And so it's more of a question than an answer. But what I do know is that there's a huge amount of work that Anne's doing, that state's doing, and other parties to take that data and make it and refine it and make it available both in its massive form, but also to drive it down so that it's usable by scientists or by policymakers. And I'd love Anne and Landon, or Anne or Landon, to tell us how that happens, because again, we're hoping at Earth Day, and we've been producing data through the app that we collectively put together. But again, I'm an amateur, maybe less than an amateur. And so I think the question of data and the analysis, I've always been stunned by both of their knowledge of what we can do with that data, how AI and other mechanisms can help, and how what I might produce might actually be of some value. And so there's that kind of relationship to data is something that I've learned a little bit about, but they are the experts.
I can take that first since I made Landon lead off on the last question. I love that image of you in this field, Kathleen, looking for some bees to photograph. That's a great example of citizen science in the context of biodiversity. And there's the challenge of taking a picture of a bee that's not really, cooperating and standing still, and you're afraid that it's going to sting you. But also, what kind of bee is it? another major challenge in citizen science is figuring out the right role of volunteers and when it's appropriate to bring professionals into the process. And this is something that NatureServe is thinking a lot about. At some point, someone, and in our case, it's often a member of one of the 60 programs that comprise our core North American network, needs to help validate sort of what is being seen by the Kathleens of the world, identify it if it's a bee or another biodiversity observation, and then kind of create that loop for it to become more valuable in different types of research and decision-making processes. So that partnership between the public and the research and policy community is a major component of the answer, I think, and is really key to the process of what makes citizen science work.
Excellent, yeah, and we actually do have a question set that's going to speak a little bit more on the policy side of things and how citizen science is able to influence that. I would like to go back a little bit. So I keep hearing about taking pictures of bees in this application. Landon and Kathleen, if you guys could kindly explain to all of our viewers in the audience today, what are the goals of this Global Earth Challenge application, and maybe a little bit more, of what it is.
Landon, you want to start?
Sure. Well, the goal behind the app was to come up with a way that we can engage citizens around. I mean, that's from our perspective, at least from the State Department, where our role is to help understand the stories of citizens around the world and share our story as well. Getting a tool in someone's hands where they can both contribute their story, tell data about what's going on around them, enable us to take that data and put it into a format which is interoperable for the science community, that the science community can take it and say, okay, we understand what you're talking about here, and we understand what time units and names and what fields you're generating for data sources, and we can work with that. For us on the technology side, I have a wonderful team of talented technicians and technologists who have been able to sift through a lot of the data that we've seen in other citizen science projects and put them to something that's a little bit more understood. And Dr. Bowser can tell me what OGC stands for, but I believe we adopted an OGC standard for data, and I believe it was the sensor thing version of that standard, which I had no idea existed. But being able to have people in in countries or in neighborhoods where, and for us, of course, I always go back to air quality because I got a soft place for it in my heart. A reference grade monitor for us is truly expensive to put out in the field. Anywhere between about $100,000 US to put a reference grade monitor somewhere. What we wanted to be able to do was say, hey, well, if I don't have $100,000 US, how can I understand how impactful the air is in my neighborhood? And so I started talking to a lot of our data scientists, and they said, well, we could probably create some correlations between the reference grade data and visual data that you can collect from a phone or from a photo. And it's the red, yellow, green waves, the light waves that you can get off of that. It's not actually the photo itself, it's the waves. And I was like, oh, that's very interesting how you do that. And basically said, you just need a lot of people to take photos of the sky and ensure that we understand what the reference grade data looks like when they take that. And then we can make some correlations. You can get a little bit of machine learning thrown in there and improve your algorithm. And you might be able to enable people that don't have all of that resource to still get a better perspective on what the conditions are and the environmental conditions are by just using their phone. And we said, this is a great idea. And so that's really, from my unit's perspective, it really is about giving the tools to citizens to both make their lives better, but also be better informed about the environment, be more engaged and aware of what's going on around them and then contribute at a global scale, which most of us never feel like we can. You know, we're very fortunate in Scotland here. Many people here are being able to pitch in, but there's many people at home right now which, you know, are not there and they want to contribute. And so this was a tool for us to do that.
Kathleen, similar question, but I would love to hear the value of Global Earth Challenge and the link towards climate education and action.
Thanks. So obviously with, you know, 1 billion people knowing about or being educated by or taking part in Earth Day, it's a giant opportunity to engage people. Now they're already engaged in cleanups. We have an app. The app has a widget for that. But they're also can be engaged in lots of other science projects as they're out doing an Earth Day event or a cleanup or tree planting, whatever it is they're doing. And so we wanted to use the app, which is now in the you know, in the app stores everywhere and still going through constant updating. We wanted to make that part of Earth Day because we wanted to turn that many people into citizen scientists. And we also wanted to add, again, a very mild stepping stone towards taking some kind of action, letting them know that there's a way to contribute by taking an environmental citizen science action and also being able to feel like they've contributed to the solution. Obviously, we work with people year-round, and the potential for this is enormous. So in many cases, we're developing MOUs with countries or education systems to get all of their schools or all of their students involved. We had an MOU for the 50th anniversary, which, as you know, was curtailed by 50th anniversary of Earth Day was curtailed by COVID. And so we're back at the process signing MOUs with large organizations to have children and college students and others participate in this. So we really see that as, again, 3 steps: doing something for the science community, which is desperately needed, information's desperately needed, giving them the opportunity to learn something, so the app has educational materials on it, and lastly, taking an action. So for us, it's going in the right direction. It's science-based, which we all know is critically important in a world full of misinformation. It provides information to the scientists who are the real heroes of this movement. Earth Day was built on science. All these organizations were built on science. That's what made the people protest, was this information about air quality and water quality. So this is all part of a continuum. And on the other hand, we wouldn't have been able to do it without the rigor and experience of Anne at Wilson and now Nature+Serve, and the capacity of the State Department to also reach lots of people and help us put this in an organized fashion and organized app so that it would be accessible to many, many people. In fact, translating it into other languages is part of what we are doing and have done. So we want to make it one of the great apps on the planet that will help people move along that continuum and help scientists and help policymakers, but also have that information and learn that they can, in their own way, take action into their own hands, which is an integral part of the app. But again, the real brains of this, the app itself, we owe to Landon and Anne for their incredible expertise in the science area.
Yeah, sure. I just add to that, building off what Landon said, and I think has been said a number of times by everyone, I'll underscore the importance of creating empowerment and access. And I think citizen science, and this tool in particular that you all have co-created, does that very specifically. And as you noted, Landon, during a time when we're seeing everything from species extinction to catastrophic climate impacts, giving people a role and increasing, hopefully, a sense of optimism during a relatively dark period in human history and certainly during the Anthropocene is absolutely essential. So, you know, right now, being able to hand to every single person who has that interest the tools through an app to provide and capture their observations and to support their process of discovery, I think is fantastic. I'll also underscore that scientists in our community absolutely value citizen science, and many of our deans and directors and faculty members actually work with students in the field. And they work hard together to capture the citizen science inputs in data sets and blend those with the research that's happening in labs. So there's a lot of complementarity with all of this work. And we all know that there is a deep need for as much engagement as possible right now to address these issues.
Thanks for that. I think this would be a great segue, Michelle. I would love you to talk about the Global Youth Science Partnership you recently developed, and sort of give our listeners here, a basic understanding of the power of this network, why it was created, and what you hope to achieve with this.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so we're really excited as one of several organizations, including Earth Day Network, to launch today the Global Youth Science Partnership. And this partnership is inspired by and predicated on a recognized need for scientists in particular to make their science more accessible, more usable, again, in boardrooms, in council chambers, in state houses, and in multilateral venues, and also to harness and capture and support the extraordinary leadership coming out of the youth climate activist movement, and also to support youth activists across all environmental concerns, whether it's biodiversity, resource scarcity. So the idea is essentially to take a page out of modern matchmaking, internet dating, to simplify it, where we are pairing scientists with youth activists and youth citizens who will work together in a bilateral relationship, be committed to one another, support each other in a common discipline, and work together where the scientists can learn how to communicate better and to talk to different rooms and to talk to different and engage different communities. And our activists, who we all recognize, we saw more than 100,000 of them here in Glasgow 2 days ago. They are in need and very much value the notion of having access, ongoing access, and being in relationship with scientists that they can lean into and secure the data from. So it's a really reciprocal, mutually beneficial initiative where scientists and, again, youth activists are paired in an ongoing bilateral relationship. This is an inclusive initiative. We invite anyone who's interested in joining to let us know. And it really is multi-sectoral, and we are working with students of all ages. So please approach me, approach Kathleen. We'd be happy to engage any of you who might be interested. And we hope that the Global Youth Science Partnership will also increase the opportunity for citizen science to be better applied.
Excellent. And I would love to hear you speak on the current and future uptake of citizen science and research and policy, and maybe describe, how different communities in the environmental movement are able to work together and share data. And if you could, I know you have a knack for biodiversity. If there's, an example of some work that you've done related to that topic, just give us a quick example.
Sure, but first, huge congratulations to NCSB, Earth Day, and other partners on the Global Youth Science Partnership. That sounds like an awesome initiative, and I wish you all the best of luck. Getting back to your question, what is the current and future uptake in research and policy? Well, for those of you at the COP, and for some of us who are stuck in Washington, we speak a lot about enabling conditions. And I think what we mean by this is creating the right frameworks and the right environments for different types of activities to thrive. And a really positive trend that I've seen in citizen science, as well as related fields like environmental justice, community-based participatory research, traditional ecological knowledge, and many, many more, is that countries and other actors are starting to put these enabling conditions into place. I have a colleague who's helping out with Australia's national citizen science strategy right now. I know a lot of US federal agencies, including NOAA, have citizen science strategies as well. And this is sort of the first step and a major trend that I'm seeing in this uptake process. At the same time, what's exciting to me is the triple up effect. So we've all talked about citizen science happening in local communities and being sort of inherently about trying to understand and solve local challenges. That's why uptake initially at the local decision-making level is so important. And something that happens in the US through EPA, for example, where citizen science data comes in through the regions, through the Nature+Zone network of biodiversity data providers, is that it's these local touch points that are being successful in engagement, being successful in brokering partnerships with the general public, and then their data is trickling up into these national and global processes. So that's the second major exciting trend that I'm seeing.
Thanks for that, Anne. Hey, Landon, I don't want to ask you too much here, but I would love to go back to the open and interoperable data. Are you able just to give us a brief idea of how to, make this more accessible for the general public and how we can increase this?
Well, sure. So all of the data that we actually collect, and we're actually working with other citizen science groups and programs as well to use their data. It gets meshed together in this huge system of scripts in the cloud where we put it in an OGC standard, and then we make it available, and I'll get technical here. We make it available in an API format where scientists can go to that particular site and just grab the data in different frequencies. In addition to that, we're trying to make the data accessible to citizens who don't always have that technical savvy capability of, hey, what is an API? How do I access an API? So we do have what we consider a GUI interface where we're partnered with Esri to use their platform to put the data in a format which everyday citizens can go to it. They can actually see what the data looks like, play around with the data a little bit, and actually do their own analytics if they really so choose. So we're trying to make sure that we have the technology and the data at a level where it's accessible to everybody. If you really want to run this through a quantum computer, yeah, we can get you the data in that format. If you don't know anything about a quantum computer, but you'd like to know how does your data stack up against somebody else's data in a different neighborhood, maybe on a different continent, we can make that available and accessible to an everyday citizen as well. Some instances of using some of the other data and trying to create different models off of it, things like plastic, where we're working with, I believe, the Marine Litter Watch and some other citizen science data sources, and we're trying to create an algorithm which teaches the computer essentially what type of plastic am I looking at. And so by just looking at this photo, we have citizens go through and they say, oh, that's a plastic bottle, that's a wrapper, that's a string, that's not even plastic. And as they do that, the back end, the algorithm, the machine learning is going, okay, now I know what a plastic bottle looks like. And with all of the different photos that we have of plastic bottles, the computer pretty much can say, hey, from every angle of that plastic bottle, I pretty much understand that's a plastic bottle. And the more we're able to do that, the more scientists are able to go through with drones essentially and go over beaches and say, okay, so what's going on here on this beach? We're noticing a lot of plastic showing up here. What type of plastic are we looking at? So we can identify source and we can start to actually stop this type of thing from occurring. All of the things that we're doing right now within the app, and we're taking other people's data and making it accessible to citizens to make it even more useful. All of that still goes back to the science and hopefully a solution. And so that's where we're teaming up across the planet with different organizations that can use the algorithms we're creating, the data that we're generating, and actually make an impact.
Excellent. And I believe the acronym for all this is FAIR, right? Findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm learning I am. So
Good job, Luda.
So tying it back to the COP here, so Article 6 of the UNFCCC states that the goal here is to reduce the impact of climate change by enabling citizens to be part of the solution. A lot of this calls for initiatives that are diverse, that are innovative, and resource driven via formal or informal education and training. And I believe this really ties back to the work that we're doing at earthday.org as well with Global Earth Challenge. So I'd love to hear from each of our panelists of how does citizen science and what role does it play in solving climate change through education and training and actually engaging people with a hands-on tool, and what can we see in the next year as we head to COP27?
Yeah, I'll go first. And Anne, thanks for. I'm watching the sunrise in Washington.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Across Anne's face. So thank you. I hope you're not blinded, but anyway, you look great. So it's really interesting here. This is one of the few, in fact, I actually don't know of any other, of the thousands of events that are going on at the COP. I haven't seen any other sessions focused on citizen science, which seems crazy, but I've been to lots of COPs, and we see lots of science. We see lots of scientists reporting on their findings, and scientists are integrated into almost every panel. But the opportunity to discuss how we can recognize and reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, as UNFCCC reminds us, is just not there. And so part of the importance of this event and climate change in general and solving the problem is to get nations to recognize the importance of citizen science and to work with organizations like ours, Nature+Zone, the Wilson Center, and with the State Department and other governments to constantly engage people to get involved, to provide the data that paid scientists really need to help them do their work, and also to build momentum. I think we've been saying this a lot at this COP, is that we have the elite here. We have governments and corporations and NGOs that can afford to come, but what we've left behind is all the people. We've left them behind. And so one way to engage them in this movement is citizen science. And for those citizens that want to focus on climate change, whether it's our app or some other apps that exist out there in the world, the more governments, corporations, and NGOs can promote the use of citizen science and applaud citizen scientists and integrate them into the movement generally, the better off we'll be. So that's our goal here. Again, we couldn't have done any of this without Anne and Landon in very serious terms, because you have to be rigorous about what you collect. And again, if you're going to send somebody like me out in the field, AI and some of the other data manipulating strategies that we've developed are really useful tools to take what I produce and turn it into something that's usable.
Same question. I can repeat it as well if you need. Michelle?
Will you repeat it, please, Matt?
Yeah, sure. So we're talking about Article 6. We're talking about Article 6 of the UNFCCC.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I got you.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I think I'll really underscore what you shared, Kathleen. I think if you visualize 8 million plus scientists and citizens around the world, and then you take this applied tool and the access that it creates, it completely shifts the formula, and it addresses one of the biggest challenges, as you noted, Kathleen, that has been coming out of COP26, which is a lack of access, a lack of inclusion. And for those of us that are here, we see that. And I think that this particular opportunity with the Global Earth Challenge, the tool that you all have created, the fact that the State Department, Landon, is involved is phenomenal. The scale that represents, is significant, and I really look forward to supporting this work through the Global Council for Science and the Environment. And Anne, thank you for the shout out. We changed our name about a year ago from the National Council for Science and the Environment to the Global Council for Science and the Environment, in part recognizing that science is not in any way hindered by geopolitical borders or by actual borders. Science is everywhere, citizen science is everywhere, and the work that we're all doing is fully complementary. So it's really exciting. And under Article 6, I think citizen science is very specifically one of the primary ways that the goals set forth in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement can be accomplished. So it is really surprising, Kathleen, that this is one of, you said the only event or one of the few events, yeah, here in the Blue Zone at COP26 focused on citizen science. So again, I tip my hat to all of you and appreciate the work you're doing.
Yeah, just going off that, are there any specific opportunities, Michelle, that you see to scale this impact that you were talking about?
Well, certainly I think through the Global Youth Science Partnership, we know that there are a lot of young people that are already practicing citizen science. They are already fully invested in discovery in the field. Not only folks like you, Kathleen, trying to identify or capture the perfect photo of a bee to categorize it, but also a lot of 12-year-olds and even 7-year-olds that are running around doing the exact same thing. And through the Global Youth Science Partnership, if we can help really aggregate and scale the engagement of citizens and youth citizens with scientists from labs and classrooms, I think we have an upward cascading opportunity for measurable impact that, again, trickles upstream through all levels of government.
Thanks, Michelle. Landon and Anne, I know you're currently in Washington, D.C., but would love to hear your perspective on what can come next in terms of, Article 6 and the role that citizen science can play in terms of educating, our youth and everyday citizens. And what are your sort of hopes for the next year? I know that's not the longest time frame, but
No, it's not. And I'll throw this over to Ann. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take this one first, Ann. There you go. Just in terms of the app, I wouldn't just focus on Article 6. I'd probably look at 12 as well, which talks about education and engagement with citizens. And some of the things that we've already put in this app, we're about to wrap it with all of this wonderful gamification goodness, which makes it really engaging for the younger generation. When they pick up the app, they want to continue doing this. One of the fun things that Anne had put forward as an idea, and we're taking it through the finish line, is like a virtual tripod, where we're kind of taking a page out of Pokemon Go, and where you have all of these virtual creatures around the world, and you can look at an app and identify, oh, that's where the creature is going to be, and you can show up and actually see it. It's a three-dimensional item. And one of the things that we were recognizing with this app is that we want it to continue to grow. We want it to always have a use for other studies. And so we've broken it into things like functionally. Does it capture data? How do we capture this data? We can capture it through photos, we can capture it through sensors. You have, with Pokemon Go, we decided to do a virtual tripod where scientists can set up a tripod if they want to take a photo of something. And then the citizens and children and students of all ages can take advantage of the fact that there's a tripod in the middle of a field somewhere, and it's a little bit of a game to find it. When you arrive there, you get to actually walk around that tripod and virtually see it with your app. But then you can actually use that tripod to take that photo that scientist needed you to take, and it will be more precise and more in line with what they were looking to try to get or capture. Those are the type of things that we're trying to build into the app to make it engaging. But there are other things that Earth Day has put into the app, which are more along the lines of, did you know this event is happening here? did you know in your particular neck of the woods, there is legislation being done on plastic? Did you know that you could sign a petition for X, Y, and Z in your area? And so being able to wrap that into one tool where people can feel, okay, I'm not only engaged, I am contributing, but I'm also learning what else can I do, and take that step a little bit further. That's a tool for engagement. That's a tool for empowerment. And so looking at Article 6 and Article 12, those are the type of things that we're really trying to do here. And I can see as more and more people get into the show and they say, hey, this is a really great tool. We should probably do something like this. And then they use their innovation and take off. I can see a lot of great things over the next year. So I'm very optimistic. So there you go, Matt.
Thank you, Landon.
So I'm really glad that the other three panelists are very well versed on Article 6 and Article 12 because I'm not. I'm actually already looking forward to another COP, which will focus on biodiversity and be held in Kunming in the next few months. So Matt, I think that year-long timeline is a really good timeline to begin with. And then building off of that, in biodiversity, we have something called 30 by 30, which is a goal that's shared by many to preserve 30% of lands, NatureServe would say 30% of the most valuable lands in various ways by 2030. So that's a slightly longer time frame. When we talk about the role of citizen science, whether it's in biodiversity or whether it's climate, we so often focus on the data. But actually making a difference and delivering on any of these big policy initiatives, whether in climate or biodiversity, also requires engagement on unprecedented scales and also requires voluntary action, including for biodiversity from private landowners, other sorts of voluntary commitments, and a lot of voluntary action, which Kathleen and her team can tell you about to counter the climate crisis. So that, to me, is kind of the major role that citizen science can play in these high-level policy processes and these sort of driving goal-oriented behaviors, is not just contributing the data, but actually engaging people to care more and take concrete action to solve the problems that we're seeing.
Yeah, going back to policy, I think we have about 10 more minutes left, and I do want to leave some time for questions, but I think this would be a good last question. Are there any hopes that we can see that citizen science is able to influence policy and science in general too, coming out of this COP and some of the initiatives that all of our organizations are working on?
Sort of yes and no. From my perspective, it's a difficult problem. Governments want to see science. They want it to be rigorous. They want it to be absolutely foolproof, 100% correct, or they're not going to. 95% or 98% of the world's scientists all acknowledging that climate change is caused by human beings and is drastically impacting all of us has not been enough for some countries. So we recognize the need for hardcore science, verified science, to play a major role, because that's what governments, corporations, and others, sometimes that's what they hide behind, and sometimes it's what they rely on. However, again, citizen science for all of us here, again, going back to the initial remarks that we all made, which is they can't do it alone. And so citizen scientists provide not just backup, but actually, in many cases, in many of the citizen science projects, like the one in particular Landon and Ann developed with us, is intended to be rigorous, is intended to provide background information and materials enough so that governments can take action. So again, I'd love more recognition of citizen science generally. It's hidden, but I also want governments to be aware that citizen scientists, once they are knowledgeable, will be formidable and will be active. And so if we can all work, not just Earth Day, not just everyone here, but rely on citizen science projects that actually have that little policy push, that little activism, I think it'll go a long way in changing how governments react and think about climate change and what the solutions are.
Anne, I saw you were going to unmute yourself right at the beginning. Love to hear what you have to
Kathleen
say
said
if
it
there's anything.
better.
Yeah?
She
I
never
couldn't agree more.
says that. So
Yeah, I think I think that citizen science is already being used in a lot of policy processes from a monitoring perspective. And what we need to do is make the link explicit and also bring in that what you can do component that Kathleen spoke very eloquently about.
Excellent. Any, all right, I think we're going to move on to questions just for time's sake. Do we have any questions from the audience here, any of our online viewers? Happy to hand you over the mic.
I have a question.
You have a question?
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
I have a question. This has always stumped me. This is for Anne and Landon. I just want to ask them both to take a couple minutes and talk about the open source data component of the app. I know that the background for this, and we're generating data from citizen scientists, but part of this project was always creating a platform where lots of data could go. And I wonder if you could both just explain it to them, because they're doing an amazing job of putting huge numbers of data sets on the platform to make it available to people and other scientists. So maybe you could quickly explain that.
We go to Anne? No?
You're the
I mean,
queen
I
of
can
this.
jump in. I can jump into the technology side where, you know, it's been a fun struggle and activity to try to make sure that as we're collecting all of this data, we're not getting locked into a particular platform. That this is truly an open source activity with an open source platform, and that the data is freely accessed, and there's no restrictions to it. And then, you know, it's our commitment to make sure that it's continuous, and that it's reliable and it's transparent, and then people can trust that we can see the history of the data as it comes in, where it came from the source, where it is in our databases, and if we change out anything like the field names, that's being tracked. And so you can see the provenance of the entire data set from the beginning to when you as a scientist are grabbing it and using it. You can trust that I know exactly where this came from, and it came from the actual source. And here are the elements that were changed, but it was changed minorly to make it more interoperable. And I know what those changes are. So for us, we took a lot of rigor on the data science part. So you know, you have the science part for the actual content of the data, but then how we treat that data, we did put a lot of data science rigor around the data itself and bringing it into our system and making sure there's transparency there.
Yeah, I'll just build on that. This is that triple up effect. It comes through what I think of as data aggregation. So Global Earth Challenge, the citizen science project that Kathleen and Landon are discussing, is about aggregating observations from a mobile app, but also takes into consideration data from other citizen science projects. So Earth Challenge has decided to sort of play one of many leadership roles in curating citizen science data according to a set of standards. Nature+Zone plays a similar role for biodiversity data, primarily across North America. And then there are other data aggregators like GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, that are aggregating even more and more diverse types of data on global scales. The reason why data standards are so important, and Matt, great job again referencing fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. That matters because you want to create a world where Earth Challenge, Nature+Zone, and GBIF can all meaningfully share high quality data to be able to take this sort of patchwork quilt of local engagement and piece it together in a way that's compelling for the global research community and remains compelling for the global policy community, so that there's this, you know, kind of virtuous cycle and recognition of the value of citizen science that's enforced through these data sharing and aggregation processes.
Excellent. One more shot. Does anyone have any questions for our wonderful panel today? Don't be shy. I see a lot of people scribbling notes. I know you got some questions in there.
Can I ask the, oh.
We got one.
Here we go.
There is a microphone right there.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentations. My question is actually related to everything that everybody has talked about. My name is Esther Bonyo. I'm from Penn State University, Associate Professor, College of Engineering. I'm also here as an observer with the Global Council for Science and the Environment. Some of the work that I do is in the Global South, countries like Tanzania, Kenya, etc. And I just wanted to hear a little bit, what does this mean for the citizens who are in these countries? Are there ways through which we can bring people who are in our networks to start participating? Yeah, please share your experiences and your thoughts. Thank you.
I can answer a little bit, again, with the design and thoughtfulness of Anne and Landon and their institutions. I've had the opportunity to travel around many countries in the Global South, signing MOUs with student organizations, with universities and colleges and K through 12 schools, and working with governments. So I've been in many countries pitching the app. In fact, Anne and I were in Kenya together. It feels like a long time ago, when the app, I think, was just barely off the ground. And that our purpose there was to let people know that this app would be available. It was ever developing, and that it had that little extra component of encouraging citizens to become educated. So when you do the bee app, it'll tell you, did you know this about bees? But more important, it might ask you, depending on the country, to take an action that might be relevant. Those things are really hard to update. Lots of countries in the world trying to update what's going on in those countries, whether it's plastics or bees. So we've kind of slimmed down all the things that you have to do to get involved. But the real opportunity here is to get large groups of people committed to do it, both as a fun project for their schools or a science project for their universities, or a group of senior citizens who are out and about and want to do something with bees or plants or whatever it is, air quality. So yes, we want everybody to be involved in our project and in what Michelle is doing through her center. And so there is an enormous opportunity to get engaged, and we have focused a lot of attention and will continue to do so on the Global South. That's our main goal as an organization, making sure that both the diversity of our work and the diversity of the movement is our number one goal.
I'd like to add on to that, actually. So I used to work with Earth Day in Sub-Saharan Africa, and one of our biggest contingents of users of the application was actually in Tanzania. So there's a university called Sokoine University. They had a huge group of activists, of volunteers that would do work not just on Earth Day, but all throughout the year, whether doing cleanups, running education workshops for local communities. And they really utilized the app. And I think the biggest thing I saw is university students. They are always on their mobile phones for one. And it's just an easy way to get engaged. It's an easy way to get different students that may not be involved in the environmental community or any of the initiatives that we may do at earthday.org to get involved with. Whether you're doing a cleanup and trying to map that out, or if you're just simply going out and trying to tag different pieces of litter, or species or bees, as Kathleen was saying. So if you are interested in getting involved, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, I'd love to talk to you after the panel. But yeah, I think the youth are definitely the ones, at least, that will utilize a platform like Global Earth Challenge. I essentially equate it to Pokemon Go, but for citizen science and the environment. Yeah.
I would also just kind of put in there that it's ever expanding. We built it so that it could continue to grow and adapt to the need of citizens. And any studies, any projects that they want to put forward, it's built so that it can adapt to it and we can add on. And so as we speak right now, there's a team going through the code of the existing beta right now, looking for hiccups in the code But at the same time, we've also instructed them to make sure that there were ways for new projects to be onboarded within that code, so it's not shut permanently once we push out the new version. It's always intended to work with different projects and different studies that are coming out. So please let us know, and we can make room.
Excellent. Hate to cut time, but we are officially out of it. So I want to thank all of our wonderful panelists today, Anne, Landon, Michelle, and Kathleen. It was a pleasure having you on today, and I hope all of our listeners that are tuning in live and here in the audience were able to get something out of this, and feel free to chat with us after the program today. So thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you waking up early.
Dear, is it on? Is on?
It's on, but it's going to go into
Okay.
headphones.
Headphones. Dear friends, dear colleagues, you have to use headphones to hear me. Welcome to everyone to this event, which is organized by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, World Commission on Environmental Law. And we will discuss what can COP26 deliver on nature-based solutions. In particular, seen in the context of the ongoing negotiations, in particular on the rulebook for the Paris Agreement, which, as you know, I guess, stands to be finalized here in Glasgow. My name is Christina Voigt. I'm the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here. Before I introduce our wonderful speakers for the panel today, please allow me to set the scene a little bit for our discussion today. The IPCC scenarios for holding temperature increase within the guardrails of the Paris Agreement are clear. They require not only immediate, deep and sustained emission reductions, but also a significant contribution from land and ocean-based options, which we refer to in general as nature-based solutions. They can be related to forests, to grasslands, to peatlands, to marine ecosystems such as mangroves, kelp, seagrass. There's a whole range of solutions that nature can deliver. Harnessing the power of nature through nature-based solutions can and must be a powerful complement to the deep decarbonization of our economies and societies. And please let me be clear. They must not replace emission reductions, but come alongside of it in order to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and negative emissions thereafter until the end of the century. Yet land and ocean-based or nature-based solutions need to be designed very carefully. They need to adhere to the highest standard of environmental integrity, ensuring that they deliver real measurable outcomes, but also that they, for example, do not lead to a conversion of primary forests into plantations or impact on other ecological functions. They also require the adherence to strict social safeguards in order to protect and respect the rights of those who have titles to the land and to knowledge, for example, indigenous peoples and local communities. Social and environmental safeguards will be necessary to do nature-based solutions right. And this is where the question of law and regulation comes in. Which legal safeguards are necessary to ensure that nature-based solutions provide benefits and do not do harm, but rather deliver on these additional elements, additional benefits, while contributing to the climate solution? Many parties have included nature-based solutions in their nationally determined contributions. And here, designing the fair, right, effective legislation will be crucially necessary to successfully implement them and to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. In this context, legal capacity is necessary for the relevant legislative processes. This will require a national and a global learning curve for all of us. It will also be possible to share lessons of how best to regulate for these solutions through best practicing, sharing best practicing on regulating and implementing nature-based solutions. For example, through the biannual transparency reports on implementing and achieving NDCs, which are due for the first time in 2024, but also the global stocktake, which is supposed to take place for the first time in 2023. Another aspect where nature-based solutions connect with the Paris Agreement rulebook is, of course, Article 6
on collaborative approaches. The current draft text for Article 6.2 and Article 6.4 contains references to removals, for example, to forests, to avoided emissions. These are linkages to nature-based tradable units. But safeguards on how to ensure their environmental and social integrity are not yet squarely part of that draft. We have lessons from RED+, and I personally have worked a lot of time, many years on RED+. We have lessons from RED+, which could inform this issue. Not saying that we have to copy it, but we can learn from our experiences with RED+. But more and deeper thinking will be necessary to ensure that removals in nature produce real and permanent results, are not reversed, do not cause leakage, and do produce positive environmental and social impacts. Nature-based solutions, if done well, can deliver many different benefits, including for climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as for biodiversity conservation and for strengthening indigenous peoples' rights. They therefore need to be planned, designed, and implemented in a way that ensures those benefits. The IUCN has been at the forefront of this discourse with its global standard for nature-based solutions, as well as with the recently published, and I think Sandeep is here somewhere, recently published, here he is, publication on nature-based solutions for climate change mitigation, just launched here at the COP. So this is the backdrop for our discussions today for this event, and it's a great privilege for me to welcome our speakers today. And we will start with Bruno Oberle, here hiding behind me in a nature-based solution. Bruno, Director General of the IUCN, you have the floor, and we have a microphone for you.
Yeah, it works. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to see all you here. Christina, thank you very much, and congratulations for having organizing this important meeting here. Thank you also to, as the new chair of the World Environmental Law Commission, are you support and an experienced negotiator in this UNFCCC circus. You are supporting IUCN engagement in this with regards, in particular, to the nature-based solution. I will not repeat in detail all you have already explained. NBS is a concept that was supported and pushed by IUCN since 1.5 decades. We have produced a standard on this, and we are looking forward to build on top of the standard a certification scheme to allow a quick decision on funding of nature-based solution in the future. This is the core now. We have the tool. We know that the challenge is there. We know that this tool can be helpful in tackling these challenges. It can effectively reduce the CO2 in the atmosphere. It can, in the publication that Christina has just shown, it demonstrated that it can take 5 gigatons per year from the atmosphere by 2030 and up to 10 gigatons in 2050. It is a tool that it will contribute to a deep decarbonization of our economies. It is not to be seen as the silver bullet. It is one element. It is a tool in the toolkit that we have, but we should use it in particular because this tool is not only delivering climate value, but it is also delivering value in terms of nature, in terms of supporting the livelihood and the fabric of nature wherever it is invested. We need now to scale up. We need to invest more money. We know how to do it, and this is the reason because it is so important that NBS it is clearly recognized as one of the potential policies that countries can put forward in their national determined contribution, as it is happening already more and more. And it is a clear reference to these type of tools as potentially fundable under the climate finance scheme. This will be a big push in the right direction. You know, we have today not enough money going to nature. We need between 3 and 500 billion more per year. And of course, this money, climate money, could also be part of this solution, delivering the two values at the same moment. We should overcome jealousies and differences between the different conventions. We have only one crisis. We have the crisis of our planet that we have caused by our socio-economic developing model, and we have to tackle these two crises with all the force and all the instruments we have. Thank you very much for this discussion here.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you for your words, but also thanks to the IUCN for its global leadership on pushing, promoting nature-based solutions, but also in a way done rightly through your global standard on nature-based solutions. So thank you very, very much. Going from one global leader to the next one, I would like to invite Mr. Pascal Giraud from Costa Rica. Costa Rica, one of the global leaders on harnessing the power of nature, on providing services, not just for your country, but also for the world. Welcome, Pascal, to share with us some of your experiences from Costa Rica. And you can use this.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here with you to share some of Costa Rica's experience on this topic. It's also a pleasure to meet again with old friends from IUCN. I used to work many years ago with IUCN's regional office and in Gland also, so it's a great pleasure to be here. As you all know, Costa Rica recently earned an international prize and the Earthshot Prize because of its work, long-standing work on environmental service payments. And this is obviously a recognition of work that started in the 1990s and where we very early on created a system that allows us to compensate landowners who are managing their forests and to provide them with a system of environmental service payments based on reforestation, but also on conservation of forested landscapes. This program originally was the foundation of Costa Rica's climate policy. And during many years, Costa Rica based its carbon neutrality goal on the capacity of removals from its forests. Costa Rica managed between the 1950s and the 1990s to really revert deforestation and forest loss rates. It used to be one of the countries with the highest deforestation rates in Central America, and by the end of the 2000s, it was one of the countries that increased its forest cover to over 50%. And so again, this is a program that has worked with landowners directly to provide them with financial resources and support to help them not just stop deforestation, but also provide them with technical support so they can also increase their on-farm income, especially in areas surrounding protected areas and biological corridors. Now, Costa Rica is also very clear that it is a very small country. It's just a country with 51,000 square kilometers of terrestrial area. We have a very large marine area, but in terms of the surface, we obviously can't compete with countries of the like of Brazil or other large countries who can probably have a much larger impact on global emissions because of surface. What very early on we understood that we needed to have a differentiation in terms of our forests, in terms of having also many co-benefits of our mitigation strategy based on forests, because obviously the forests that we manage are both in private-owned farms, but also in nationally managed protected areas. And obviously these have a lot of co-benefits in terms of adaptation, in terms of biodiversity conservation, and a whole series of other environmental goods and services that benefit local communities. This was recognized in our INDC, in our first national contribution in 2015. It was reaffirmed in our latest NDC in 2020, and we are currently stepping up to the plate, and I think the Earthshot Prize is going to help us also move to incorporate coastal and marine ecosystems into our programs to increase also our environmental service payments, to include also coastal landscapes and seascapes. So this is an ongoing work, and this is something that we really hope that we can learn from and share these lessons learned. All this also has been accompanied by a regulatory framework and a legal framework, an institutional framework that's this enabling environment that helps the country not just deliver money directly to smallholders or even to indigenous communities in isolated areas, but also provides a series of other opportunities for regional partners to work. For example, we've recently, some of the most recent work, and I'll finish with that, has been working with the ELSA program in terms of mapping ecosystems and life support areas in the country, and they're linked to the adaptation program. We have a national policy on adaptation, and one of its bases is on ecosystem-based adaptation. So we've been mapping recently, this is very recently, this is finished earlier this year, where we really were capable of mapping in a great detail what are these areas that are critical to life support system, and they don't always coincide with the country's protected areas. So they have to rely on other programs that work with smallholders, with farms, with other private landowners in order to cover these areas that provide services that are very important in terms of water supply, biodiversity conservation, and other critical areas for life support in the face of climate change. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
This is still.
Oh, this is mine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pascal. Congratulations to the Earthshot Prize. Well deserved. Costa Rica, as you explained clearly with its payment for ecosystem services, has been such a front runner for such a long time. So thank you for coming here and sharing your experiences with us, but I think there is much more to be seen and built on, and we're looking forward to working together with you in many years to come. Going from one leader to the next to the third, I would like to welcome Manuel Pulgar Vidal. Most welcome, Manuel. It's wonderful to have you with you. I know you came running to be with us. Thank you. Manuel is the Global Practice Leader for WWF Climate and Energy. He is also the former Minister of Environment of Peru and the most charismatic president of the COP20 in Lima in 2014. Manuel, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us. About 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and sorry for being a bit late. Can you hear me well? Okay, good. Good. Okay, so I would like to share with you some reflections about where exactly are we with nature-based solutions and what else we must do to strengthen the concept and to really make the concept to exploit in its potential to address the intertwined crisis in between climate and nature. And as this has been organized by the World Commission on Environmental Law, I will be just a bit a lawyer. I am a lawyer by training, but not too much. Don't be worried. I will try to bring some elements that I think are important to address well this. My first element, it is clarity. It is amazing how much in the current COP, the concept of the element of clarity and credibility have emerged by people in the streets, by people inside, by people doubting of some of the mechanisms that we are discussing in the different pavilions or even in the more formal rooms. So clarity it is a key element, because if we are not able to give that clarity, immediately will emerge the misunderstanding. And that is something important when we think about nature-based solutions. So for sure it is very important what IUCN is working on. They have strengthened, I think, in a good way, the clarity on the concept. Now, anybody is doubting of that concept. What I think it is fantastic. And now that has been complemented with the standards. And the standard has brought to us indicators that it is a good way to move forward. And I am sure that IUCN is keeping working on the clarity with some other element, but let's wait to them to announce it in between today and tomorrow. But let's talk about the first two. For me, the concept plus the indicators are enough to be clear on what does it mean nature-based solutions and what does it not mean. So let me start by saying, let's be clear, not every intervention in nature, despite that it could be a beautiful one, strongly sustainable, but not every intervention on nature, it is nature-based solutions. It is not. Nature-based solutions has three values to be addressed in a preclusive way. So the first thing that we have to check, it is if the intervention is addressing a societal challenge. As it has been said in the indicators, if that societal challenge, it has been well documented, and if my intervention has mechanism to track progress. That is key. So if we are developing an intervention on nature without addressing a societal challenge, it's great. It could be a nature intervention, fantastic, welcome, but it is not nature-based solution. So the societal challenge, it is a key element, that it is related to climate mitigation and adaptation, that it is related to food security, to water security, among some others. The second value, it is the sustainable intervention on nature. That is the second value. So after I have verified the first one, let's move to the second. And that means that the intervention must produce a biodiversity net gain and ecosystem integrity. Those are the two elements. And let me say something that tomorrow in this area we will discuss. It is a bit weird that that element, it has not been well embedded by the CBD community, by the biodiversity community. Probably by mistake, because probably what they are thinking it is that nature-based solutions is competing with ecosystem-based approach. And they are not competing, are complementary. They can have and use the benefits of both mechanisms. So that is something that we have in some way to correct soon. Because if the CBD is not able to understand the role that they could play as the authority of nature to secure that biodiversity net gain, somebody else will take that role. And that will be fully absurd, because we are expecting to have the CBD working on that. And the third element, it is for sure based in a trade-off analysis and with a strong social consideration. So when you think in a nature-based solution, you have to follow those three values. And that clarity will help a landscape, a national jurisdiction to strengthen their own intervention. That moves me to the second element, and I am not going to take too much time, that it is the political traction. The political traction, one more thing about the concept and the clarity. I am not going to mention, not to judge any reaction against nature-based solutions, but I am sure that you have read immediately, nature-based solutions equal offsets. Nature-based solution equal the use of market mechanism to take the knowledge of indigenous people. I understand that critique for sure, but let's be clear that nature-based solutions, it has not been developed to do that, and it is not equal to offsets. And nature-based solutions could be extremely useful extremely useful for countries that has more than 60% of emissions based in deforestation and land use. As Peru, I am Peruvian. 63.5% it is based in deforestation and land use. It is the same with Ecuador. It is the same with Colombia. So nature-based solutions could be a strong mechanism. And when it is referred of corporations, for sure, we have to demand that the use of this kind of instrument, it would be possible just after that corporation has joined Science-Based Target Initiative, has defined a strong net zero within their value chain. So we are working for that to avoid that kind of confusion in relation to the concept. But let me move to the political traction. So the concept is getting political traction, yes, not yet in the most formal way. So we don't know if it would be possible to have by the COP decision by the end of this week something that it is related to nature-based solutions. We hope. Let's work on that. Let's try to talk with your own authority of your own country to make that possible. And in relation to the CBD, for sure, let's do the same. So I am not going to take too much time, but I think that we do need to get some formal recognition in the CBD and in the climate debate as a way to get more formality and based on that more clarity to the concept and to move this mechanism forward. But let me finish with this reflection. Also, nature-based solutions, it is not just about the intervention. It is about on how can we enable the conditions. So probably that is something that we could be in charge of the Ministry of the Environment. That won't be enough. Because as soon as you go to the Ministry of Finance to talk about the importance of nature, nature infrastructure and all of that, they won't understand you. So the point is that we have to create enabling conditions. But that doesn't mean to produce laws. No, not laws. But for example, if your country has a system for public investment, that are the rules for public investment, let's try to include in that system the mechanism of nature-based solutions as a eligible public investment to address a challenge. And that would be perfect to have the country moving the agenda forward. So sorry, I don't want to take more time. These are just 3 ideas on how much we should continue working on strengthening nature-based solutions and how much we must make this an important instrument to address our intertwined crisis. Don't forget, help the concept, not us, not IUCN. It is about the concept through your authorities, through your government, to have them taking decisions here in COP26 and in Kunming in COP15. Thank you very much.
You can sit there if you want.
I will bring my notebook.
Thank you so much, Manuel, for your important points. Thank you also in particular for highlighting that we're not working in a silo, although we are here at the climate COP. But nature-based solutions, of course, cut across different international regimes, are equally important to the negotiations under the Convention on Biological Diversity. But socializing this concept, making it a currency in the negotiations is very important. And also seeing the integration and connection between biodiversity, conservation on climate, mitigation and adaptation. As you know, and I appreciate your comment, there is currently discussions about the cover decisions that come out from this COP. Several parties made interventions to the regard to include a recognition of nature-based solutions in the cover decisions, and we'll see how this is going forward. But I encourage you to speak with your delegations or make this concept well known to maybe anchored also here in a decision from the COP or the CMA. From here on, we would like to delve a little bit deeper into the legal expertise. As I said, it's an event organized by the World Commission on Environmental Law. We do focus on the regulatory frameworks, the laws and acts that are necessary to do nature-based solutions right. And it's a great pleasure for me to welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Fabiano de Andrade Correa. Fabiano is the Deputy Chair of the IUCN World Commission's Climate Change Law Specialist Group. The chair is Francesco Sindico, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. But Fabiano and Francesco are working together very much on climate change law under the WCL World Commission on Environmental Law. Fabiano, the floor is yours. We see you, and I hope you can see us as well. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Christina. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Brazil. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to join you in person in Glasgow as I would have liked, but I'm very pleased that technology allows me to join you remotely for these timely discussions. To provide some reflections, in fact, on the contributions that nature-based solutions can provide, the achievement of the net zero goal of the Paris Agreement, and the role of law therein. These reflections build on the work of a project I coordinated within the Climate Change Specialist Group of IUCN's World Commission of Environmental Law until earlier this year, which focused precisely on the role of the land sector in getting to zero. I'm thankful to Christina for her support to this project in her previous role as chair of the Climate Change Specialist Group, as well as all the colleagues that joined me in that effort. As we know, achieving net zero GHG emissions is one of the key targets of climate mitigation policies worldwide. And as Christina noted, importantly, this goal requires not only fast and deep GHG emission reductions, but simultaneously the protection of GHG sinks and the significant enhancement of GHG removals. In this context, the land sector and nature-based solutions have a key role to play. Land can be simultaneously a source and a sink of GHGs due to both anthropogenic and natural drivers, but can also play a crucial role in offering solutions. So on the one hand, as noted by the IPCC, human activity has already affected more than 70% of the global ice-free land surface, therefore also affecting sinks. And human activities related to agriculture, forestry, and other land use, or AFOLU, accounted for about 13% of CO2, 44% of methane, and 81% of nitrous oxide emissions from human activities globally, representing a total of 23% of the total net anthropogenic GHG emissions. So it's quite a large share. Further, agricultural emissions are also expected to rise sharply over the coming years and decades, so it is a big challenge. On the other hand, the capacity of the terrestrial sinks and reservoirs, such as soils, wetlands, peatlands, mangroves, and forests, to sequester and store GHGs, as well as the adoption of practices and policies and processes in the use and management of land, including, for instance, management of practices in agricultural land, avoiding conversion of forest land to other uses. These all to limit emissions from and enhance removals in this sector will be key in achieving the net zero goal. In fact, near all IPCC pathways consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement include net zero GHG emissions between 2050 and 2070, and all model pathways also require land-based mitigation, with most including different combinations of reforestation, afforestation, reduced deforestation, and bioenergy. At the same time, as Christina also noted, while nature-based solutions are necessary to complement decarbonization, they should be combined with rapid and strong emission reductions from other sectors such as energy, industry, and transport. But going back to nature-based solutions, they already feature strongly in NDCs, and the research reports from IUCN and UNEP that Christina just showed also indicated that they have increased through time, and by May of this year, 55 parties had submitted updated or revised NDCs, and of these, 44 referred to nature-based solutions for mitigation, with an increasing number including quantifiable targets. But the important message I wanted to convey is that while policy goals such as NDCs are obviously important in setting the agenda and the pathway, Legal frameworks also have a key role to play, as they not only create binding rules and accountability mechanisms for enforcement, but also the institutions that will implement such targets, as well as empowering people to seek justice and reparation when these targets, as well as their human rights and other rights, are not respected. So as a first example, we have an increasing trend of framework climate laws, with research indicating that now 39 jurisdictions around the world have, including a net zero emissions or climate neutrality goal enshrined in such legislation. This includes the European Union and its member states, as well as 11 other countries outside the EU. However, there is a challenge to translate these framework law mandates into sectoral rules and policies, and research indicates that there is still twice as much such rules in the energy sector than in the AFOLU sector. So we really must pay more attention to sectoral legislation. And in addition to these framework laws and institutions, legislation in relevant sectors, therefore, will have a key role to play in advancing climate action and enabling the achievement of the net zero goal, including through operationalizing and implementing nature-based solutions. Relevant legal areas that can be cited include, for instance, laws regulating the management of agricultural land, forest land, and land use change. These include, for instance, legal measures to reduce or avoid emissions through deforestation control, land use conversion control, and spatial planning and land use, including requirements for forest conversion and how these relate or include climate change goals in these determinations. Also, other legal measures such as to enhance and protect sinks, for instance, through legislation regulating afforestation or reforestation, as well as sustainable forest management. Also, the creation of protected areas, both land and marine protected areas, while also respecting the human and tenure rights of populations that live in such areas. Then we could also cite regulations on agriculture practices and soil management, including, for instance, the implementation of conservation, regenerative or organic agriculture practices, agroforestry and agroecology, as well as enabling incentives for sustainable land management, including, for instance, as Pascal mentioned, payment for ecosystem services, which depend on many legal factors to be able to function in practice, including contract law, property law, and so on and so forth. In addition, legislation can also enable other types of fiscal and incentive measures that can be an important incentive for people to adopt nature-based solutions. Last but not least, the protection, promotion, and fulfillment of human rights is also of uttermost importance, including the rights to a healthy environment, but also the recognition and protection of land tenure rights of all peoples, especially when designing and implementing nature-based solutions, such as for indigenous peoples and other traditional populations that are using those lands. In fact, tenure security is often highlighted as a precondition for more sustainable natural resources and land management. So this list is merely indicative, and a variety of legal and policy approaches are possible and can be used according to different country contexts, legal frameworks, and needs and challenges. But with the appropriate safeguards, the potential of nature-based solutions can be harnessed to deliver more climate solutions while protecting and sustainably using biodiversity and respecting human rights. I am excited to build further on these points in our new mandate of the Climate Change Law Specialist Group, as Christina just said. Thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging in the discussion of the panel later on.
Thank you very much, Fabiano. Thank you for walking us through or taking us through the toolbox of legal mechanisms that they're out there that can be implemented, that can be used, of course, all depending on national circumstances, countries differ. We have different jurisdictions, different levels. But knowing about what's out there, what can be implemented, what can be put to action is crucially important. And we can just see that there is an enormous demand for lawyers in the upcoming years with that kind of expertise to help governments, to help municipalities, cities, on all level to implement these regulatory choices. Thank you so much, Fabiano, and we move further on in our program, and it is a great pleasure for me to welcome a colleague and dear friend of mine, also a member, of course, of the World Commission on Environmental Law, Professor Michael Mealing. Michael is the Deputy Director of the MIT Center for Energy and Environmental Policy Research, quite a title, Michael. And he is visiting professor at Strathclyde University Law School, and an eminent expert on everything that has to do with carbon trading and Article 6 and the regulatory framework around it. Thank you. The floor is yours, and the microphone as well.
Thank you, Christina. I'm obviously at risk of getting tangled here. Well, before setting 4 points, and I'll run through them relatively quickly, I wanted to say one thing that just struck me. Nous sommes tous IUCN. You mentioned, of course, that I'm a proud member of the World Commission on Environmental Law, and I look forward to your leadership and that of Ayman and Fabiano and Francesco. But I've also had the pleasure of working in several organizations that are members of IUCN, and I was for a while also a board member of IUCN in the United States. It's impressive, the broad reach of IUCN and of its activities. The 4 points I want to make in the context of this topic of how nature-based solutions can feature in carbon markets and what the role of carbon markets can be in progressing nature-based solutions are talk briefly about the potential, about challenges, some principles, and I think I nest my principles in the remarks, for instance, by Manuel before, and finally a bit of an outlook and how it links to the Article 6 discussions that are, as you know, ongoing right now. So already we heard about the huge potential, of course, of nature-based solutions in contributing to the mitigation challenge and closing the ambition gap. There's different estimates. The one I saw and read about, we could close a third of the mitigation gap towards the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature stabilization target with nature-based solutions. That, of course, is huge. Absolutely huge. In the context of Article 6, there's been a lot of research in the last few years on how using Article 6 can help us drive down the cost of meeting our NDCs collectively, or, if you think of it differently, of increasing our ambition without additional cost. And nature-based solutions feature very heavily in any such estimate, in any such modeling. And there's a consensus out there that using Article 6, relying heavily on nature-based solutions, could in fact allow us to double the ambition that's currently reflected in NDCs, again, with no additional cost. Bruno mentioned that there's not enough money, not enough finance flowing into nature-based solutions. Only about 3% of mitigation finance currently reaches nature-based solutions as opposed to the sort of sexier destinations of climate or climate mitigation finance, renewable energy projects, for instance, etc. So there's clearly also a finance gap, and it needs to be filled to a large part by private sector finance. We cannot rely on public sector finance. So again, carbon markets here could play a very useful role. And finally, there's so many co-benefits. It's not only about mitigation, and we heard about it. It can contribute and help the hydrological cycle, protecting biodiversity, and of course, it can also stabilize very important services to the local communities, to indigenous populations, etc. So this is the potential. Let me talk a bit about some of the challenges. Trying to integrate nature-based solutions in carbon markets has been complex and sometimes really challenging in the past. Anytime that you're trying or talking about using carbon markets to trigger or catalyze activities, you're thinking about additionality. You have to define a reference level or a baseline. What would have happened without this project or this jurisdiction approach in terms of emissions, and how can the carbon market and the carbon finance, so to speak, get us above and beyond that? And it's more difficult often in the context of nature-based solutions, where you have these natural activities, natural cycles, compared to, say, an enclosed installation where you want to do a waste heat recovery activity in a cement plant, for instance. So that can be challenging. And the fact that it offers so many co-benefits has often meant that it's harder to make sure and set out clearly that this wouldn't have been done by the government, for instance, in question anyway. There's problems of leakage. You protect one area, for instance, against deforestation. Might you just be shifting the activities that could lead to that deforestation to another jurisdiction, or even within the jurisdiction, another area? Impermanence, the risk of reversal of mitigation activities, forest protection or afforestation, for instance. Accounting, something that's very important in the Article 6 negotiations, especially avoiding double counting, but generally just ensuring robust accounting. This has to be guaranteed. I think the IUCN standard is very emphatic about that as well. And finally, many of the legal implications or the legal complications that were mentioned by Fabiano and also previously, that we're talking about contexts, jurisdictional contexts where land tenure rights are often not entirely clear, where you need strong law enforcement capacities to ensure that what has been committed to under such projects is actually carried out, to ensure the benefit sharing and to respect the rights of traditional communities that are living and depending on these forests and other nature-based areas. So there are a number of challenges there. We heard about some principles, one could say. Again, the IUCN standard, for instance, emphasize and sort of reiterate this. I would just set out from a carbon market perspective, which is where I come from, not only looking at nature-based solutions, but some principles more generally. First of all, and I think Christina said this very much at the outset already, and the importance of having these principles, there's a lot of confusion, especially in the private sector. How do we harness this? Can we do this? Will we get backlash? Will this not be a robust project or a robust carbon market activity? So these principles are really very important. They're not just empty academic phrases. First of all, we have to emphasize reductions over removal. So before we start thinking about how to offset activities with, for instance, nature-based solution carbon market activities, we have to encourage companies, for instance, but also jurisdictions to reduce emissions across their supply chains, across the territory. Protection should come before restoration. A lot of the activities in the carbon market have been afforestation projects, for instance. This resonates well with investors, with the public. We're planting trees, it sounds great, but really any hectare that's deforested will take decades to restore. We cannot prioritize afforestation over preventing further deforestation. We don't have that time. So we must prioritize avoiding further deforestation and think of afforestation as a future, if you like, backstop. It can happen in parallel, but really there's a dynamic there, a timeline. And I think these sort of afforestation activities will become more and more valuable over time as we get emissions out of all sectors where we can reduce emissions, energy, transportation, buildings, etc. And we remain with some emissions that we cannot easily eliminate. Process emissions in industry, for instance, some transportation emissions, some land use emissions. That's where the removals from afforestation, for instance, would really, really be valuable and necessary. And finally, there's been a big discussion also about project-level activities versus jurisdiction-level activities. The challenge in much of the carbon market, I'll quickly mention, there's the voluntary carbon market, there's compliance markets. The CDM has seen very, very little use of nature-based solutions. It's partly owed to the existence of the CDM, a Kyoto Protocol flexible mechanism, a Kyoto Protocol carbon market mechanism, if you like, alongside mechanisms such as RED+. So there's reasons for why it was so small, less than 1%. But let's look at the voluntary carbon market currently. About 100 million tons of reductions every year, not huge, but it has grown dramatically. And about almost half, between a third and a half, is based on nature-based solution activities. And so looking at that, jurisdiction versus project, most of these are small projects. This is what's sexy, this is easy to communicate. Companies go in, invest, develop a project, afforest or protect forest. But it's really hard to get those safeguards in place, the legal and institutional framework that ensures that what has been, for instance, conserved will be conserved permanently or in the sufficiently long timeline. To ensure that land tenure rights have been clarified, to ensure that the rights of indigenous peoples are upheld. And that's why there is sort of this conviction that we have to try to scale up, not think only about small projects, the bigger in a way the better, which is not what we normally say, in any context with environmental protection. But in this case, it really, really matters to think large scale and not just bottom up. So having put all that out there, I think, there is potential, there are challenges, there's some principles that can guide us. Article 6 is being negotiated. We have new decisions every 2 or 3 days that are being discussed. The number of brackets has grown over the weekend. This week it's being handed over to the ministers, so ministerial consultations are beginning. There's 2 issues I think that it bears really paying attention to. One is the inclusion of human rights language in the guidance on Article 6.2 and the rules, modalities, procedures for Article 6.4. And the second aspect is accounting, and especially the use of a corresponding adjustment to ensure that there's no double counting of emission reductions, because many of these nature-based solution activities will be outside the scope of current NDCs. And there are countries that argue that, well, if that's the case, you don't need to actually account towards your NDC. There's divisions, there's disagreements about that. We have to ensure that this is not going to be sort of a loophole in which a lot of activities are then undermine ambition under the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for taking the discussion that we had that was on a general basis on the legal frameworks down here to the negotiation, but it really matters, where it really hits the truth. Because, as you said, currently the negotiations on Article 6 are ongoing. Removals, nature-based solutions, not as that term, but in principle are considered to be part of the solution, but safeguards are necessary with regard to non-reversals, additionality, as you said, permanence, but also social and environmental safeguards, and most importantly, robust accounting that avoids double accounting. Thank you so much for bringing this clearly home to us here in this room. And on the list of my speakers, we came to the last but not least speaker. It's a pleasure for me to invite Stuart McGuinness onto the little scene we have here. Stuart is the Global Director of the IUCN and has been working with nature-based solutions within the IUCN. I'm sorry, I just got a no. Worked with nature-based solution for quite some years. Stuart, please, the floor is yours, and we are looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. I'm going to take you very quickly through the about how we actually put in place quality assurance for nature-based solutions. IUCN has been working on nature-based solutions for well over a decade and a half. And as Manuel listed, we've gone through the global standard, and I'm going to take you a little bit through this now. So I'm going to do this with a bit of help from a PowerPoint, because there's several points I want to make. So next slide, please. I think the first thing in really looking at quality assurance, next slide, please, is clarity actually on the definition. And you will hear several times people say, but there's no definition, there's no agreed definition of nature-based solutions. I really respectfully have to say that is not, thank you. I have respectfully to say that is not the case. That we have got a definition here that has been approved by the IUCN membership, 1,500 members, 90 countries. It has been now used by the IPCC, by IPBES, it has been referenced by the G20, by G7. It is reflected and used in something over 3,000 scientific peer-reviewed publications. So there really is, this is, as I said, there is a clear understanding of what nature-based solutions are. I think the other thing that I want to highlight, why it is important that we understand what nature-based solutions are, is because sometimes you can see it represented as simply, and we've talked a lot about this today, in the role of mitigation, and that of course is important, and Michael has elaborated the process around that, but it is much more than that as well. Yesterday we launched the work of the Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Fund, all about nature-based solutions. In fact, where we started working nature-based solutions 15 years ago was around adaptation, was around land degradation, was around food security. So it's really building on that. But one of the great things with investing in nature as an asset is it solves multiple problems at the same time. Our challenge now, and we've heard this already, is really how we start to scale up nature-based solutions. And so IUCN, as I say, we've been working on this here. We've put in place a global facility. I'm not going to talk about the facilities so much, but just to mention that part of this is really looking at a financial catalyst. How do we get more resources into this? And of course, we've been working with public sector funding, but some of the more interesting areas are actually building up private investment funds. And these first three, the Nature+ Accelerator Fund, the Subnational Climate Financing or the Subnational Climate Fund, and the Blue Natural Capital Financing Facility are all driven on public and private sector money. This, the Global EBA Fund, which we highlighted yesterday, is with public sector money. But one of the key things then is if you're going to see this return, Michael's talked about this in quite a lot of detail, then how do we know what needs to be done to actually make sure that investors and regulators and whatever are happy that nature-based solutions is being done well, and how do we actually track progress on that? And that is where we come to the global standard for nature-based solutions, which was explicitly designed to answer this question: how do you do it? How do we know we're getting there? How do we know that we don't run into some of the early problems we ran into with, let's say, REDD+, where there were issues concerning tenure or involvement? And so the standard was built up over, it was developed as a facilitative standard to actually help governments, corporations, NGOs in the design and verification of the work. It could be a project, but it could equally be a policy to support nature-based solutions. It is built on 8 criteria and 28 indicators, and I'll just maybe speak for 30 seconds on these criteria. Manuel's touched on this already. First criteria, it's got to do something. It's got to do something that delivers real benefits to society, whether that's sequester carbon or keep livelihoods resilient in coastal areas or in low-lying areas or in areas prone to landslides or areas prone to droughts. It has got, its metric is the contribution it is making for those societal benefits. The second, and again, Michael's touched on this, it works at scale. It has to be designed at scale. That doesn't mean that we exclude small projects, but even those small projects need to be within a landscape context. They need to understand, because we're working with natural assets. Then it's got to be economically feasible. It's got to pay its way. It's got to have biodiversity net gain, and I'll come to this point in a minute. And it has got to really be embedded in society and be accepted by society. It has to have an inclusive governance arrangement around that. It changes over time. It's not fixed, so we need to be able to have the capacity for adaptive management. And finally, and I think this actually nicely ties up with several of the points made already, we've got to look towards mainstreaming and sustainability. We've got to look at how it fits within legal and regulatory frameworks. If it's going to persist, if it's going to deliver in the long term, then it comes back to the issues of law and regulation and how that fits in. And again, Michael has touched on that very nicely. And that's not just because it's a nice to have, it's because it's an imperative to have if we want to see this being sustainable. It was built on knowledge co-creation. We drew on a range of inputs, both on conservation science, but also social science, traditional knowledge. And again, I want to come back to this point that Manuel made. It is based on the conceptual framework of the ecosystem approach. It draws from the Malawi principles. So it is not an alternative to, it is an operational framework by which that can be realized. And it was done.
Good afternoon, all COP delegates. We kindly remind you to wear your face mask over your mouth and nose at all times during your time at the conference, unless you are in a seated room with appropriate distance, while you are eating or drinking, or are medically exempt. Thank you for your
Okay. Sorry. So I didn't want to compete with that. The other thing is to say this is the union. This is IUCN as a union at work. This was there were 800 individuals scientists, experts, the colleagues from the Commission on Ecosystem Management made a massive effort, but we also consulted with our Indigenous peoples members. We reached out then with the private sector as well. So this was broadly consulted, and it was also designed to be compatible with the ICEL Alliance Code of Good Practice. So it's a robust standard. Now, I just wanted to, I mentioned, I'm going to take you through very quickly how this is applied. So for each criteria, there are a few indicators underneath. And there is guidance there about what that indicator means, and then an additional guidance then to judge whether it's been strongly applied or whether it's insufficient. And so we've got that for the 28 indicators. What I will say is that we have now applied this in Europe, Latin America and Africa, and actually there's been 5 case studies with the Environment Agency here in the United Kingdom looking at at how this works in practice. If any criterion has got an indicator that is insufficient, then that means actually that says this has not met, that is used as a benchmark to say this has not met the nature-based solution standard. And I want to use this is a real life example that we did, it was a very good company we worked with. They were actually putting in a mitigation project. But on this here, and this is what makes this different from other standards, it wasn't a question of just doing no harm, it was a question of building, of enhancing biodiversity. And we actually, as we worked through, we said, this is all great, but while you're not diminishing biodiversity, you're not further enhancing biodiversity. So this became a means by which we say, right, let's put some corrective actions in place so that you can improve that. And so this idea that nature-based solutions is a greenwash or nature-based solutions is an easy way for people to get credits, I can categorically say that's not the case, because it requires not only to do no harm, it requires in demonstrating the need to do some good. Now, very quickly, just to finish off, one thing we've heard again from several, particularly the private sector, is this is great, standards useful, but we would like to verify assurance. And so what we've done now is we've accelerated a track of work where we will actually put in place an MBS standard. What we are going to, while IUCN will retain the right and oversight on the standard, what we want to do is we want to work collaboratively with other standard setting organizations so that that module or component can be brought in and work in conjunction with that. So you can see we're working with the Union for Ethical Biotrade, the Gold Standard, FSC, Fairtrade. We're having discussions and working proactively with them to see how we design this certification module that then can complement the work that they are doing already. And very finally, I just want to say, so what can COP26 deliver for nature? And I just really want to repeat what Manuel has said already. I honestly believe the momentum is established from the World Leaders Summit to the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action. There's been multiple events, multiple high-level statements, and including commitments for funding. And I do acknowledge that there are still some divergent views, and we need to listen to those views. That is how we built up this standard. We need to listen to those views, respect them, take that on board. And we've actually got an international steering committee now, which Manuel will be part of, to help us continually improve that. But equally, I think we've got to recognize nature-based solutions are here to stay. I think it really, you've heard this several times, it does offer this practical framework to conserve biodiversity and at the same stage address the challenges of climate change, both from a mitigation and from an adaptation perspective. And finally, again, I just want to repeat what Bruno said and what Manuel said. What would be really helpful now is an explicit reference to MBS within the covering decision of COP that would really help us harness momentum, that would give confidence to states and non-state actors to move ahead and further roll out nature-based solutions. Thank you very much, Christina.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and let me commend you, the IUCN, and your team on the work on nature-based solutions. Let me mention Sandeep Gupta, Adriana Vidal, Angela Andrade, and many others who work on this. And also sometimes, or these days, the IUCN moves so quickly that's not always possible to follow suit in the internal changes. I do apologize, Stuart. Stuart is the Deputy Director General, so it was a mistake of mine when I introduced you. I do apologize. Thank you very much to all the speakers so far. It was a very rich introduction into the issue of nature-based solutions and the need for legal regulation and where do we find it in the context of this COP. It's a great pleasure for me to invite you back here on the stage. There are some chairs, maybe not enough as we had speakers. Please, Michael, Manuel, Stuart, Pascal. Bruno has left. Fabiano is still online. And I would like to welcome the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law's Deputy Chair, Mr. Ayman Chekawi, to moderate the discussion and also to include the audience when you see it fit. Ayman, the floor is yours. You use the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Christina, would you also like to join the panel, perhaps? Christina, would you also like to join the panel?
Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this fascinating exchanges. We heard from Christina about science, we heard about the publication, we heard about important interfaces with the Paris Agreement. From Mr. Oberle, we heard a call for synergies and cooperation at the global level, and a call that was echoed in many ways in the interventions that then followed. From Mr. Guinaud, we heard about the exemplary case of Costa Rica, both in terms of what it has achieved, but also what it is planning still to achieve. From Mr. Pulgar Vidal, we heard about where we are and what we must do for the NBS to fully capture its potential, clarity, credibility. We then heard, of course, from Michael, more elements of substance in terms of the important considerations around Article 6 and those interfaces. We also had important comments from Fabiano, actually, just before Michael, that went into more detail about the land sector and how that leverages interfaces with, in terms of sinks and emissions with nature-based solutions. And finally, but certainly not least, from Mr. McGuinness, we heard about the challenges, but also the definition that has been adopted, the consultative process that was reached, used cases as well, and the fact that it is very much an alternative to ecosystem-based approaches. So at this point in time, I would like to give you perhaps an opportunity in the order in which you intervene to perhaps react to what you've heard from the other speakers, and then we'll provide some moment to, of course, listen to comments and feedback from the audience, if that's okay with you. Thank you. So, Christina, perhaps would you like to react first to what you heard so far? Thank you. I have another microphone, actually. I'll keep this one.
I think mine.
It works. Okay.
I have.
Thank you.
No, I think what we see is the level issue of nature-based solutions. Of course, there is the global standard that Stuart explained to us, which is very important to garner our thinking and imagination and knowledge around nature-based solutions, but drawing it then back to the national circumstances. Each country is different, has different emission portfolios, different possibilities to address climate change and biodiversity at the same time, requires a very good and deep and solid knowledge of these national conditions, in which then also the legal frameworks that Fabiano explained to us very well need to be seen and need to be understood. And I can just encourage everyone here in the room and us on this panel to work for increasing the legal capacity in this field, for really understanding what is needed to make nature-based solution real, effective, and fair, and lasting, and all that. And I think drawing from your experience, Pascal, from Costa Rica, but also Peru is playing its very important part, is a very helpful input into the global discourse on this issue. Thank you very much. I'll put it back to you.
Thank you very much. So I'd now like to give the floor to the very charismatic president of COP20, as was indicated by Christina.
Thank you. Thank you. My reactions are around three main points. The first one, it is what Stuart mentioned as a standard that it has been developed to facilitate. That is really, really important, and also with clear mechanism to track and to test how useful it could be. I think that is really important. The committee, we hope, that can keep this good track towards making more progress with the use of the standard. Second element, the scale. That is a key element. It is not a nature-based solutions, it is again a small project, but if we really want to produce what the standard and what the concept is saying to us, a scale, it is a key element. And finally, something that we should have into consideration, it is your mention on the difficulties with the Article 6, and the compliance markets and the corresponding adjustment. All that discussion on one side, and on the other side, the discussions around demand side, supply side, and integrity. So let me say in this way, this is quickly. Probably there is some mistake that we are having when we are planning to address what it is behind the critics to this instrument, going box by box. So markets, nature-based solutions, RED Plus, and all those. Probably what we have to agree, it is that we must think in framing principles that must be the main one to, after that, continue developing this kind of instrument to address or to achieve, our objective. Real reductions, it is the top priority of all these conference. So the point is that what we must secure, it is to avoid the bad use of this instrument, to avoid to fulfill with their own obligations. So let's also think about that.
Thank you very much. Seize opportunities and avoid bad use. Let's look towards Fabiano now, please. Fabiano, would you like to react? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was actually very thought-provoking and interesting to listen to all the speakers. And I think the challenge we have at hand is, in fact, to disseminate more the relevance of nature-based solutions, and then to promote more interaction and sharing of lessons learned and experiences of countries in designing regulations and norms that can operationalize that at national level according to national contexts and challenges. The work that we did in the climate change specialist group was a small contribution in that regard, showing that countries have already, in fact, been developing different experiences, for instance, in enhancing forest protection through improved rules on how to control conversion of forests to other uses, but also to more innovative aspects, such as including activities from the agriculture and land sector in carbon offsets and pricing schemes. So I think there is a need really to build further on that and to expand this sharing of knowledge, because of course laws and regulations are always context sensitive, but the experiences and lessons that countries can share to one another is, I think, a really big contribution to further expanding these important measures that nature-based solutions can represent. Thank you.
Thank you, and therefore I'll go right away to Mr. Giraud in terms of this type of experience sharing and what's your perspective on this. Thank you. There's your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, clearly there are many lessons to be learned, and I think learning by doing is probably the best way to go. Perhaps my reflection, listening to many of you today, is there's a creative tension I sense between sticking to standards and developing standards, and the reason why, for example, in these negotiations, why Article 6 has been so difficult to gavel as an article from the Paris Agreement is that we need international standards, and we need international standards that need to be upheld with new ways of working. And I think I found very interesting the idea of the standard presented by Stuart, in the sense that we are trying to increase ambition, increase our standards and the robustness of the systems we're trying to put into place. But we're also facing difficulties, and I think these difficulties can't be underestimated. They have to do with how you fit these international standards into national regulatory realities. And this is, I think, a challenge that's going to go on for some years still, in the sense that how can we cater for national differences, but without losing the rigor of international standards. And that's, I think, it's a trade-off, but it's also a creative tension I think we have to really work with. And I really like the approach of having an adaptive management approach to this, being to learning by doing, but also be able to build on experience and really try to push forward on this. And similarly, I'd like to finish on another challenge that I see is really looking at adaptation co-benefits, and we really need to go beyond the siloing of adaptation and mitigation. And I think nature-based solutions brings us some very, very concrete examples of how to do that. And I still think that we have a long way to go to be able to adopt these kinds of standards in adaptation and to really build on those synergies in a much more systematic fashion.
Thank you very much. Michael, Mr. Giraud was talking about gaveling Article 6. How we could perhaps gavel some measure of synergy between Article 6 and NBS in the context of this COP. You also outlined challenges and opportunities that are connected to these synergies, and you've heard from speakers just before additional elements to that. What would be your reaction? Thank you.
Merci, Ayman. If I had, the solution to get a quick gavel, I would be sitting elsewhere right now. But no, I think, it really echoes and builds on what the previous speaker said. We have this tremendous potential there, but we also have the perception that it could be a shortcut, that there's ways to manipulate this. And so addressing that requires addressing the tensions. I really like that word, creative tensions, because it is between flexibility and prescriptiveness, between integrity and ambition, but also taking advantage of the potential. These are often trade-offs. And I think the way we do it is at all levels, there's no shortcut. It is hard work. Political leadership in the negotiations, the bottom-up work of standardization, of thinking through the issues, and ultimately what was also just mentioned, so the capacity building, the education, the engagement and dissemination. All of us, I think, are appealed to. It's a mandate to all of us, because nature and all of us who depend on nature depend on having this process.
Thank you very much. So there's a mandate, it seems. In terms of adaptation and mitigation, Stuart, you were keen to also address that in your presentation. You went into a healthy amount of detail about the process that you followed. Is there anything that you would like to react to from what you've heard so far from our speakers? Thank you.
Thanks. I'd just like to build on what the speakers have said by reflecting on a little bit of research that the Commission on Ecosystem Management and ourselves did a couple of years ago about what stopped. If we all believe nature-based solutions so fantastic, what's stopping moving forward? 3 things I think came up time and again. Number one was that scale. You mentioned this. If it's a projectized approach, it's beautiful. It lasts as long as the project lasts. The second one that came up was the issue of governance. And the very fact is that it did not, if we're working across landscapes, if we're working across different sectors, then often, we know the classic example of environment and agricultural policy clashing up against each other. I think this reinforces the fundamental importance of having this view on laws and regulations and pursuing what I think used to be called in the old days joined up government, so that you actually do that. And I would say actually, as an example, I had the privilege of working for about 5 years in Costa Rica in the 1990s. It's not a surprise Costa Rica did this. Costa Rica put in CINAC, the Sistema Integrated Areas de Conservación, which got agriculture, water, everything working together. They've got 30 years on this, So I think that's the second part. And the third one, I think, is this idea of not going alone, being able to find nature-based solution in complement to other solutions as well. That's where its real strength lies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in terms of skill, governance, and capturing the additionality component and where the real strength lands. And you also mentioned the rule of law and lawyers in this regard and legislation, and I'm sure it hasn't fallen in deaf ears with Christina here and many of the law-inclined participants. So now I would like to turn to our audience and ask if anybody would like to react, if they could raise their hand so that I may identify them. I see a reaction over there. Introduce yourself briefly, and then please ask your question or make a comment. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Tejas Rao, and I'm from India. I'm an associate fellow with the Center for International Sustainable Development Law. We heard a lot about how nature-based solutions need governance and legislation and partnerships to avoid siloing these nature-based solutions. I was wondering if there was any comment on how the Sustainable Development Goals could promote these partnerships and promote this governance, and also how legal principles like common concern of humankind could be incorporated to strengthen the concept of nature-based solutions and governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's try and take another two before we... I see two hands that raised rather straight up. So please, if you could also start making your way so we could earn some time. Please, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Lauren Gifford. I'm a researcher at the University of Arizona in the U.S. And I'm just curious what permanence looks like in the context of a nature-based solution.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, Gavin Edwards with WWF International, working with Manuel. We saw the Canadian government a few days ago commit $1 billion of its ODA on climate to nature-based solutions. We've seen the French government commit 30%, President Macron, of its ODA funding to nature, and a $3 billion commitment from the UK government. So I guess it's more of a question to Stuart. Do you see a role for the IUCN in working and partnering with governments to ensure we have the best NBS with that kind of big money that's about to flow in the next few years? Thank you.
Thank you. I just realized I hadn't looked at that side of the audience, and I want to make sure that I didn't forget anybody that may have had a question to ask on this side. You have one, sir? Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I was very moved with the presentations, and I want to find out with this nature-based solution, my country, Cameroon. I'm Harrison Noko. I'm the executive director of an NGO based in Cameroon called AJESH, and we've actually been looking forward to working on this nature-based solution program with even my government. And I want to find out how is this program going to be introduced especially into African content, particularly in my country, Cameroon, where IUCN is really much involved, and how are we going to triangulate this private public sector partnership to enhance nature-based solution? Because within my organization, we actually discussing at the level of IUCN Yaoundé to see how we can push this agenda of nature-based solution, but integrating it in the private sector and all of that is actually a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will follow the reverse order in terms of looking at the panel so that they may react to the questions or comments that they may choose. And I'll start with Stuart. I hope you're not too surprised.
So I maybe to try and pull a couple of these questions together. I think this was part of the reason why we actually very early on thought about getting ahead of the game at this stage and starting to try and identify what was best practice with the standard. It was precisely in anticipation that we would start to see, well, I think two things, in anticipation that we'd start to see movement, but also that in order to encourage movement, you could say, well, here's what it means, here's what it really, what it looks like. So I do think actually there is a role, and now again for IUCN, I mean, I think we mean the union, not just the secretariat. We mean this fantastic array of expert commissioners that we have, from law to ecosystem management, and many of you are IUCN members. We are working with, in fact, WWF. We're setting up a Pacific hub on restoration with WRI, WWF, to really give that sort of technical capacity that Harrison was mentioning. We are also looking at trying to put in place regional hubs precisely and that was this whole idea of the facility, to look at both in an integrated way, the knowledge and capacity, the policy, and the policy, and obviously including legal and regulatory and the finance as well. So that's what we're really trying to do, is to build that up and to use the strength of this union so that we can be there and we can be responsive. And it's not just stuck at the sort of at a beautiful conceptual level at the international, but it is taken down both to the national and critically to the subnational level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uniting the conceptual to on-the-ground impact. Michael.
All right. I was just commiserating. It's this on-off. It's really. So I'll take the question by my friend Tejas Rao as a lawyer, as two lawyers, really. I think we relate, and I want to pick up again on those creative tensions that you mentioned before, because I think it's a good way to explain it. For non-lawyers, it's often not entirely clear how such non-binding principles, sustainable development goals, common concern of humankind, and many other principles, what effect do they have if they're not binding, not enforceable? There's no accountability, really. And it's exactly in operationalizing and finding a balance between the trade-offs in such tensions, between, say, a universal standard that yet is flexible enough for local circumstances to be reflected, that makes an opportunity still attractive, yet not undermines ambition, integrity, etc. So there's so many of these trade-offs that have to be navigated, and finding the right balance is often then guided. That's where these SDGs, for instance, where these principles play an important role, because they help us interpret the intentional ambiguities in the Paris Agreement, and also even in the operational decisions that we hope to see out of this week. There will still be a lot of ambiguity. That's where we need those principles to guide us in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Fabiano, you outlined a lot of substantive perspectives of high relevance to our considerations. Is there any comment or question you would like to react to?
Yeah, I think I'd like also to pick up on the SDGs and the integrative role that they have been performing. Even though they are soft law, I think they have penetrated and been integrated so much into national agendas at different levels, but also in the private sector. And of course, you have SDG 14 on life on land, so that all relates to nature-based solutions. I think there is a challenge really of promoting, based on these multiple international targets, more integrated policymaking at national level, and then of providing, as I mentioned before, an enabling legal framework that can help to operationalize that through enforcement and effective implementation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Giraud.
Yes, I'd like to address the question on permanence, which I thought was a very interesting question, because obviously, on the one hand, mitigation needs to have permanence, and we need to manage stocks of forests over the long term, and to have stable ecosystems and provision of ecosystem services over the long term too. So we do need permanence. But we also need flexibility, and we're also facing a changing climate. I think ecosystems will also evolve under a changing climate, and probably some ecosystems will provide fewer services, even if we do manage to get all of the Paris Agreement up and running. There's still enough inertia in the climate system to impact ecosystem service provisions over many decades. So I think we're really facing a moving target, where sure we can provide for the permanence of services, but again we're going to have to be flexible and adapt over time to changes in the natural environment, but also changes in the institutional environment and the social realities. Finally, I think one of the challenges I just want to flag, Costa Rica is getting underway with the nature-based, the payment of environmental services based on result-based approaches under the GCF. And one of the big challenges that we're seeing is also getting a lot of the data and the information, the indicators, to be able to follow and monitor a lot of these issues related to what Stuart presented in the standard. How do you monitor that? How do you make sure over time that you can really measure things consistently over time and have a real reliable baseline? It sounds easy, it's really difficult.
Thank you very much. Permanence, flexibility, data. Manuel, you outlined three key principles in your earlier remarks. Is there anything you would like to add to reflect on at this point?
Yes, I would like to connect the first question from my friend from India and Gavin's question, because for sure the SDGs will ever can contribute to give a good framework, the vision, but let's be pragmatic, because the point it is we do need to secure high quality interventions on nature-based solutions. For that, IUCN is doing a great work. But also we must think on how can we do that in a even more pragmatic way. So what could be the way to do it? By creating new governance body? No. Probably by thinking, okay, if we are planning to move nature-based solutions into government, let's see with NDCs. Let's see how can we promote nature-based solutions through NDCs in government, through national adaptation plans, through that are those instruments that are reflecting what we are trying to address. That would be the most pragmatic way to do it. And the same in relation to finance, to that money that it is starting to flow. What it is fantastic. But if those countries with all their goodwill to put that money could start to throw money into a non-quality interventions, that would be like, no? So the point is, fully agree with Gavin, what could we do to also to tell to who is trying to put money in goodwill, in good faith, be careful. Do it in a way in which this money really will contribute or can contribute to our objective. So standards and high quality rules, pragmatic ways to implement, and ways to secure that the money can contribute and not can damage.
Thank you very much. Christina, let's go a full 360 degrees. You opened this meeting, you were very attentive to all the remarks. What are some closing remarks that you'd like to impart to us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayman. We are already out of time, but I would like to thank everyone, all the speakers who came here today, for sharing your views, your takes on nature-based solution from your different vantage points, from your different points of experience. I think we all can agree it's a very rich discussion. It's a discussion that just started. There is so much more to say, so much more to do. I would also like to thank the audience for spending your time with us for these 90 minutes and for your questions. And to Ayman, of course, for wonderfully moderating this session. I think we are part of the solution by looking at nature-based solutions, and every one of us will have to play a role in making them operational, but also making them fair and equitable at scale and functioning in a way that contributes to environmental and social benefits. Thank you so much, and see you soon. Thank you.
I'm very Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon's session on forests as natural capital. My name is Mark Wishney with the BTG Pactual Timberland Investment Group, and I'm very pleased to introduce my co-hosts for the session, Chris Webb from the Nature Conservancy and Kelvin Ailey from Conservation International. Before we get started into the bulk of the session, we're very pleased to be able to invite up to the podium Deputy Special Envoy for Climate, Dr. Jonathan Pershing, who will say a few opening words. Dr. Pershing. Sure.
So can you all hear me? Great, thanks very much. It's really a great pleasure and an honor to be here. So I had the chance to travel about a month ago for about 2 weeks in Africa. And one of the things that I was struck by was how much energy and how much engagement there is across the continent. But one of the things that I was also struck by is how little information often makes it, how financing and the connective tissue that brings some of the capacity, the investment that's growing globally, the information that's available around the world, often that doesn't seem to have made the leap and the transition. And I think this particular program, thinking around the initiatives here on the action plan for the continent, are going to be absolutely central. If we think about both institutionally, how we put the pieces together, who the partners are going to be, I think that this is the kind of coalition that really has to grow. I am struck as I look at the world's evolution in a couple of pieces about the continent. The first one is that there are probably more people there who have done less to create the problem and will see more of the impacts than virtually any other part of the world. So it's quite clear that an adaptation conversation is going to be absolutely central to solving what are the primary and principal impacts of climate. But I'm also struck by the future. This is one of the youngest places in the world. This is a community of people who will live through this next generation. They're just getting started, and there's an enormous potential opportunity to mitigate both climate and to grow economies and have a very different path forward. I think it's very easy to talk about leapfrogging. We do it all the time. We say, it'll be very straightforward. Africa leapfrogged on the telephony exercise. Nobody has a landline. Everyone's got a cell phone. That's true, but it doesn't happen automatically. And it doesn't necessarily happen in the climate space unless we provide specific and concrete support for the transition. And I think that's a second thing that we really need to focus our attention on. The third thing is that the United States has been a little absent from this conversation for a number of years. And I think that one of the things we are actively seeking to do is to re-engage. My own trip there was part of that conversation. Samantha Power, who's the new head of the U.S. Agency for International Development, was here. It's part of her conversation. We have senior leaders from across our government who have been here, engaged with their African counterparts, with the AU, with other institutions looking at the financial investment side. So we're really trying to be back in a much more substantial way. And I thought it'd be useful just to say a few words about some of the things that we've got in train that are driving that forward. So we've got this thing called the Development Finance Corporation. It's a mechanism that essentially provides preferential concessional capital into the market to really kind of drive new agendas. It's backed up by essentially loan guarantees that the US government holds. So it's this entire initiative structure that really enables private capital to move, because some of the risks that are associated with that, particularly investment in places that are currently relatively higher risk, can't get that access. The DFC is essentially creating that kind of connection. And we now have targets not just for energy, but for nature-based solutions. We've now got programs that deal not just with the middle income economies, but with some of the lower income economies that will be central to driving that significant change. We're also looking at ways to crowd in private capital. The idea is not to say, governments have this covered, don't worry. The idea is to say, how do you create investment opportunities? If you can do that well, if you bring in that private capacity, if you do partnerships, if you create corporate connections, that will develop not just the one project, but an entire ecosystem in the country, in the place, that will drive that future level of ambition. It's also very easy to talk about some things like clean energy. But I'd like to say a few words about some of the other sectors, because Africa clearly needs more energy. The lack of capacity on the energy side is huge. We often talk about that. What about the other pieces? Where's the ag sector going? How do we think about transportation? One of the places that I spent some time was in rural Senegal. I was struck at the capacity limitations. For the rainy season, you cannot get a truck out of the land and into the capital for an export market. And there isn't a cold chain that maintains the produce to a point where it can get out in a sustainable manner and make that available for a market growth opportunity. Those are things that mean construction of roads, but those roads could be roads for electric vehicles. Those roads could open up doors without being unsustainable because they provide an entire economic development plan. You want to do them with that in mind. You don't want to do them blindly. You want to create these sustainable pathways that open up an economic development model and yet keep the emissions down, keep the deforestation down, manage the land sustainably, and create communities of practice that can still work. We put together a major program on adaptation in the US. It's one of the few times where I think a government acronym fits well. It's called PREPARE. Not a bad acronym. It's the President's Plan for Resilience and Adaptation. It's a really clever acronym. It's got a number of different pieces in it. One piece is directly about knowledge. What do we know? How do we share that information? Things, for example, like early warnings for storms or for droughts. A second part is on policies and measures. It's not that we don't have ideas of what to do. It's that often those policies get lost in translation. They're not tailored to an economy or to a country's circumstance. So part of what we're seeking to do is really the tailoring on the policies and measures side. And the third piece is finance. This is not free. We're not assuming that it's free. We're assuming that we, as a major player, as a donor country with capacity, are seeking to step up our game and work on that finance component. Finance both for resilience and preparation. Finance for infrastructure that could help you build the capacity to be more resilient, but also finance for education and training and community development that will make this much more ripe and much more relevant as we move forward. So I'm struck by a couple of these different pieces going forward, and I want to just close with a couple of final thoughts really around some of the things that I saw there that I think are critical for this conversation. Because I spent several days in the Congo. I was both in the DRC and I was across the river in Brazzaville. While I was in Brazzaville, I had a chance to visit one of the national parks. It didn't work while I was in Kinshasa, but it did work out of Brazzaville. And I was really struck by a couple of pieces. This is probably the last most intact rainforest in the world. There is no way we're going to solve the climate problem if we cut that forest down. But there's probably also no way that we're going to maintain the economic equilibrium of the nations that are there, that are surrounding that forest, unless we can find a growth path, an economically sustainable, community-oriented mechanism where people stay and want to stay because there's an economic livelihood, but do so in such a way that it doesn't destroy not just the biodiversity, but the very carbon stock that the world needs. We need to find economic mechanisms. We need to find ways to bring people in the tourist capacity. We need to find ways to make payments available for those ecosystem services. All of that, for the first time in my mind, is now moving at scale. What was exciting to me was not these kinds of things that we here do at this conference, it was the energy on the ground. It was the kind of engagement of local communities in their future and the deep desire to connect with us who have expertise and finance, but to connect us to their world where the practical application on the ground occurs. I think the AU is a critical player. Thanks to the Nature Conservancy for its work in this conversation, really driving a lot of this forward. All of us, I think, needs to be partners in this agenda, but to me, it's an incredibly exciting agenda. It offers a real opportunity going forward, and I'm looking forward to the partnership that we'll have. So thank you all so much for the work and for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pershing. So with that, we'll turn to the main body of the session. Just to let everyone know the planned run of show, so we have some conversation that we'd like to have here among the co-hosts and with you in the audience. We also have a couple of pre-recorded discussions that allow us to bring some other voices into the conversation, and so we'll also hear from some of the, sorry, I was instructed to take my mask off, some of the leading scientists in the field to discuss the scientific basis for natural climate solutions for NCS and nature-based investment. And we'll also hear from some of the investors who are leading the way on new initiatives to drive capital into nature-based solutions at scale. So I'd like to start, though, by just asking each of my co-hosts, and maybe I'll start with you, Kelvin, just to talk a little bit about why it is that this is an important space for Conservation International, and what is it that is bringing Conservation International to focus on nature-based solutions within the broad scope of your conservation work?
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be there. Just wanted to say thanks to my fellow panelists as well. If we look at the topic that we're discussing, forest as natural capital, this pretty much epitomizes Conservation International. You know, our focus on people and nature, really focus on natural climate solutions. Probably most of us are aware that the research out there shows that, you know, in order for us to get to that goal of 1.5 degrees, that, you know, nature has the potential for 30%, providing 30% of that mitigation. And in addition to that, that also allows us to be able to provide not just the climate benefits, but also protect biodiversity and support local communities. So why CI is involved? It's because this is the #1 challenge of our lifetime, and we really want to focus on how we can achieve the 1.5, but also protect species and help local communities as well.
Terrific, thank you. Chris, would you mind just sharing some thoughts from the Nature Conservancy's perspective?
Great, thanks everyone. Hi. I've been working covering COPs since 2007, so the Bali COP. And for me, that was a real personal sort of enlightenment. And for those that were there will remember that that's when forests got on the agenda really for the first time in a meaningful way. Reduced emissions from deforestation and degradation. So I'll just start by sort of reflecting on, it's taken us 14 years, but this COP has really felt like a turning point for nature. And that's really important. As we've just heard, we can't get a 1.5 without nature. And actually, we can't get to that nature piece without forests. Forests are somewhere around about 60% of that nature opportunity. So we're here today to really talk about forests and how do we bring in at scale private sector capital to deploy sustainable forest solutions globally. You know, for us, the failure of the private sector to really invest in scale here is a failure, is a market failure. We still aren't pricing these positive externalities. And there's a role for NGOs and the public sector to help the private sector here. We can help them better understand and have more accurate ways of just depicting risk and return in this space. We also have skills that are really complementary but needed, whether that's cutting edge science, whether it's relationships with indigenous groups and communities on the ground or policymakers all around the world. So really, I think what we're going to explore today is the power of collaboration to unlock that scale of finance. So we're here to do that, to raise the bar and to deliver some durable solutions for sustainable forestry around the world together.
Terrific, thank you. And I'll add for the part of BTG Pactual, for those who don't know my organization, we're the largest investment bank in Latin America. We also have a large investment platform that invests in forests and sustainably managed forests. And we see a tremendous opportunity to raise the bar on how forests are managed. We think that nature-based solutions really is another way of describing the full complement of benefits that we can deliver from well-managed, sustainably managed forests that can deliver both financial returns, but also deliver significant climate benefits and benefits for communities and for biodiversity. And we think that in order to capture that opportunity, that collaboration with organizations like the Nature Conservancy and Conservation International and others is critical to strengthen the skill sets that we have, to leverage that science and to build new tools that allow us to not just deliver on that potential, but also to be able to measure, quantify, and report on what we've actually delivered on the ground. So we're very excited at what the future holds, and we're very excited at the opportunities that we think we see in front of us. What we'd like to do now is start off with our first pre-recorded session. Last week we had a conversation with several of the scientists who have been really doing the cutting-edge research over the last several years to describe what it is that natural climate solutions are and what they can deliver for climate. So I'd like to go ahead and start that video if we could. I'm very pleased to welcome our first set of panelists, Dr. Bronson Griscom, Senior Director, and Dr. Anand Rupson, Senior Manager at the Natural Climate Solutions Center at Conservation International, and Dr. Susan Cook-Patton, Senior Forest Restoration Scientist at the Nature Conservancy.
A lot of folks ask this question, what are natural climate solutions? And I think the first thing I point out is that, so nature can provide a lot of different things, right? From actually mitigating or sort of providing a solution to global warming to actually adapting to global warming, okay? So natural climate solutions, that term that we use is referring to that mitigation part. So what does that mean? That means either avoiding emissions by avoiding the destruction of natural ecosystems, or enhancing removals by restoring ecosystems. Okay, so and of course we want to do both of those things at once. They need to happen at once, and there's no there's no reason you have to sort of focus on one or the other. How do we do that? So there are three different ways of doing those two things. One is, of course, what we think of as sort of classic conservation, which is protecting natural ecosystems. Whether we were talking about forest, grasslands, savanna, wetland ecosystems, all sorts of ecosystems need to be protected to avoid emissions. At the other end of the spectrum is essentially restoring the integrity of ecosystems that have been damaged. And so that both of those hold huge potential. But then there's a third category that is really in between those two, which is the improved management of working lands, production lands, right? So we're really talking about climate smart forestry and climate smart agriculture. And so for all those lands that we need to keep producing the things that we need, the food and the fiber that we need, we can actually, we can improve our practices in those landscapes so that we avoid losing soil carbon, we avoid losing carbon from trees and working forests, and so we actually bring in more carbon into those ecosystems, which makes them healthier and actually makes them produce better in many cases. So both the avoided emissions and the enhanced sinks can be achieved in working lands while still producing the food and fiber that we need. So we put all those three things together: protect, improve management, and restore, and it adds up to actually a tremendous potential contribution to climate change. We and others estimate that it's it's upwards of 10 or more gigatons or billions of tons of CO2 climate mitigation per year potential, and that's even constrained by cost. So the cost effective, and that's about from a quarter to a third of the climate solutions that we need to limit warming below 2 degrees. So.
There is no such thing as a single solution to climate change. We need all of them. Often people think about natural climate solutions as a distraction from needed fossil fuel emissions, and I totally disagree with that. We absolutely need fossil fuel emissions reductions. That's foundational. But at the same time, we're going to need natural climate solutions as well to prevent additional carbon from being lost from our lands, as well as removing carbon from the atmosphere if we hope to keep our Earth at a comfortable temperature going forward.
I often hear in discussions and debates around natural climate solutions this concern that natural climate solutions are a distraction or could be a distraction from fossil fuel emission reductions. And so I would sort of emphatically say we have to get past that notion of an either or. That sort of, if we do this, it will be a distraction from that, or in either direction. So I'm absolutely agreeing with Susan's response.
So the nice thing about natural climate solutions, and the way I like to talk about them, is a menu. And you can present that menu to almost anywhere on the world and say, okay, here are the options that are most promising for you in your location. Like, now you pick, what are the ones that are going to work for you, given your political, economic, social, cultural environment. And, you know, we as scientists can help you understand the implications of your choices for carbon, for cost, for biodiversity. So you can make informed choices about what's the best natural climate solution to deploy, you know, where I specifically am.
Completely on board with what Susan and Bronson is saying. And I just want to reflect on something actually Susan said earlier, is that, you know, countries are in different pathways of their development, and there's different social and economic pressures. And so one country might be better able to reduce emissions, and country might be better able to restore landscapes. And so providing this suite of options, just like Bronson said, of like, we need to go into the toolbox and empty out, basically just shake every tool we have to reduce our emissions at this point in time, is really important and can't be stated more.
I often say, you know, if tackling climate change is like building a house, reforestation, for example, is a hammer. You know, can you build a house with a hammer alone? Like, absolutely not. But do you need a hammer to build the house? Yes, it's a valuable tool, and you're not going to be able to tackle climate change, build a house without that tool. And Bronson mentioned earlier, like, there are ways to deploy natural climate solutions incorrectly, just as you can use a hammer and smash your thumb. So you want to make sure that you're using the tool sort of wisely and to the best of its ability. So the myth that I would like to bust is maybe two myths. The first is that natural climate solutions equals tree planting. And the other is that there is a sole single solution to climate change, and usually it's tree planting. That's not true. First of all, there's sort of 20 or so odd natural climate solutions, depending on where you are, that span forests, wetlands, grasslands, agricultural lands, and protection, management, and restoration actions, as we've been discussing today. Forests are very powerful natural climate solutions, and reforestation is one of the very promising ones. But we don't always have to plant the trees. We like to plant trees. Everyone likes to plant trees. I like to plant trees. But sometimes we can just step out of the way and let nature regrow on its own for a fraction of the cost and the effort when conditions are right. So that's the important thing to remember, that there are lots of different ways to get trees back into the landscape. And so that other sort of myth that, you know, there is one sole solution that we can use to tackle climate change, that's unfortunately not true. You know, if there was that solution, we would have deployed it by now. If there was one single solution, it would be to reduce our reliance on fossil fuel. That is fundamental. But we're also going to need to remove additional carbon from the atmosphere, which is where natural climate solutions can be particularly helpful.
I think we've established the science when, you know, we manage our forests well, and using reduced impact logging as an example, we can deliver not only on the climate, but also on biodiversity and community benefits. And I think most importantly, what's, you know, we've moved towards is that we can verify those benefits through independent, recognized standards, such as the community and climate and biodiversity standards under the VCS, a voluntary carbon standard, as an example. So we're not only saying these things, but we can validate them now through independent agencies. I think that estimate I quoted earlier in terms of the global production forest of being over a billion hectares, that's the official designation. But actually that number is higher because many communities, especially remote communities, are involved in extractive industry, in extractive processes in lands that they've, you know, historically and customarily owned in the world. And so it's an important lifeline in terms of access for, you know, revenue generation and engagement with private sector companies in terms of providing public services, because they're so remote, they don't have access to central government as well. So there's a huge, what I would say, interconnectedness between how forests are managed and their use and their value to communities.
So just one last thing to mention. Essentially, I think this is really both to the investor community, the business community, and to the policy community. is that for reasons which I don't fully understand, natural climate solutions are vastly underinvested, whether it's private sector financing or public sector financing, as compared to other climate solutions that are out there. Okay, so it's not just that we need to expand the pie of investment, again, public and private investment in climate solutions. We absolutely do, right? We've been talking about all of it. We need to massively increase investment across all sectors. But it's that relative to the opportunity that we see, natural climate solutions are relatively underinvested in. Okay, so there needs to be a bigger pie, and NCS on basic principles should be a bigger slice of that pie given the cost-effective potential of it. So then, one might ask, and I ask myself, why is that? Why is it that natural climate solutions are underinvested? I think there are probably a variety of reasons for that. But I will say this, one is probably just the monitoring and sort of science behind it. People have concerns about that. We have come a long way in the past decade in improving and sort of the scientific rigor of the sort of monitoring and accounting around these systems. So that's really exciting. So it tees us up for a lot of action that we can be doing right now. So that's point number one. Point number two is, land management is complicated. It's very complicated, and it affects a lot of people. But as, again, I think reflecting things that Anand has said and that Susan said and that I have said, is that that's not a reason not to do this. That's a reason to do this, okay? Because if we do it right, we can solve a lot of problems in the land space while bringing in this essentially new source of energy and financing to change behavior, okay? So in effect, that's not a bug, that's a feature. The complexity of lands and the complexity of sort of the human managed and people in lands is actually one of the reasons why natural climate solutions has the opportunity to provide all the benefits that we talked about, right? Climate, social justice, biodiversity conservation. We should be thinking about all those things in the places that we're working.
We're calling it natural climate solutions, but to re-emphasize, is actually a really people-focused intervention where the climate is there and the community is there and biodiversity is there and it's delivering on all those outcomes. You're not going to only choose one or the other. And I think that's a strength for us as moving forward with NCS. It's delivering on multiple outcomes across much needed landscape.
Thank you very much, Bronson, Anand, and Susan, for that very interesting discussion and for all the work that you have done to advance our understanding of natural climate solutions. So thank you to all of those folks for those comments and for all the research that they've done. To have a bit of discussion about what we just heard, maybe Kelvin, I'll ask you if that's all right. Both Bronson and Anand touched on at the end the complexity of natural climate solutions. We're talking about investments in rural landscapes or activities in rural landscapes that are really focused around changing the way that land is managed, whether that's enhancing protection, improving management, or restoring landscapes. And I wonder, from your perspective, from Conservation International's perspective, what is how do you think about the role of communities and local peoples in natural climate solutions initiatives or natural climate solutions work?
Well, thank you, Mark. I think this is an excellent question. I would say that we as an organization are very committed to the fact that in order for us to be able to achieve any of these objectives, we have to engage indigenous people and local communities. It's a must. So this is essential and a sort of a critical part of what we do. And CI is obviously, our agenda is focused on protect, manage, and restore. We focus on protecting those natural forest ecosystems, managing those lands that need to be improved. But on the restoration side, there's no way we can get through scale with restoring the kind of degraded landscapes that needs to be restored in order for us to get to that global target. And in order for that to happen, we engage communities. CI has been one of the organizations out there that have actually rolled out an environment and social management framework CI is also the Secretariat for the Conservation Initiative on Human Rights. So we are very much committed to ensuring that we're integrating human rights as part of our conservation agenda and our biodiversity goals. So we see people as essential, from the top of the organization all the way to project execution in the field. And as Anand, my colleague, said, I mean, it's more around, it's people, right? You cannot achieve any of these things without people, and CI recognizes that. And we are committed to actually doing that through our practice and through our delivery mechanisms on the ground.
Sorry, thanks. Just to add very, very quickly to that, echo everything we just heard there. Mask, thank you. Not getting used to this yet. Echo everything we heard there. But one of the, one of the challenges often thrown at natural climate solutions is permanence. How do we know they're going to be here 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years plus from now? And I think that's another reason why engaging the communities and empowering communities as custodians of the land is a critical tool to ensuring the durability of those projects. So I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, and I might come in on those 2 points and just add, from the perspective of a private investor, if we think about the natural climate solutions opportunity, Bronson said that it's perhaps natural climate solutions can offer perhaps 30% of the mitigation needed to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. If we imagine that we're actually successful at doing that, that means that we have to work at enormous scales very, very quickly. That implies transforming rural landscapes, funneling billions of dollars of new capital into rural places. And the only way that I think that can be done effectively is if that is done in ways that are compatible with the needs and the historic and customary uses of local communities, and if it's done in ways that benefit and engender the support of local communities. Otherwise, it's just not sustainable. So it's not just a moral imperative, which of course it is, but it's also sort of a self-interested kind of investment imperative that you can't have a successful large-scale rural program of any kind unless you have the support of the people on that landscape. Before we have a second pre-recorded panel to share, but we wanted to open up to the audience in case there are any comments or questions anyone would like to add, please. And
Thank you for the presentations and all of that. I'm Harrison Noko. I run an NGO based in Cameroon, and we are actually interested in carrying out nature-based solutions and fighting climate. And the approach we are presently using, it's a people-centered approach where we are using the tools of community participatory land use planning and community participatory mapping, and with which we are looking at integrated restoration programs within farmlands and not just large-scale, not just degraded areas, but looking at getting the communities to commit. Like we're talking about sustainability, long-term. How do we get this long-term sustainable? It's more of using the community, making the communities are integrating the tree planting into their farming systems. Now, but the issue also at times is you engage the communities, there are maybe planting trees, especially in degraded areas, in fallow lands. The end point is all these efforts, what are the incentives? Because we need to build up elements of incentivizing farmers, and because we happen to be pushing the elements of bottom-top, not just ending at policy levels. Some of you have worked in Africa, you understand the system. We have good policy documents, but the realization on the ground, it's not the reality. So my organization is actually pushing this, and for those who are versed with Cameroon, of late, we pushed the elements of the government converting a proposed protected area, the proposed Ebo National Park, which they was pushed. They actually wanted to attribute it into a logging concession. Well, activists are like some of us pushed, and the president actually suspended that. But suspending does not mean it is cancelled. So we have to push to get the communities involved, because the communities themselves are also into faction. You have those who are for logging, and in most cases, the elites who have benefits behind those logging concessions, and so some community people who think that conserving that area will help them because they will have benefits and all of that. But that's the area where they are working. So the issue is, how do we push all of this to make sure that there is also benefit sharing that is not only for the logging concession, and not only for the government, but also for the community people. So when I registered for this panel, for this session, I was interested to look at what we are already doing. We just signed a partnership with the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund, which is co-financed by the Conservation International. And we think that there is need, like you rightly said, there is need for heavy investment, because if you have to get community engagement, you need to heavily incentivize them, without which they will do, you may be expecting 10 results and they end up doing 1, and the impact will not be felt. So we still think that there is the need to heavily incentivize farmers, community people, because some of them are also, one of the things we are pushing now is the element of community forests, community conservancies. We have to push all of this, more of at the community level. We have, like in my country, the government has a Ministry of Forestry that is pushing agendas on conservation and climate change mitigation and all of that. But the resources aren't there to push this. So some of us in the civil society, we are there to make sure that we contribute in government efforts by supporting these community people, and because the government will never do it all. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Kelvin or Chris, whether you want to come in?
You know, I would just say it's an excellent question. One of the beauty of restoration, and restoration is hard. You know, I'm a forester by profession, and I've tried planting trees myself. It's hard. But one of the beauty of restoration, I think, especially when we get to the issue of scale and working with communities, is the potential for employment. You know, and part of restoration, as we know, is going to be tree planting, engaging communities in nurseries and replanting degraded areas. So I think that's an opportunity to engage the private sector to ensure that, you know, we sort of combine the sort of the financing with the sort of the goodwill and the focus on NCS. So I think that's a potential area for community engagement in terms of employment, to answer your question directly.
If we covered restoration there, I'll cover managing lands, which is another opportunity set that we're actively working on. That's ostensibly, how do we use our managed lands more sustainably, agriculture and forestry. And in those, there's often huge wins for both climate and productivity. But particularly the productivity might take a number of years to flow through. And so what you need an incentive there is to how do you engage and convince the farmers, the landholders, to engage in that conversation and to take those risks. You know, that's where we're seeing an increased interest in investors to provide that upfront, frankly, financial cash incentive. And also that's another role that the carbon markets can play. They can help cover some of those transition costs, leaving behind then durable, higher productive, sustainable landscapes.
Thanks, and maybe I'll just add, I mean, I think we're all very enthusiastic about the opportunity, so there's a lot of optimism and I think a positive energy up here. Not to sort of gloss over how challenging and how difficult all this is, and I think one of the things that was clear from your comments is that this all becomes very, very local, right? One solution in one place does not necessarily translate to another place. It's all very, very context specific. But I do think that there are some tailwinds, there are some changes in the last 12, 24 months that are very favorable, I think, and that open up some new opportunities for nature-based solutions and natural climate solutions. And I'll just to reference here, just to note, in the institutional investment community, the big pension funds and other sources of capital which drive a lot of investment activity around the world, in the last 2 years, about $67 trillion has been committed to net zero. Well over half of that has been committed in the last 12 months. And all these big institutions are actively looking for ways to bring their portfolios into alignment with the Paris Agreement. And forestry and natural climate solutions figure very prominently in those conversations. And so institutions that have never really thought about these kinds of solutions before are now actively seeking opportunities. And that level of interest, I think, creates opportunities, new opportunities for private actors to put in the heavy investments that are required to work with communities, to develop locally appropriate, to co-develop locally appropriate solutions, and in fact, to take some risks that maybe they weren't able to take before in order to generate some of these kinds of outcomes. So it's not that obviously the problems are solved, but I think it is worth noting that we have some resources and some tools that maybe are available to us now that weren't available even 12 months ago. I want to make sure that we can continue to move through the agenda. We'll have some more time for conversation at the end, but we touched on investment, and we pre-recorded another panel with the impact investment leads from Conservation International and from the Nature Conservancy, and also the Vice President for Nature-Based Solutions at Goldman Sachs, which I'll note is a recently created position. And one other note, earlier during COP last week, Deputy Special Envoy Pershing announced a new initiative of the U.S. State Department called the Forest Investor Club, which is aimed at bringing organizations together to collaborate on the development of new investment opportunities in nature-based solutions. And Conservation International, BTG Pactual, the Nature Conservancy, and Goldman Sachs are all founding members of that initiative and are actively already collaborating on a combined target of $2 billion of investment over the next 5 years. So with that, if we could start the second panel.
I'm very pleased to welcome our panelists of investors and practitioners in natural climate solutions. Augustine Silvani is Senior Vice President of Conservation Finance with Conservation International. Charlotte Kaiser is Managing Director of NatureVest at the Nature Conservancy. And Tom Hodgman is Vice President of Nature-Based Solutions at Goldman Sachs Asset Management.
From the disclaimers from the lawyers.
NatureVest is looking at a lot of potential partnerships to support and drive investment in nature-based solutions for climate change, grounding ourselves in the science that was done a few years ago, the Griscom et al. Paper that shows that up to a third of the necessary carbon sequestration that's needed to achieve the Paris goals can be achieved by nature-based solutions. And forest is obviously an existing asset class, and so there's already capital being deployed at scale, and there's therefore a real opportunity to just raise the game of timberland investing to deliver more in the way of carbon sequestration and also biodiversity outcomes. And so our collaboration with BTG's TIG on your North America portfolio is really a great example of how we've been able to build on the success of our Cumberland Forest project, where we're targeting 5 million tons of carbon sequestered over the 10-year life of that fund, to really kind of double that impact, we hope, in working on the TIG North America portfolio. Basically changing management practices so that more carbon is sequestered, lengthening harvest cycles, et cetera, and managing the forest not only for timber revenues, but also for carbon projects.
Generally speaking, Goldman Sachs has set a goal of deploying $750 billion across our investing, financing, and advisory activities by 2030 as part of bringing our commercial expertise to help clients with climate transition and inclusive growth. And so, our participation in the Forest Investor Club is part of that broader commitment that the bank has made around helping to finance the climate transition. Specifically in the NCS space, right now we are very focused on reforestation and restoration projects in the forestry space. And this is related to the Restore Fund, which is a first of its kind carbon removal initiative launched by Apple, that will make investments in forestry projects that remove carbon and generate a financial return. It's a $200 million fund seeking to remove at least 1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide annually from the atmosphere. And it's implemented as a collaboration between Goldman Sachs and Conservation International. And so that's a big focus of our work in this space right now. There are a lot of other interesting opportunities in the forestry space, but I think if we take a portfolio approach, which is a lot of what we're thinking about here, we see the largest part of that portfolio being in reforestation restoration, with smaller allocations to things like improved forest management and avoided deforestation. As part of that portfolio approach, we really want to find investments that have both climate benefits and a financial return. And we think that's important to scaling this market up.
I think we're focused, as Charlotte was mentioning, on the science, right? And the science tells us we need to restore the ecosystems that we've lost, we need to protect the ones that we have, and we need to better manage the production systems that we have, basically how we grow our food and where we get our timber and all these sorts of things. So where forestry comes into play is really, from our point of view, those last two, sort of the restoring lands using restoration, for timber as a financial engine for conserving, more natural ecosystems. So restoration has always had the trouble of the financing behind it. So restoration, just to restore back to its native ecosystems, typically has been a tough sort of financial proposition. And we think forestry has a role to play there. And certainly the work that BTG is doing in that space, is trying to prove that out. So we're very excited about that. And then better managing, it's basically meaning the forestry concessions that are out there, we can better manage them. And it's a, multi-gigaton sort of opportunity.
When we think about what makes a good NCS forestry project, and really we're thinking about what makes a good NCS investment, I think there's two fundamental things that we look for. And then there's two that I think people don't think about as much that are also really important. So I'll try to touch on all four of those quickly. The two first fundamental ones are really well documented climate benefits and a sound business strategy. And I think those are the most straightforward parts of the equation, so to speak, and especially around documenting climate benefits, that's getting fairly well standardized with improved protocols and measurement techniques and those sorts of things. And I think most people understand, what we're talking about there in terms of measuring, quantifying carbon and having a really sound business strategy. We're looking at things like, what are the drivers of revenue and financial returns? Are there strong markets? Are there off-takers for the products that will be produced? Is there a fundamental supply and demand outlook in the region we're investing that support this investment long-term, right? These are very long-term investments. And so you want to be investing in places where that thesis is supported. The other two things that I don't think people think about as much, one is scale. Right, Augustine hit on it earlier, just how big of an opportunity this is. We all are aware of the scale of removals that are necessary to stay within our carbon budget for a 2 degree or 1.5 degree climate trajectory. And so, a lot of times we look at areas where there's really good economies of scale, and that's both from sort of an investment management perspective and being efficient with our time, and also from an operational perspective. And then the last thing, which I think is really underappreciated, is the social context of these investments, which is critical. Do these projects have local community support? Is there a strategy for community engagement and benefits? These projects are often taking place in rural areas where local or indigenous communities have customary or traditional uses. And that's a place where, I think the partnerships like we have with Conservation International, or that TNC and BTG have together, really bring some of those skill sets together in a nice way to support successful projects. I think that's going to make these a lot more resilient in the long term, to have strong local community buy-in.
it's obviously a multi sort of variable sort of analysis that you would do, but at the high level, it's really boils down to net positive outcomes. I think the industry for a long time has operated under a sort of do no harm threshold, which we think is way too low, right? So these forestry projects, when done right, really have the opportunity to have measurable climate impact, uplift communities and livelihoods, have positive biodiversity benefits, all these things that we talk about. And that, in order to do that, you really need a level of intentionality as well. So when we look at projects, we look at the sort of project sponsor behind it as well. Obviously their track record, this sort of thing, but is the design of the project meant to achieve those outcomes? And I think that that sets, the sort of good from the great apart. And that's, a core focus when we're looking at those things.
Impact and scale are really what we're targeting, but I also would really echo what Augustine said around transforming business as usual. Our role as a charity is to intervene in market failures and try to address them in ways that can deliver meaningful and substantial impact. So the Family Forest Carbon Program that I spoke about earlier is a great example. Here's a third of privately held forest land in North America. At scale, the program that we're designing can deliver 40 million tons of carbon sequestration and improve the management of more than 50 million acres of land, which is actually a lot bigger than the TIG portfolio. But it's a pretty complex problem to solve, and it's one that really requires an organization like the Nature Conservancy with relationships in all 50 states and with potential voluntary off-takers of carbon credits to structure something that's financeable and delivers impact in that way.
Building off what Charlotte and Augustine said, the other thing that I think groups like CI and TNC bring to the table that I know we value a lot and is really important in these projects is science. And we heard from Bronson and Susan earlier about the underlying science of NCS and building that case. And it's not just the sort of like big picture fundamentals of NCS, but it can be at a very granular project level. And these are complex biological systems that we're dealing with a lot of times. And being able to bring in partners like a TNC or a CI that can analyze some of these questions at a very specific level is really important, I think, to getting these projects right.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting the way the sector is evolving, and you're seeing all kinds of interesting sort of collaborations happening between private sector and NGO and even public actors. And I think that's very healthy for all the sectors. I think it's sort of twofold from our point of view. It's one is ideally we're able to obviously bring value and good advice and sort of support leading institutions that are involved in this space. And we set ourselves up as sort of advisors in that sense. But from our own point of view, we're learning, right? So the best way to learn is to be involved, and we are very keen on these sorts of partnerships with that have the potential for scale, for obviously big kind of balance sheet investments, things that CI on its own could not do, but in partnership with others, we can start to see those sort of outcomes.
We really value the collaboration with NGOs and the work we're doing with Conservation International. I hit on some of this earlier, but I think they bring really important and valuable experience around the science of these NCS projects at both a macro and micro scale, and also have done a lot of work in communities dealing with natural resource management issues that are common to a lot of natural climate solutions projects, particularly in the forestry sector. That I think are really valuable as we're trying to design high quality projects.
The Nature Conservancy is engaging with private sector partners. I think it goes back to what I said earlier about impact and scale. We have a pretty audacious mission of transforming how the capital markets value natural capital, and you can't do that in the absence of real institutional players. And so TIG and our partner Renewable Resources Group on our Sustainable Water Impact Fund offer an opportunity to not only deliver really meaningful conservation impact at scale, but also to be a part of conversations with institutional capital providers to really start to educate those investors about what right looks like when you're thinking about impact for the climate. And it's, you know, it's a dream of mine that one day every institutional investor will ask every GP, who's your conservation advisor, who's your impact advisor, you know, why? Because it's not necessarily the job of a firm like TIG to really, to Tom's point, know the local players on the ground, to really invest in understanding what the community needs are in a particular geography. And I think organizations like ours and CI can really bring a complementary set of skills and strengths and capacities to these partners to really raise the game for everybody.
Sure. So I think you know, the advice, one of the or several things to tell policymakers about this space, right? It's one is that it's investable today. There's a lot of climate solutions that seem like good ideas, potentially, you know, have potential, but they're either very small in scale or it's sort of unproven. Forestry and climate smart forestry is something that's been around, you know, for a while. It's already a multi-billion-dollar sort of industry, and it's investable at scale now. Obviously, we want to grow that scale and sort of, you know, change the way things are done. But I think it does set it apart from other investment types, I guess, within the NCS space. And that relates to sort of the policies and the, you know, public finance that is being applied to this space. So the policies have to help encourage more investment, obviously, and that's everything from how a concession is set up, is created, the incentives behind concessions themselves, the sort of legal frameworks, to the financing that's supported, a public finance that's sort of directed to the space. So imagine what can be done if investment horizons are pushed back. If instead of working from a 10 to a 15-year time frame, you say 30 or 50 years. If return expectations are sort of moderated, those, you know, directly relate to the climate impacts that you can have. And I think that's the role for public finance to really figure out where the market is now and how, you know, with their support, how they can push it further. And certainly, you know, we're here with, you know, our colleagues at TNC and others to see how far we can push this market. But we think it's, you know, it's the best opportunity right now, honestly, within the NCS space.
I really echo what Augustine said about what we need to move the needle. This is an investable space today. Tom and I worked together on our Cumberland Forest project, and I will never forget the investor who asked about the source of revenue from the carbon on that deal, which is through primarily through the California regulated market. You know, why aren't we worried about the ballot initiative on the voter referendum in California, breaking it up into 9 states? And I thought, well, because that's not a real risk. And there's a real phenomenon among the investment community of kind of freezing in the presence of new or novel revenue streams. And I think my big message to investors is this is a real market and it's a real revenue stream. And to Augustine's point, it's investable today. And the risk tolerance for that revenue stream should be lower than it is, or higher rather. The risk is lower than it's currently being priced at, I think. And I'd love investors to kind of jump in with us. And then to the point about policy and regulation, it would be really great if there were slightly more regulated markets into which we could sell, and that the prices really reflected the cost of both social and environmental of carbon.
Yeah, well, in terms of, you know, what policymakers should know about the NCS opportunity set, I agree with the comments from Augustine and Charlotte that this is investable today. You know, we're investing in this space. Lots of others are investing in this space. A couple of things that I think would be helpful. You know, we're hearing from a lot of clients that are, you know, making net zero commitments, are planning for how they're going to meet those commitments, and you know, really trying to figure out what they're going to do with the last bit of emissions. A lot of them can eliminate the early emissions through efficiency and renewables and other strategies. But there's some last mile, 10 to 25% in many cases for a lot of these companies that they can't eliminate. And I think they're willing to invest in natural climate solutions as part of that holistic strategy to meeting those commitments. But some things that would help, and I think, we're recording this before the conference comes to an end, but clarity around carbon ownership and having very clear policy around carbon rights, I think will be important, especially as we start to go to, a lot of international markets. We're investing across different policy regimes, and that's going to be a big question and concern for clients is how do they know they can make those claims, or how do those claims count against their commitments versus an NDC? And so I think a lot of the conversations going on around Article 6 are really important to reduce that risk. And I think that's one of those perceived risks, like Charlotte was saying, where it's very high perceived risk now, and that deters investment. And to the extent we can give more clarity to folks around how that mechanism will work, I think it will spur a lot more investment. The other thing that I do think can help is that while we're in a place where there's high perceived risk, a lot of governments and policymakers can play a role through development finance institutions or other public policies that help to de-risk investments, particularly in developing countries, whether that's through low cost or first loss capital, country risk insurance, or other types of finance and support like that, that can help investors who maybe aren't as familiar or comfortable with those risks to engage in some of these markets where the science tells us the largest NCS opportunities are. We can have a really big impact if we can just tweak the models a bit to give folks comfort to move into those markets.
So actually, Mark, let me flip that question back to you. So obviously BTG is one of the largest investors in the space. What would you want to see out of policymakers, and how can they help you and the forestry sector do more?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question as well. I think I agree with everything that you three have just said. I think that greater policy clarity would certainly be helpful to Tom's last point. What I would add, I think, is that often the discussion of natural climate solutions focuses really on the supply side, right? Having more trees on the landscape, more carbon in our forests. But I think we also have some real opportunities on the demand side. If we're going to see large amounts of private capital flow into natural climate solutions, and if these are going to be investments, they need to generate profits, which means they need to sell products and generate revenues. And so if we think of revenues as being something in addition to carbon finance, but actually selling products, then building market demand for sustainably produced products that confer climate benefits, I think is a real area that offers a lot of opportunity for policy action. That also opens the policy discussion up to a broader discussion, not just focused on the land sector, not just the purview of ministries of the environment or ministries of agriculture, but it really opens up the space to industrial policy, trade policy, urban development. There's a variety of ways that policies can incentivize markets that in turn support and generate additional financial incentive for investment into NCS. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I think, though, with that, we need to wrap up the conversation. So once again, a huge thank you to Charlotte and Augustine and Tom for sharing your insight and your time, and greatly appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you again to our panelists. Maybe I think there are a lot of interesting ideas that came up in that conversation, and maybe just to tee off on one, maybe on that last question, Kelvin or Chris, what is one thing that you think policymakers or decision makers should know about NCS?
Thanks. So I started off talking about how excited I am about the momentum that's been generated here around putting nature at the heart of the climate discussion and tackling the climate crisis. Some of that comes from the huge announcement that many of you saw last week, announcements that total somewhere around $20 billion for nature. And that's great. But my message to policymakers is we need to think about the capital going into this space as a whole. And so my request to policymakers is there are some destructive forms of capital that are going in here. And actually 20 billion last week is a huge step forwards. But there's somewhere around about $500 billion a year in agricultural subsidies, much of which goes at the expense of sustainable nature. So that's one of the things I think I'd really flag to policymakers.
Thank you. I think for me, it's even more fundamental question, which is, if all the commitments we have heard, please deliver on your commitments. Because I think part of the discussion we've heard here this week, right? It's about, all these commitments that were made coming out of Paris, but yet governments have not delivered on this. So I would say, from a perspective of what they can do is actually deliver on your promises, in addition to what Chris just said. But I think for me, that's a big one. Because I think, as we know, as part of the discussion, is in order for us to be able to solve that problem that we're dealing with, the climate issue, it's going to require a whole of society approach. And it's not going to be done country by country. We have to think about this as a global village, right? And really think about some of this at scale. So I think, part of it is more collaboration from different governments. But I would just say, especially for the big countries that have committed on this, please deliver on your commitments, because that's going to go a long way in helping the NGO community, us, working with the private sector and scaling up more finance in order to be able to have that big impact that we need. I mean, the next time we meet, hopefully we will not be talking about way past 1.5. We'll be saying that probably within the budget of what the science shows where we need to be. So I think for me, that's what I would add to what Chris was saying.
Thanks for that. I think that one of the stories that I think is being told about this COP is that as the negotiations are underway, and as we're looking to see what are the policy decisions that are made, what's the new path that's charted, that we are seeing a lot of these commitments from the private sector, and we're seeing a lot of new collaborations among actors that maybe have worked together in the past, but not so directly, so intentionally on delivering some of these outcomes. So, maybe to ask both of you a question that was addressed by the panelists as well, but BTG and Conservation International have agreed to work together on a large reforestation and restoration investment program in Latin America. As was noted, Conservation International is supporting Apple and Goldman on their $200 million Restore Fund. TNC is collaborating with the Renewable Resources Group on a very large investment in sustainable water, and also with our organization on a large portfolio in the United States. Why do you think it makes sense for civil society organizations, for nonprofit conservation organizations to be working directly with private actors in this way?
Chris, it's imperative. It's imperative. I think, as we heard from my colleague Augustine, I think when you look at organizations like my organization, CI, we don't underestimate the scale of the problem. We just don't. A lot of the science that has been put out there by CI and TNC and others, the research is clear in terms of what we're dealing with respect to NCS. And it's going to be really, really important that, especially, through our collaboration with BTG, that as we scale up to sort of look at opportunities to protect natural forests, standing forests, as we look for opportunities to secure all these degraded lands, put those lands to use to sort of help, with efforts to sequester carbon, but also provide opportunities for benefits to biodiversity, and for people, environmental and social benefits. I think it's going to, in order to get to that scale that we need, we see good commitments coming from the public sector, but we need to be able to marry that with that kind of finance from the private sector in order to be able to achieve the impacts that we want. So I think it's just an imperative marriage that has to happen. It took a little bit of a while to get there. Obviously, you guys in the investment community, it has to make sense for your investors. But as my colleague said, I think, being able to bring, all the expertise, the metrics, the impact reporting, and the results approach that CI has taken, a lot of the science that we have done around carbon-rich ecosystems. I mean, we're talking about NCS in the context of the forest space. Wait till you get to the ocean space, which is where CI is also active as well. So I think it's really, really exciting to see this collaboration, but it's imperative. I mean, it took us a while to get there, but in order for us to be able, I mean, we're not dealing with a situation. I mean, we're dealing with a situation where we've gone past the tipping point. And we are very clear-eyed about NCS. And I would say one thing I would just wanted to add on the policy side, you said, for governments is please recognize the potential and importance of NCS. Part of the discussion here this week, it's about the recognition of NCS as a critical tool in the toolbox to mitigate against the challenges we have. And so I would say as part of the policy, in addition to obviously, as I said, the partnership, but saying to governments, please recognize the importance of NCS and continue to provide that support.
Thanks, Mark. With a view to not trying to replicate everything that was just said, because I could completely agree, maybe I'll try and weave some of that together into three things that come to my mind: impact, scale, and timing. So we've heard a little bit about impact here today. We've heard about actually one of the things that we think we can do is change the business as usual behaviors and outcomes, importantly, on the ground of how private sector capital is deployed, so that it aligns with our mission and the climate crisis and tackling the biodiversity crisis, all at the same time. So impact, scale, we just can't get there without the private sector capital. Public sector and philanthropy is going to be insufficient. And as Charlotte said, actually part of the theory of change here is not just working with BTG, but it's about how in working together we can showcase to others. We can innovate, so we create new tools, new business models, new projects and paradigms. We can showcase that to others to catalyze market-wide shifts. So scale is really important. And then timing, this piece about actually now's the time. Nature is finally at the center of this event, and the huge upswell of investment and investor interest that you heard from Mark means that actually now is the moment to grasp a hold of that innovation, that impact, and that scale.
Thanks for that. We have about 15 minutes left in the session, so we want to open it up for any comments or questions or discussion with the audience as well. I have been instructed, though, that if anyone wants to add any remarks, to please use the microphone on the side there, as then you'll be in the video stream. This group up here, I know, can keep talking for quite a while, so we're happy to do that. But if there are any questions or comments from the audience, please step up. All right, well, maybe I'll, are you, okay, great.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Great. Hi, I'm Jihanna Ritter. I work in impact investing, helping place family office capital. And so I'm wondering, with this new Forest Club and with other opportunities, what the role is from family offices. We have a really hard time getting into nature-based solution financing because oftentimes the minimum is 25 million or 100 million. It's geared towards DFIs. So how can small investors participate?
I didn't hear that actually. So Chris, if you want to take that.
It was, how can family offices participate? They often have smaller chunks of capital to invest. Mark would be good at this, but what? Sorry, now he's heard the question. But one quick thing from myself is, I think there could be a highly valuable role in yourselves in helping to de-risk some of that capital stack. So you don't necessarily need to be a participant in that way, but actually you can provide some degree of guarantee, for example, or providing some other, taking some first loss in that capital stack to then crowd in others. So we might be talking of hundreds of millions here, but actually often that starts with a higher risk investor coming in with 5 million that others can then crowd in and around.
Thanks for that, and apologies, I don't know why I didn't hear the question, so I got the summary, but there is, it's a common phenomenon, certainly in natural climate solutions and in sort of traditional forest investment, that investments tend to be large. The effort to put in to due diligence on an acquisition is significant. Often there are economies of scale. You want to have a large investment in order to be able to operate efficiently, and so the numbers can be very large. It's often the case that a transaction that's less than a $20 million or $30 million investment actually is too small to invest time in understanding. And so that immediately, as one can imagine, eliminates a whole set of opportunities from consideration, but then also eliminates a whole set of potential investors from participation. So there are a number of mechanisms to bridge those divides around aggregating both investors and aggregating projects. So there are a number on the investor side. There are a number of networks like the CREO Syndicate or the Tonic Network, which seek to sort of pool together investors who are smaller investors but are very interested in participating in these kinds of projects. They also provide lots of education and other resources to sort of help generate deal flow and help to educate investors about opportunities. But then on the project side or on the investment side, there are initiatives like what Charlotte mentioned, the Nature Conservancy leads in the United States, the Family Forest Carbon Partnership, which provides some infrastructure to be sort of the middle layer between many small dispersed landowners and the carbon markets in that case, which are sort of very complicated and difficult for a small landowner to access. There are lots of other models of various kinds. There are existing models in commercial, agricultural, and forestry systems of outgrowers or lease arrangements or purchase and offtake arrangements. And I think, to the earlier comments, structures I think have been limited to either some very specific industries where there's a very sort of replicable model that can be easily replicated across a landscape without a lot of sort of transactional friction, or they've been the purview of really of nonprofit and civil society led initiatives, and have not necessarily always had the strong connection to investors and to markets. But I think that again, sitting where I sit in the investment management side of things, the incoming interest expressed by investors and the demand for projects that deliver not just carbon molecules and not just dollars and cents, but really a demand from investors that projects and investments also deliver tangible benefits for communities, tangible positive impacts on biodiversity and on water. I think it's really opening up space for more investment in those kind of middle structures. So I think that we'll see more and more of that, but there are a few existing sort of platforms, and be happy to share some other details after this. Oh, you have one there, and then I think one more here.
Great. Yeah. So I'm from Wyoming, Colorado, headwaters of the Colorado River, where our forests are decrepit. I mean, they've been allowed to fail. So how do you speculate that we're going to be able to take the many dollars that are probably going to come out of our Congress in a situation where NEPA requirements, how do you, because the thing that you talk about that is the most important is scale. How do you get to scale at a governmental level where we've agreed philosophically that we need to do scale, but we don't have the infrastructure to get to scale?
Do you want me to take that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for that question. That's a fairly, for those that aren't aware, that's a sort of a fairly U.S. specific question. And again, speaking to the context really matters. But in the United States, in other parts of the world, but in the United States, we have in the western part of the country many large areas of forest that have been historically subject to periodic natural fires, where fire has been excluded for a long time. Those forests are now overdense and now prone to large catastrophic wildfires. And the solution is actually a very straightforward solution. It's to go in and remove some of the small diameter trees that have grown up in the understory to open up those forests. The challenge is it's extremely expensive to do. And regarding the NEPA requirements, that refers to a specific piece of legislation in the United States that requires a very significant sort of environmental assessment before one can move forward. It's often challenged, and when we're working on national forest lands, so lands that are owned by the government, it's subject to extensive review, and it's often very difficult to get work done. And what I would say is that there are a number of initiatives that are looking at ways to make the removal of that small diameter material more cost effective, so we can do more of it. there are a couple of structures, and actually Nature Conservancy is led on some innovative NEPA solutions in the southeastern U.S. that have somewhat accelerated the pace of that work, but it's still quite limited and slow going. And I think, unfortunately, it will continue to be a challenge on federal lands because of the administrative rules in place, many of them for very, very good reason, but that make getting to scale a challenge. The urgency is growing, but I think the solutions are still under development. Please, another comment.
My name is Marie-Louise Havana, coming from the African Forest Forum in Nairobi, Kenya. Since 1 week, we have been hearing too much about this private investment to support nature-based solutions. And coming in the context of Africa, many of these many of the private sectors are dealing with these natural resources are small scale, SME. So, I mean, I've been trying to understand, is this solution be applicable in that context? These people are there also looking for opportunities to develop their business, and now they want them to be partner of, or maybe bringing some finances there to support climate change and or to support this nature-based solution. So, what is the do we have some lessons that could be shared and help them to come on board? Thank you.
Thank you. So like we've heard a number of times today, that challenge is real, and we also don't underestimate that at all. One of the things that we've been working on for a little while now, and unfortunately, I paused and hesitated because we hasn't really been running long enough to share lessons yet, but perhaps just to share what we're aiming for. We've launched something called the Africa Forest Carbon Catalyst, and it directs support at the enterprise level, i.e. at companies. It's looking at that SME portfolio across the continent, as you say, often where there is passionate individuals, innovation, strong roots to local communities, and how can we support them professionalize and scale and give them the support they need. And as I said, what we've found is that different companies need different types of support. There isn't a one-size-fits-all, and that's making the transaction costs of scaling something that we're currently really thinking about. But there is a website for that. It's called the Africa Forest Carbon Catalyst, and if you want to know more, just come and chat to me afterwards.
I'll just have one other thought. I mean, thank you for the question. As Chris said, the challenges are real, but I think that some of what we've been referring to in terms of this increased investor interest and that opening some opportunities for some new investments. I note that one of our peers in the industry announced last week a new $500 million fund for investment in climate positive forestry in Africa, and I believe that is the largest private fund that has been launched in Africa to date for that purpose. And I think that that's an indication of the opportunity, but also of the fact that there are more investors that are willing to go to places and invest in markets that have not historically been invested in. When investors think about opportunity, of course, they think about reward, but they also think about risk. And one of the ways that they evaluate risk is, are there other people there already doing the things that I'm planning to do? Because if there are, then I can understand that. I can consider that a less risky proposition. So because there's a way in which, because there has not historically been a lot of investment in nature-based solutions and forestry in much of Africa, that becomes then an impediment to new investment. So the announcement of this new fund, I think, is actually quite significant, and I think is an indication of both the opportunity and of increased desire from investors to find good opportunities and therefore willing to take another step that they might not have been willing to take before. So it's not certainly the solution, but I think it's a very promising sign.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is just to what Chris was saying. I mean, we can probably connect after. I can certainly put you in contact with my colleagues. I mean, CI has the Forest and Climate Fund, and CI, we have obviously a big presence in Africa, really focused on an NCS in a number of countries. So I'll certainly put you in contact with some of our specialist folks dealing with carbon to see if we can certainly help address some of the questions that you've got.
So we have a request for one more comment, and then we are just about at time, so we'll need to wrap it up in just a moment. But please.
Just a follow-up again with respect to Madam's question. With these private investment funds, like there's so many billions that have been announced, I think that there is need for, like I was talking with IUCN a few minutes ago, there is absolute need for enhanced capacity building for both the investors themselves and those who will be implementing the actions, because there is always this gap where investors put in money and at the end the objectives are and they end up not realizing the objectives because there is lack of capacity. So I think we need to look at the possibilities of equally pushing some of these funds into capacity building to meet up with targets and then build up elements of data, because all about climate mitigation and nature-based conservation, we need to enhance our data sets and look at the possibility of calculating carbon sequestration and incentivizing farmers to, like we rightly said. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And maybe we'll just have time for sort of a final word from each of us. But Kelvin, do you want to go ahead?
No, I was just going to add. I think spot on. And that's exactly. I mean, part of the collaboration on this sort of partnership. Collaboration and part of this joint between Conservation International and BTG and other key sort of stakeholders is to look at the criteria. So part of the setting the impact criteria, the criteria for reporting, monitoring results, and also looking at capacity enhancement as well. So I mean, there is a criteria for engaging at different levels. To answer your point, which I think it's part of what we bring to the table under this collaboration.
Thanks, Mark. So just by way of sort of wrapping up, is that the idea now? Great. So just to flag, the Africa Forest Carbon Catalyst that I mentioned earlier is exactly that. It's looking to support locally led enterprises building their capacity, but it is frankly trifling compared to the needs. So completely agree. Really pleased that you highlighted that. It's a huge gap. We need to help support those enterprises become bankable. And ready to meet the investors where they are as well. And that sort of ties to my last sort of point, really. Hopefully, sort of summarizing all of this, without finance, from our perspective, conservation is just a conversation. It's so critical that we bring capital to play here. And to do so, we think we need radical collaborations. We've talked about some of those today, and all of our organizations, I think, are increasingly thinking about how can we have even more radical collaborations. And so I would sort of ask all of you to ask yourselves, who else should we all be collaborating with? And lastly, get the message out, because NCS is investable right now, as we heard today.
Thanks, Chris. So, and I'll just add, my support to everything that's been said, and I think that last comment was actually a nice way to end the conversation, because as has been said throughout, this actually all comes down to people. We've been talking about trees and we've been talking about investment, but this all comes down to people. And the capacity building is not just about capacity building in the places where this investment occurs. It's actually capacity building among the investment community, among our colleagues and collaborators in civil society. For many, nature-based solutions are a new opportunity. And I think it will take all of us taking some risks in radical collaboration and helping to educate our peers in order to realize this opportunity. So with that, let me thank my co-hosts, Kelvin and Chris, and all of our panelists and all of you for attending. Thanks very much.
Okay, yes, that is the first slide. I just wanted to check.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Yeah? You can hear me? Okay. Good. Can you hear me? No. No. Right.
Can you guys hear her? You guys can't hear her yet.
All right, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? No. Oh, okay. Some people can. I'm seeing some thumbs up. Give 30 more seconds to figure out the headsets. Great. All right. Thumbs up. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us here today. My name is Jill Hamilton. I'm the Director of Blue Climate Strategy at Conservation International. And we're really excited to have all of you in the room, but also quite a large presence online joining us here today. And let's get started. So, as many of you are surely aware, coastal communities around the world are at the front lines of climate change. They face sea level rise, increasing storm surge, and extreme weather events. Innovating and implementing adaptation solutions is really critical and quite urgent for the long-term well-being of coastal communities. And to truly confront these very challenging challenges, we must collaborate across sectors and across areas of expertise. And that's why we're here today, to talk about exactly that topic. Today we're going to learn about collaborative initiatives to advance nature-based adaptation solutions around the world, specifically solutions that are combining the conservation and restoration of ecosystems with conventional engineering approaches. This hybrid approach is often referred to as green-gray infrastructure. So we'll be speaking with leaders today in the engineering sector about their work to incorporate ecosystems into traditional engineering designs, and discuss how we can further collaborate and scale these initiatives to benefit both people and nature. To provide an introduction of one of these initiatives and to give us a holistic view of green-gray infrastructure, I'd like to welcome Emily Goodwin from IUCN. Emily supports the development and implementation of IUCN's portfolio of projects on adaptation and resilience. She serves as coordinator of the Friends of Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Network, which is a global collaborative network of government agencies and organizations working to raise awareness and understanding of nature-based solutions in adaptation planning processes. She also supports the management of the Global Fund for Ecosystem-Based Adaptation. So with that, I welcome Emily to the stage, and we will get started.
Thanks, Jill. Can you all hear me? Okay, perfect. Thanks for having me here today. As Jill said, my name is Emily. I work for IUCN's climate adaptation team, and as part of that work, I support the coordination of the FEBA network, the Friends of EBA, which is an alliance of organizations and government agencies working together to promote nature-based solutions for adaptation and ecosystem-based adaptation approaches. We're going to skip that Minty for right now. The FEBA network has been operating for almost a decade now, and in the last year or so, we've been really excited to partner with Conservation International to take this concept of EBA in a slightly new direction, in this direction of green-gray infrastructure. And I think this is a perfect slide to start on to give this presentation because it sort of so indicatively shows what we're talking about when we say green-gray infrastructure. So you see here we have the conserved and restored mangroves on one side, a strengthened seawall on the other side, and working together and complementing one another, reducing exposure to coastal communities, to sea level rise and storm surge. So when we're talking about green-gray infrastructure, and adaptation solutions overall, I feel like often we talk about this dichotomy between human-based adaptation solutions and nature-based solutions. So on the far end of the spectrum, we have the human-based, these fully gray solutions, such as a seawall, which in some scenarios may be the best adaptation solution in a setting. And then on the far other end, we have nature-based solutions, which would be purely mangrove conservation, which again, in some scenarios, is often the best solution in that area. But we also have this huge spectrum in between that I feel like often gets left out of these conversations, which is the spectrum of green-gray infrastructure. This is still a type of ecosystem-based adaptation. It's just a type where we're really harnessing the best of gray infrastructure, the best of our engineering solutions and engineering standards, and combining it with nature-based solutions, nature-based standards. And one thing that's emerged from our shared work over the last year or so in this area, I think, is such a sense of hope and a shared vision. Thanks to all of the various ways that green-gray infrastructure projects can integrate across a landscape as part of a climate adaptation strategy. For example, not to get into every single one of these, but restoring floodplains alongside levees, conserving and restoring watersheds alongside reservoirs, and building treatment wetlands to protect coastlines while also cleaning wastewater from cities. Trillions of dollars will be invested into infrastructure projects in the next 2 decades, and our goal with the Green-Gray Community of Practice is to integrate nature into that infrastructure planning to maximize not only long-term sustainability of the gray infrastructure and overall cost effectiveness of the adaptation strategy, but also the social and ecological co-benefits that come from working with nature. So along this goal, we came together in the last little over a year now to build the Green-Gray Community of Practice. This is an alliance of experts, organizations across the science, engineering, conservation communities, a really cross-sectoral collaboration committed around these 4 different areas. One is innovating and piloting green-gray infrastructure projects, advancing the science and engineering needed to scale green-gray solutions, increasing global awareness about green-gray infrastructure, and advocating for the acceptance and use of green-gray solutions within both policy and finance frameworks. And here's a little bit of who we are right now. Since June of last year, we've grown to over 100 member organizations, including private engineering and construction companies in yellow, economists, financiers, and insurance experts in green, NGOs in blue, academics in orange, and funders and public agencies in red. And the group is still growing significantly. So one of the first things that we did when we started convening the Green-Gray Community of Practice is really get all of these cross-sectoral experts in a room together to talk about what barriers we're all facing in scaling green-gray solutions. And these were 4 of the ones that really rose to the top, sort of across all sectors. One was that engineers, developers, industry, and governments often lack experience, familiarity, and consequently confidence in the reliability and application of green-gray approaches. 2, that the technical knowledge and data needed to standardize reliable green-gray solutions is not broadly or equitably available. 3, that most infrastructure policies and regulations do not currently incentivize green-gray solutions. And 4, that there are real and perceived economic risks that constrain investments despite the significant opportunities of green-gray infrastructure. And that's one of the core things that we're doing in bringing this group together is really working around those 4 barriers and trying to work towards each one. For the barrier of lack of familiarity, we've been working on piloting green-gray infrastructure and also consolidating the pilot projects that these 100+ organizations were already working on around the world, so we can derive data and lessons learned from them. On the limited distribution of technical knowledge, the first thing that we did as a group was produce a practical guide to implementing green-gray infrastructure, which I'll tell you a little bit more about in a moment. On the issue of policies not yet incentivizing the implementation of green-gray solutions, we've done a few things this year. We've had a webinar series on sustainable infrastructure, principles and practices, and we also just yesterday in this very pavilion wrapped up a series of policy events that we've been co-hosting with the UNFCCC Technology Executive Committee and the UNFCCC Nairobi Work Program on Adaptation on exactly this topic of bringing together nature-based solutions and technology for improved adaptation outcomes. And on risks constraining investments as it currently stands, We're currently working on both a cost-benefit analysis tool that will be widely usable, and also building towards a project incubator where hopefully we can put funding behind these pilot projects and make sure that that we have all of the data and evidence that we need to start upscaling. So as I said, the first thing that we did together was this practical guide to green-gray infrastructure, which was truly an exercise in collaboration with more than 50 contributing authors from 30 different organizations. The guide is a resource with a lot of information. It's a dense document. It includes 36 different green-gray case studies from around the world, and it provides a great overview of how to select, design, and build and monitor green-gray infrastructure projects. And we're continuing to work towards making the guide more accessible. We have a summary version that will be coming out next year in multiple languages. And a little bit more about the guide, that we have this it goes through the life cycle of a project, as I said, from designing, building, and monitoring green-gray projects, policy throughout the lifespan of the project, and also building the business case and engaging stakeholders throughout the project. So in the limited time that we have, I don't want to take any more time away from our panelists, because we have a great panel for you today of different experts in the community of practice and what they're working on in this field and the different projects. So thank you.
Emily, can everyone hear me again? Great. So next up, before we jump to our panel, we are very fortunate to have a video from many of the practitioners in this space that weren't able to be here physically at COP, but who have a lot of messages that are very, very relevant to the conversations that we're having these 2 weeks in negotiations in the event space. And so we're going to watch a short video from them with some key messages, and then we're going to pivot to our broader panel.
My name is Ismail Khan Tunçok. I'm from Turkey.
My name is Giselle Pangilinan from the Philippines.
My name is Margot Clavis. I'm dialing in from Switzerland.
My name is Miguel Cifuentes from Costa Rica.
My name is Claire Elverum, located in Washington, D.C.
Hi, my name is Angel, and I'm an editor from the Philippines.
I'm Phil Fieldhouse from the UK.
I'm Annalise. I'm a wildlife biologist from Guyana, South America.
My name is Antonio. I'm from the Philippines.
My name is Monselvan. I'm from Ecuador.
I'm Liz Driscoll. I'm from Suriname.
My name is Barek Halrabin. I'm from the island of Indonesia. I work on climate, coastal, and communities issues ranging from science, policies, as well as financing.
I'm an urban planner.
Environmental economist.
I'm a sustainability consultant.
I'm the Communications and Development Manager at CI Suriname.
I work in climate and conservation finance.
I'm an engineer and a global change ecologist.
I'm a biologist.
I have been working as a water resources professional since 1995.
And I manage our Blue Climate Partnerships for Conservation International.
For most Guyanese, identifying and implementing green-gray solutions as adaptations to climate change is not just a priority, it is a matter of our very survival.
I believe that green-gray infrastructure is a practical and viable climate adaptation solution.
I really believe that green-gray infrastructure is a viable and practical climate adaptation solution and has the potential to be the next generation of climate resilient infrastructure.
The time is now for joint actions to prioritize these solutions and to implement by reflecting priorities at the river basin scale.
To help increase resilience of our communities.
Strengthen ecological, social, and economic resilience of our coastal communities and ecosystems.
For our coastal ecosystem, communities, and climate.
For our coasts and communities for the next generations to come.
Our homes and our cities.
Especially for our low-lying coast where 80% of our population lives.
For our homes.
For our coastal communities and mountain cities.
In the communities here in the Philippines.
For our planet.
For our forests. And our kids in the forest.
The time is now.
Time is now.
The time is now.
The time is now.
The time is now.
Now is the time.
The time is now.
Great. Thank you all for joining us in person and virtually. My name is Emily Corwin. I'm the Director of Nature-Based Engineering Solutions at Conservation International. And I'm going to share my screen here and invite you to join the conversation from where you are. We all want you to have a chance to participate in this session. We're using Mentimeter, so you can scan the QR code with your phone or navigate to the website menti.com and enter the code on this slide to respond. So the breadth and depth of knowledge and experience that's represented on this panel is breathtaking. As engineers, which we all are in this virtual space joining you, we've dedicated our lives to solving problems. And I have no doubt that the challenge of our careers and for the careers of the next generation of engineers will be in designing solutions that enable our society to adapt to a changing climate. And in evaluating potential solutions, engineers are increasingly recognizing the multi-benefits that nature brings to our designs, be it for fisheries, for climate mitigation, for clean air, for reducing temperatures, for longevity, for cost effectiveness, the list can go on. But we need to do more and more quickly. And one path forward is to influence the engineering and construction industry to design and build with nature. And our panel includes representatives from the largest and most influential engineering design initiatives around the world. So from the private sector, we have representatives from Jacobs, AECOM, and ARUP, who combined represented almost 40% or $18 billion US dollars of the international engineering design market in 2021. From the government side, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, whose annual budget in 2021 was $7.8 billion. And from the American Society of Civil Engineers, to which many of us belong, has a membership of 152,000 engineers across 177 countries. So our panelists are working in these organizations to realize nature-based and green-gray adaptation solutions. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from them, and hope you are also, about what they see as the potential and future for this work. So to start, it's my pleasure to introduce Will Peterson. Will is a licensed civil engineer committed to delivering water infrastructure projects that promote a healthy community and protect the environment. As AECOM's Utah Municipal Water Business Lead, Will leads strategic planning and manages professional development for a team currently delivering over $1 billion US dollars in water infrastructure projects across the state of Utah in the United States. So I'll stop sharing and take it away, Will.
Awesome. So I think the first question is about whether green and gray hybrid solutions are practical and viable solutions in a coastal setting. I think from our perspective, and I think a lot of the panel, probably similar, the answer is absolutely. Coastal communities, like we're touched on in the introduction, are facing the greatest risk of a changing climate. And by blending conservation and restoration techniques with innovative engineering, we feel that green-gray infrastructure provides pioneering solutions that enable those coastal communities to more broadly mitigate natural disasters and adapt to a changing climate.
Great, thanks, Will. And next, we're going to hear from Professor Nigel Ponte. So Nigel has over 30 years experience in coastal geomorphology and management, and is the global technology leader for coastal planning and engineering in Jacobs. He's also a visiting professor at the National Oceanography Center in the UK. So over the last 6 years, Nigel has become more involved in nature-based coastal defense projects, contributing to several international guidelines and numerous projects around the world. All right, to you, Nigel.
Thank you, Emily, and thanks for asking us to be part of this panel today. So in answer to your first question, I think yes, the answer is green-grey hybrid solutions are viable solutions for coastal adaptation. And I've just got a few thoughts on that question and a few others in relation to managing flood and coastal erosion risk. So I think green-grey solutions are good in this capacity, in that the grey components, such as flood walls, are particularly good at blocking high water levels or perhaps dissipating wave energy. The green components, such as marshes, beaches, reefs, can play a role in dissipating wave energy and also trapping sediments, but increasingly important because they can provide numerous other co-benefits. And I think there are great opportunities to use those sorts of solutions for three main reasons. I think we have many coastal legacy settlements around the world, and protecting these settlements in the face of rising sea level and climate change is likely to mean more projects, including grey-green projects. Secondly, public and client organisations are increasingly asking for multi-benefit projects, such as projects involving not only flood risk reduction, but recreation, well-being, wildlife enhancements, even carbon sequestration, and greener solutions can help there. And thirdly, solutions involving green components may be eligible for more funding, a wider range of funding, making them more affordable. There are perhaps some practical barriers in some settings for some of the greener components of our green-grey solutions, such as some habitats have specific ranges, geographical ranges, such as mangroves and coral reefs. In other settings, heavily urbanized settings, there might be limited space for creating large extents of habitat. But nevertheless, I think there are great opportunities to go at here. And just to close, I'd just like to mention three projects that help sort of give illustration to some of those points I've been talking about. The first example is some work we've been doing at Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida. There we're developing a long-term plan to protect the base from coastal flooding. The base covers around 40 square kilometers. And in this case, we'll be using a wide range of approaches, some grey solutions and some greener solutions. So grey solutions perhaps involving flood walls, gates, levees, and greener solutions such as beaches, marshes, and dunes. And we'll be looking how all of those things can work together. And that work has involved numerous stakeholders, over 30 organisations to date, and that's been critical in identifying and obtaining flooding. The second example is in New York on Manhattan's east side. That area is home to over 100,000 New Yorkers and some critical infrastructure. And there we've been working with others to develop a plan to manage flood risk into the future. The whole area is low lying. So that involves 2.4 miles of flood protection systems, grey solutions such as flood walls, floodgates, and greener elements such as raised landscape areas. And again, that plan's put together with inputs from the city agencies, stakeholders, and communities. And then the third final example I'd like to leave you with is from an island nation known as Kiribati in the Central Pacific Ocean. There's up to 33 low-lying coral atolls whose maximum elevation above sea level is around 2 meters. Again, over 100,000 people at risk to future rises in sea level. And they're working closely with the local government and various stakeholders. We've developed some solutions to help protect them against coastal flooding and saline intrusion to their freshwater supplies. And so the grey solutions involve some coastal revetments, and the greener elements again involve some raised and landscaped areas. So I'd like to leave it there with three illustrations of how we can combine these grey and green together.
Perfect. Thank you, Nigel. All right, and we will move to our third panelist, Savina Carluccio. Savina is an experienced civil engineer and infrastructure practitioner. She is Program Director at the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure, as well as the Head of Guidance and Standards at the Resilience Shift. She has worked with government, infrastructure owners and operators, multilateral development banks, and NGOs to develop sustainable and resilient infrastructure that is fit for the future. Savina also serves as an Associate Director and Infrastructure Advisor at ARUP.
Hi, yes, hello. Thank you, Emily, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm excited about MBS, and the industry is really embracing this type of working with nature and trying to think really hard about implementation. So what I thought I would bring to the discussion today is an initiative that was launched just yesterday at COP26 during the Marrakesh Partnership Resilience Action event. And it's a joint initiative by SEDNet and NAV Climate, which is a coalition. It's called Navigating a Changing Climate Partnership Coalition, led by PIANC, if you're familiar with the World Association of Waterborne Transport Infrastructure. And so this initiative is about climate change and sediment management pledge. So it's thinking about the coast and, and how the many forms of transport, railroad and ports are exposed to climate change impacts. And at the same time, our coastline are such a critical location for sequestration of carbon. So then the climate change and sediment management pledge calls on organizations to work with coastal sediments. So from ports to offshore wind developers, flood risk authorities, fishing industry. So they all need to recognize the importance of coastal sediments. And so they can use those to deliver nature-based solutions. Because sediments are such an integral part of aquatic systems, they're the building blocks for natural habitats. And they're also a component of many ecosystem services. So it's just about thinking about how to use sediments going forward in a way that can be interrelated with natural processes and enable sediment managers to identify which solutions can benefit not just the climate and nature, but also the society and economy. So at the project infrastructure level, we can grasp opportunities by thinking across different sectors. For example, thinking about using spoil from a tunneling scheme. Can this be used to replenish sediment near exposed coastal railways, for example? Or can dredging from a port be used to create new nature reserves? So, and to realize such type of actions, then, obviously we need to be thinking broadly. We need to be thinking about what partnerships, what actors, what stakeholders need to come together to actually make this happen and recognize, what is the value that really deliver, thinking in such a way about the sediments, from a project to then use them for building nature-based solutions. So I thought that was a very, very nice initiative. I know Jacobs is part of it, ARUP is part of it. So I thought I would bring it to your attention. It's just freshly launched.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's exciting to hear about an initiative that's focusing on a specific resource and better use and management of that resource. All right, moving on to our next speaker is Dr. Todd Bridges. He is the U.S. Army's Senior Research Scientist for Environmental Science, and he leads the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Engineering with Nature initiative. So I'll give the floor to Todd.
Thank you very much, Emily. As you indicated, I work for the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Army Corps of Engineers is a public agency. It's also a big and old agency. We have 35,000 employees in the United States, and our history goes back more than 200 years in the United States. And we manage about $300 billion worth of water infrastructure in the United States. And with respect to the first question, are hybrid solutions viable and practical? The answer is yes. And I would say furthermore that there are examples of this practice under a different name that go back a long time. Landscapes have always been important with respect to flood risk management. It's always been a wise choice to occupy high ground in a flood-prone area. And there are excellent examples of this practice within the Corps of Engineers portfolio that go back nearly 100 years. We didn't call them nature-based solutions at the time or hybrid solutions at the time, but nevertheless they exist. And so when we began the Engineering with Nature initiative within the Corps of Engineers in 2010, part of the intention of doing that was to advance nature-based solutions by building upon and learning from that past practice in order to accelerate progress in the 21st century. 3 high points I think on this topic I would emphasize is that there's a continuing, ongoing, I would say increasingly urgent need to share, communicate, socialize experience with nature-based solutions. And that really is part of the rationale why Engineering with Nature led a 5-year effort with more than 75 organizations around the world and across sectors to develop international guidelines on the use of natural and nature-based features for flood risk management. We just published and released that 1,000-page document in September. People can access it from our website, and we want to hear feedback from people. What's missing? Where do you think we need to improve so that we can put in the hands of practitioners this kind of collective experience across the world in implementing these kinds of approaches. The second point I would emphasize, which has been touched on, I think, is how important scale is. And nature-based solutions, for them to contribute tangible value with respect to flood risk management, they have to be built on a scale that matches the need. And this brings on all sorts of issues with respect to policy at local as well as national levels on how we manage the land. If all the space is occupied with something built on it, then that's going to constrain our ability to leverage nature and spaces in nature for purposes of flood risk management. And I guess my third initial point also is integration really will determine this whole idea of green and gray. Our success at doing this integration really is going to be the determining factor for the 21st century, because in my opinion, most of the solutions that we will pursue in this space are going to be hybrid or integrated solutions. You know, Emily Goodwin talked about the two end members of wholly nature-based and wholly conventional, but the vast majority of solutions are going to be some combined, balanced approach between the two. So integration is essential, that we have to focus on how to accomplish this. And in doing that, and with respect to teeing up the next panel member, new engineering standards are essential for 21st century infrastructure solutions with respect to flood risk management.
I couldn't agree more. Thanks so much, Todd. And I really appreciate the comment about the natural and nature-based feature guidelines that were published, and kind of this is the first version. This is how we thought about the Green Gray Guide when we were preparing it. It's like, this is an iterative process, and we will learn by doing and update. And so it's critical that we kind of coordinate as a community to get that information and bring it forward, the best information forward about what's working. Yeah.
So. Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring our last final panelist into the conversation. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ganchiparam N. Gunalan, or Guna. He was the 2020 Global President of the American Society of Civil Engineers. He's based in Salt Lake City and a Senior Vice President at AECOM. Guna has managed complex infrastructure projects across the world, ranging in size from a few $1,000s to more than $3 billion. All right, to you, Guna.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with the esteemed colleagues to have this conversation about this very interesting, very important, and a very relevant topic. If anybody knows me, I probably go off of script a little bit, but I'm going to give you an overall perspective in terms of where we are. I'm very excited that AECOM has partnered with Conservation International. Adaptation and mitigation efforts globally depends on all of us coming together. Talking about coming together, Sabina and I are partnered in another effort, the ICSI coalition that ASE is partnered with Resilient Shift, Institute of Civil Engineers, and so on. Organizations like Conservation International and ASE, they bring thought leaders together. They bring scientists and professionals together, bring the industry together to develop the state of the practice, in any field. As Todd mentioned, we are also teamed up with Corps of Engineers, and they're putting out this huge 1,000-page volume, right, Todd? It'll take me a long time to get through the 1,000 pages, but those are the kinds of things that organizations bring together. It's all about partnerships, because we all need to come together to march to the same drumbeat. Because I simply say the planet has been around for millions of years. Human beings at best are here for 100 years, and we think we are in control. Mother Nature always trumps. So we need to be able to learn from Mother Nature, learn from our ancestors in terms of how do we address and improve the quality of life of all human beings while we preserve the resources of this planet that we have come to call home. We are all transients. We need to make sure that we are very diligent about how we use our resources and leave the resources for the future generations to come. In my role as a president, I was able to travel around the country, meet a lot of folks, meet a lot of academics. There are a lot of folks doing a lot of good work in terms of nature-based solutions. Simple examples, as I was discussing with Will, somebody was researching the anthills in the Saharan desert. Apparently, with the way the anthills are built in the desert, the cross ventilation and stuff, they maintain a constant temperature of 85 degrees within that anthill. We talk about, the heating and the cooling system, the HVAC, which is contributing to the global, warming and everything else. Same way, we need to be thinking about solutions using Mother Nature and learning from our ancestors in terms of how to not only to improve the quality of life, but make sure that we preserve the natural resources. The ASCE brings a lot of folks together, and one of the things that we also do organizations is to encourage innovations and competition among the young folks. We need to engage the next generation because it is their future, it is their planet, and we need to make sure that they are engaged in the conversation. So the Industry Leaders Council at ASC incubated a thing called the Innovation Contest. And I remember listening to a presentation made by a young person that talked about, the systems that they're using to mitigate the algae and also to protect the shorelines in the Boston Bay. So we need to get the young folks engaged. Organizations need to open up for innovations and so on. And finally, I always say, you need to walk the talk. So I'm currently working on a project here in New York called the, Bay Park Conveyance Project, which is trying to preserve the ecosystem of the Western Bays. It's a sustainable and a resilient project where they're taking the effluent from one treatment plant through a repurposed aqueduct that was built over 100 years ago, talking about, using your resources through another treatment plant to reduce the amount of nitrates before it gets discharged into the Atlantic Ocean. So there are a lot of folks doing a lot of things. I know I can speak for AECOM. I'm sure Jacobs and IROP and others are doing similar things across. We have done some planning in Sydney. We have done some things in Tacoma, Washington to address sea level rise and how do we, mitigate those kinds of things. And we're also, working on the battery parks in New York. So, organizations like IROP, Jacobs, AECOM, and others, WSP and so on, will come together, but Conservation International, ASC, and other organizations and CORE, they have huge history and a huge resource that we need to be building on to put together guidelines so that the engineers of the future are looking for nature-based solutions to address these challenges while we continue to preserve the quality of life for the future citizens of this planet. So with that, I think, yes, we can. But the key here is nature-based solutions take time.
Yeah.
It's not based on quarterly results. These take time. We need to exercise patience in making sure that these things work. So we need to not only put these in place, but monitor them over a period of time to make course corrections as we move forward. And so that's my call to people is while we are making this investment, we are making the turn. We need to be patient. The best is yet to come.
Thank you very much. Wonderful vision and hope for the future. I'm going to check in on the Mentimeter here and see what folks are saying and contributing here, where they're coming from. So the first question that we asked was, what one word would you use to describe your profession? And it looks like the two that are coming out the most are climate policy and engineers, which is a great combination of the kind of topic of the day. So glad to see that. And then the second question is, where are you in the world? So as expected, we've got a lot of people in Glasgow and Scotland, wonderful. And Guyana coming in strong, that's great. Speaking of places that will depend on good sediment management for the future, Savina, something you mentioned in the coastal space, I think is going to be really important in Guyana. And then the first question here that the panelists responded to, do you think green-gray infrastructure is a practical and viable adaptation solution for our coasts? So 29 respondents, happy to see there's no no's, and 24 yeses, so majority in the yes. And I think, maybe it depends. In my mind, I think about the site specificity and kind of the ends of the spectrum, and where a gray only or a green only solution might be most appropriate. And then on this one, what do you think is the greatest barrier for coastal green-gray solutions? So there were a number of kind of things that our panelists introduced here. So around the space available for restoration, the scale of the intervention, the kind of imagination and kind of getting to that incubation or accelerator of new ideas, the need for engineering standards. I didn't hear it often in the remarks, but finance, and then around policy. But the UN Climate Conference being a policy, having a policy focus, I see that as coming out as the biggest barrier here for moving forward with green-gray coastal solutions. And then if you could make one thing a reality by this time next year, so theoretically COP27, what would we want to see to achieve progress towards scaling green-gray adaptation solutions? And it looks like there are a lot of different answers here. I'm seeing collaboration, greater awareness, projects, food security, policy, standards, wider use. And is there a question you'd like to ask the panel? So what I'd like to do now is take one of these questions and pass it back to our panelists, and then invite anyone in the room to also ask a question that you might have. So I'm going to stop sharing, but I think I will ask the question because this is a policy conference, and policy was seen as kind of the biggest barrier going forward in that poll. And this first question here is, how do you interact with policymakers to achieve these solutions? So give me a moment, and we'll see if we can navigate. Do any of the panelists want to take a answer? Okay, I see Guna, and then Will. Great. Let's see, Guna, give me a second.
Can you hear me? Sure.
Yes.
Okay, I think one of the things that we've gotten into, in a lot of these situations about policymakers is a lot of the policies are based on election cycles. We need to, nature-based solutions, that's why I said takes a long time. It needs to be a long vision in terms of, the evidence and to be able to substantiate some of these things. But I think a lot of people have been working diligently in this space and can provide a lot of evidence to the policymakers about the effectiveness of these solutions. I think that's the key, is to be able to back it up with good science information and good information to be able to convince the policymakers about the solutions that are being proposed. And we also need to show the financial benefits of these types of solutions in the long run as well. Some of it could be soft cost, some of it could be hard cost, but I think one of the things that we need to, as professionals, is to be able to bring all of those things into the conversation and focus, is not only just look at solutions, but look at the benefits and also address the issues that the political figures and the policymakers are typically challenged to. So not only look at it from your lens, but look at it from their lens and provide them the information and the data so that they can stand up and confidently say, here is the information, here is the data, here is the evidence, and here is what needs to be done and why.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'll share some of my experiences of kind of presenting that information to governments. Is there's a, okay, what do we do now? There's a partnership element that comes in terms of, okay, what can we do? What policies can we influence? Will, do you want to add a comment?
Absolutely. It's always a little tough to follow Guna with his very eloquent answers. I will say that for policymakers, and it's probably something that's we're seeing across the industry, there's a general lack of familiarity with green and gray. And I think whether it's green and gray or other areas, when we're facing unfamiliarity or uncertainty, we tend to gravitate to what we've always known or what we've always done. In this case, that means defaulting to using those traditional green and gray gray infrastructure options. So I think for us as a group, it's important to inform policymakers of recent successes around the globe, while also piloting new approaches that have potential for future scale, to communicate and educate in that pathway. To touch on kind of an example that I think aligns with this, AECOM and Conservation International are currently working on a pilot project in the Philippines. The project includes working closely with 10 cities, and these cities are in a variety of different environments, including riverine, wetland, and coastal, to review their current infrastructure needs and identify opportunities to integrate green and gray infrastructure solutions. And I think highlighting those types of projects, and as Emily Goodwin touched on, there's a lot of other case studies that are out there, whether they're in the Green Gray Guide or elsewhere, communicating those and informing policymakers to build that familiarity for future application.
Excellent. Great. I'll pass it to Savina and then Todd. And if there are any questions in the room, Jill, let me know that anyone in the room wants to ask the panel. So to you, Savina.
Right, thank you, Emily. Yeah, so I completely agree, my fellow panelists. So governments should upskill and understand how, what the benefits are for nature-based solutions. But I think the other point I wanted to make is when we then establish those policies, I think government should consult with a quite wide range of stakeholders. So including the indigenous and vulnerable communities, including the scientific communities, us technical experts, the asset owners, financial and legal institutions. So it's a whole host of people that really need to input into policies, so then, when we're setting goals for enhancing the adoption of nature-based solutions, they are well informed. So I think, that's it's complementary to upskilling and, sharing with the policymakers, but also for them to reach out.
Perfect. That's a great point, to get as many perspectives as possible and developed into the policy process. Todd.
Yes, thanks, Emily. 2 points I guess I would make. First has to do with how you communicate. The fact basis is going to always be the same. You don't change facts depending on who you're talking to, but the how you communicate has to change because different audiences have, different aptitudes. You would never give a policymaker or an elected official a 1,000-page document and say, here you go, here are your answers, right? So, and I had an experience just this summer, first time in my career, I testified before a Senate committee, the Senate Committee for Environment and Public Works. And it was an interesting experience, of course, and there was a lot of preparation packed into a fairly small number of words to convey. But I was quite encouraged by that experience, I must say, on the level of interest by U.S. senators on that committee in this topic space. And I can still remember the senator from Arizona, asking me questions about all the issues they're dealing with in Arizona and out west of the United States with respect to heat, drought, and wildfire. We focus a lot on flooding and coastal flooding, but there are big issues in other places in the country, and nature-based solutions have something to offer in those contexts. And when communicating examples, there's nothing that conveys information like sharing practical examples, especially of built projects that have been in the ground or in the water, and this is how they're working to convey what might seem a somewhat esoteric topic to some. And the second point is the importance of what I'm going to call policy research. Right. And we have a project underway right now within the Engineering with Nature program where we're doing policy research that is examining how you evaluate benefits influences decision making. So if we evaluate benefits in this way, this is how the project alternatives shake out. If we evaluate benefits that way, this is how the project alternatives shake out. So it's information that doesn't dictate policy, but it informs policy. And I think benefit evaluation and the diversity of benefits that can be offered by nature-based solutions is a very important topic in this space that we need to advance.
Very much agree. And just for time, unfortunately, we need to end there. But I do want to just recognize that kind of valuation of benefits and ecosystem services around the world being one of the hardest things to value, and unfortunately, for better or worse, kind of monetize it in cost benefit analysis. So, but I do want to just thank you all for your work, for your partnership, for being here today, and for the people online and in the room. I think on a day-to-day basis, we hear a lot of hard news about the climate and the future. And this work with nature-based solutions and green-gray infrastructure is one of the things that gives me the most hope. And so incredibly grateful for your partnership and working together to bring forward these ideas and these projects. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Jill in the room, who's going to has some closing remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you to all of our panelists, both virtually and here in the room. I think we have shown how collaborative and innovative we can be with this panel. We had people from all over the world join us here in Glasgow for this event. And it's really clear that both Conservation International and all of our panelists here today are really working to build with nature and create the next generation of climate resilient infrastructure. To highlight some of Conservation International's plans for the next 5 years, which will be done in collaboration with many of the people that have presented and discussed opportunities in this space today. We're working to implement a portfolio of large-scale green-gray projects that benefit communities and provide replicable and measurable demonstrations of how effective and how cost-efficient green-gray infrastructure can be. We hope to see the continued development and facilitation of the adoption of standard engineering techniques for green-gray infrastructure, as was discussed on the panel today, and as was certainly reflected in the Mentimeter and people's remarks. We really hope to work with governments to develop national policies to really open the door for green-gray infrastructure, and I would also add international policies, and make it so the next COP, there are even more green-gray events and even a wider array of partners in the room, certainly more engineers. And finally, our team will be working specifically to implement green-gray into at least 5% of the nearly $1.8 trillion that is spent annually on coastal infrastructure development, particularly in emerging markets. Across the board this week in Glasgow, we've discussed how important financing these ideas are and these solutions, and we can't forget that piece. So thank you all again for joining us today and being so flexible in our creative panel. Hope to see you very soon. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Emily.
start? All right, good evening, everyone. Hopefully all of you can hear me. Just checking. Okay, fantastic. Well, welcome. I know it's been a really packed day full of really great content here at the Nature Pavilion, so thank you all for joining us and for being with us for an event that we're really excited to share with you some new research and some examples from our work on the ground. At Conservation International, I'm Shaila Raghav, the Vice President of Climate Change at Conservation International. We've gone through quite a journey on adaptation over the last few years. You all are well aware that there is good science that suggests that at least a third of the solution to climate change mitigation can come from nature. And so looking at that science, when we were looking at our adaptation strategy, we often would wonder, is there an analog? Is there a similar analysis on adaptation? What portion of resilience benefits can people get from nature-based solutions as opposed to other types of solutions? And we thought, is there science or research or a way that we can better understand the connection between human resilience and the health of natural ecosystems? And so some of the research and the results of the research that you're going to see today is really the result of some of that scientific exploration to better understand how nature, how people depend on nature and how we can better manage nature in light of the climate change impacts that we're seeing today and that we expect to see in the future. And so in particular, what we're going to be talking about is research that aims to identify and uncover how dependent and where are those people that are most dependent on the health of natural ecosystems. And these are, in particular, would be people that are sensitive to changes in climate, but also sensitive to loss of nature. So you can think about communities that are very dependent on climate-sensitive sectors, whether it's farming or fishing, or reside in areas that are highly exposed to climate or extreme impacts and how that may affect their opportunities for incomes or livelihoods. And so the findings of this research can really reveal where we may want to prioritize our efforts and how we can better manage nature to ensure that the people that are most dependent on nature can have long-term resilience to the impacts of climate change. So what we have for you today is a short video that is going to presented by two of our colleagues, Camilla Donati and Giacomo Fedele, who are in our science team in Conservation International and conducted a comprehensive global study to better understand the dependencies of human populations on nature. So they will be telling you a bit more about that research and showing you the map and the results of that research. And then we will be joined by three panelists, and two of which are here in person, who will share some on-the-ground experience on how research like this comes to bear in practical examples in the Amazon, in Kenya, and in the Pacific Islands. So with that, let's launch into the video so we can learn a bit more about the science and what it uncovered.
Thank you, Shaila, and hello to everyone in Glasgow and online. My name is Camilla Donati, and I'm the Climate Adaptation Director at Conservation International. I'm here today to talk about our research on nature-dependent people that aimed to map and quantify the people that depend on nature for their basic needs. There is something that many people tend to forget. We all depend on nature. However, for certain population groups, the dependence on nature is a question of everyday survival. In this study, we identified who are the people that depend on nature the most to fulfill their basic needs and where they are located. Up to this point, there's just a few partial guess estimates of people's dependence on nature for basic needs, and we wanted to have an updated figure that was scientifically robust, comparable across countries, and spatially explicit.
To identify and locate nature-dependent people, we looked at their dependencies on nature for basic needs. We analyzed more than 5 million household surveys conducted by international organizations or national statistic offices in 85 tropical countries. We are able to gather representative data for more than 1,100 subnational regions that could be, for example, at the state level or finer scale. We used information from those household surveys to understand the direct use of nature for 4 basic needs. The first one was shelter. We looked at whether and where people use natural resources such as wood, bamboo, palm, dug, earth, or mud to build their homes, as opposed to build concrete houses. The second basic need we considered in this study was fuel, and we looked at whether and where people use natural resources such as wood, charcoal, straws or grass, shrubs, or dung for energy, as opposed to use electricity or gasoline, for example. The third basic need was water, and we looked at whether and where people collect water directly from rivers, lakes, rain, natural springs or wells, as opposed to using piped water, boreholes, or water bottles. And the fourth basic need that we considered in our study was livelihood. So where people's income come primarily from agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. These are the results maps showing the percentage of people at subnational level that directly depend on nature for each of the basic needs that I just mentioned. So for example, you can see on the top map the percentage of people that depend on nature for livelihoods. And the regions in darker green are those that host high percentages of people that rely on nature for their livelihoods. And that number adds up to 1.5 billion people. The other maps show the same information for the other basic needs. So the second map shows the information for shelter, the third map fuel for cooking, and the last map shows information for drink water. In this study, we defined nature-dependent people as those that directly depend on nature for at least one of the 4 basic needs considered in this study. We say that people are highly nature-dependent when they directly depend on nature for at least 3 out of the 4 basic needs that we considered. Our results indicate that 2.7 billion people, or 2 in 3 people in the tropics, are nature dependent, meaning that they directly depend on nature for at least one basic need. And around half of those people are highly nature dependent. I will let my colleague Giacomo Fedeli, who is the lead author of this paper, to show you the details of some of the spatial analysis.
Thanks, Camila, and hi everybody from my side as well. So this is the map with the main result, showing the areas at subnational level where people rely on nature the most for their basic needs, in the darker shade of green. Africa has the highest proportion of nature-dependent people, especially in the central and eastern parts, like the Congo Basin and East Africa, including Madagascar. In the Americas, the highest proportion of nature-dependent people live in the upper Amazon plains, in Guyana and the lower parts of Central America. In Asia Pacific, a high proportion of nature-dependent people is found in New Guinea Islands, in the lower Mekong Basin, and in the Ganges River Basin. We found very different proportions of nature-dependent people across the continents. This graph shows you the percentage of people that directly rely on nature for basic needs in tropical Africa, Asia Pacific, and the Americas. For example, in Africa, about 85% of the population there rely on nature for at least one basic need, the bars in the different colors of green. And 48% rely on nature for at least 3 basic needs, the bar in the black box. Africa had the largest proportion, and most of the people there use nature for all 4 basic needs at the same time, but especially for fuel for cooking. In Asia Pacific and the Americas, more than 2/3 of the people are nature dependent. The most important basic need from nature is fuel and shelter in Asia Pacific, while for the Americas is livelihoods. We used our results on nature-dependent people to see how they overlap with different aspects of land uses. In this graph, you can see how the areas with a different proportion of nature-dependent people are managed by indigenous people and local communities. The dotted line is the average, the global average of IPLC's territories, around 27%. The graph shows you a clear trend. The areas with more nature-dependent people are also the areas where there are the most indigenous peoples and local communities on average. The drop in the last percentages of indigenous people and local communities in the last bar is probably due to some missing data from the IPLC dataset. For example, we didn't have data on Madagascar, where a lot of people are highly dependent on nature for their basic needs. There are three main takeaways from this study for all of us and decision makers. First, please don't act and take decisions as though we don't depend on nature, because we all do. And for 2.7 billion people in the tropics, this is a matter of survival. Nature-dependent people and their deep connection with nature cannot be overlooked any longer. All decisions influencing land uses should maintain healthy relationship between nature and people. Second, include and prioritize nature and the people who depend on it in plans, strategies, and funding for climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable development. Nature is often a readily available resource that helps maintain the livelihood of people and overcome shocks. And for many of them, especially in the tropics, is the only and primary resource to help them cope with challenges. Third, policies and management interventions that modify access or uses of nature in places with high proportion of nature-dependent people must ensure that their participation and visions are included. These population groups are very sensitive to changes in nature, either positive or negative, but they are often also the most marginalized and their voices unheard. We compiled this information and made it accessible in an interactive way online at ndp.resilienceatlas.org. So in this way, we hope you can explore the data further and help put nature back at the center of a climate resilient and sustainable development for all. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Giacomo and Camilla, for that really great overview of the research, and encourage all of you to take a look at that website. It's quite interactive and dynamic. You can turn various layers on and off and explore how the different dependencies can combine in particular places. So now we're going to unpack what this research means for places on the ground, for actual real-life examples where we are partnering with local communities and better trying to understand how human and natural resilience are intertwined, and in particular how we can manage our natural ecosystems and land better in light of climate change, but also to deploy nature-based solutions to their fullest extent. So we're going to start with the region that we all saw was where there's the highest dependency on nature in Kenya. So we're going to hear from Christina Ender, my colleague based in Nairobi, who is our regional climate change director, to tell us about her experience working with communities in Chulu Hills.
Great, thank you, Shaila. Thanks. Oh, we are very interactive here. So Shaila already introduced me. I'm Christina Ender. I'm the Regional Climate Change Director for Conservation International based in Nairobi. And I'll be sharing, first of all, a little bit about our project that we are doing in the Chulu Hills. So the Chulu Hills, just to give you a bit of an overview of why Conservation International is working in that landscape. The Chulu Hills is located in southeast Kenya, on the border to Tanzania, across looking at Kilimanjaro. And it's an important, you can see the hills in the back. It's an important water catchment for the downstream. About 7 million people depend on that water catchment. It has a cloud forest on top of the hills, and in the bottom, in the lowlands, it's arid and semi-arid rangelands. We've started as Conservation International. We started working in the landscape about 10 years ago, and it includes the total area is about 410,000 hectares, and impacting about 140,000 people, including 40,000 Maasais who live on that land. In terms of other important features of the landscape, it's in addition to being a water tower, as we call it in Kenya, important water catchment, it's an important wildlife corridor. It provides a space for animals like rhinos and habitat for rhinos, as well as other animals like elephants to move through. And the project, so Conservation International has set up several initiatives. First, we developed a carbon project, a RED+ project in the landscape that is generating income through the sale of carbon. And we've also looked at, we are working on restoring the landscape, especially the rangelands, the lowlands, as you can see here. Just to give you an overview of what the cloud forest looks like on top of the hill. This is another picture. But why is this an important area to protect? So there's been a lot of different threats for that landscape, including agricultural encroachment, rangeland degradation. There's been increasing fires and droughts from climate change. 2009 was particularly bad, and we've just had extreme weather events in the last couple of years. In addition, the underlying factors for these for the effect or impact on depleting or degrading the landscape is poverty. So and lack of livelihood activities. So options. So we really started to work on those and see what we could establish to help implement the nature-based solutions through RED+, through the restoration work, and ultimately impact and improve people's lives. So with that, we've worked on one initiative is through protecting the forests on top of the hills. Through increased firefighting equipment and initiatives and just better strategies of how to combat fires, and employment by rangers, etc., as well as looking at active restoration. So one of the key livelihood activities in the Chulu Hills is pastoralism, as you can see here. And so the impacts, the benefits from that work are felt both in the mitigation and as well as the adaptation space. So with regards to mitigation, as I mentioned, we have an active carbon project that generates income through the sale of carbon credits that and generates significant emission reductions every year. We are also having a tree nursery to do active restoration and working with women groups, as you saw in the first picture, on restoring rangelands through grass seed banks. So that again provides them with an alternative livelihood income activity that is based on a nature positive activity. And then with regards to adaptation, through the finance that has come in from those projects, from the sale of credits, we've been able to employ a lot of people in the landscape. That is always been one of the key requests and demands that we hear from the communities. We, for example, currently the project employs 500 rangers, 61 teachers, 5 community health workers. So it's really a significant improvement and opportunities for livelihoods through a nature-based solution, which is the RED+ project. We also, through working and improving the rangelands through restoration, active restoration work, as well as long-term improvement of the governance system, the impact will be felt through enhanced livestock health, which in return will mean healthier cattle, livestock. They will fetch higher market prices if and when they decide to sell cattle. So there's different trickle-down impacts that through the work, through the nature-based solutions that CI is implementing with our partners, can be really felt and makes the communities more resilient to impacts of climate change as we proceed. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Christina. So it's clear that there are some clear, tangible ways that that people and populations that are particularly dependent on nature, that the stress or the demand or pressure for use of those depleting resources can be alleviated, but also that we can harness nature's potential through restoration and through better managing those natural ecosystems where those deep dependencies exist. So thank you, Christina, for that example. We're now going to move over to the Peruvian Amazon and hear from another colleague, Claudio Schneider, who will introduce himself and tell us about a private sector example in the Amazon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shaila. My name is Claudio Schneider. I'm Senior Technical Director for Conservation International in Peru. And I would like to talk to you about a very recent initiative that we have put together with USAID. It's a $20 million facility to develop sustainable businesses in the Amazon. We have seen that in places of the Peruvian Amazon, you find high dependencies. You know, people are to nature, and these people are at the same time very threatened by different activities that are taking place in the Amazon, such as migration, illegal activities, and so on. So the idea was to put together a facility to help them out, turn this dependency into opportunities, these threats into opportunities. We found that there were a lot of initiatives in the Amazon from different levels and from different stakeholders, but that were implemented in an uncoordinated way. So the idea was to create a platform where we could promote collaboration around concrete opportunities to develop nature-based solutions and businesses that support nature-based solutions, right? So the facility aims to work with local communities, with local governments, national governments, but also with the private sector to channel financial and technical resources, and at the same time contribute to the national commitments of the Peruvian government, the NDCs and the SDGs as well. We are going to work closely with governments to create enabling conditions for investments and combine public and private funding to develop concrete opportunities for the communities on the ground. One important thing is that we are basing all these investments on concrete science, such as the one presented here. as well, and also applying a rights-based approach, trying to encourage, for example, women to lead business opportunities in their communities as well. The partnership has now the corporations of different sizes, such as Starbucks, for example, which recently signed an MOU on the alliance, academia such as Arizona State University, and private companies such as Veridis Terra International, which is a Canadian company specialized in restoration and the generation of carbon offsets as well. And it's also supported by the BHP Foundation. From the $20 million initial investment, $10 million are public funding from USAID, and 10 million are from our private partners. And the goal is to reach in another 4 years a $50 million private investment and $20 million public investment from different programs of the Peruvian government. There are many opportunities where local governments and communities sometimes have difficulties accessing public funding that is available from the Peruvian government. And one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to help them access this funding and match it with private sector funding to develop a value chain or a new product that has potential to reach markets. Business models, access to market, they're all very important things that we're going to look at because we want this, of course, to be viable businesses and benefit the people on the ground. I mean, this is all designed to help the people in the Peruvian Amazon improve their livelihoods and see the value in nature conservation. And I leave it there.
Thank you, Claudio. I think what you said about rather than seeing these dependencies as a problem, but seeing them as opportunities is really the cornerstone of this project. So really exciting to see this come to fruition and see kind of this consortium of different stakeholders coming together to support communities, to turn those dependencies into opportunities. Great, so now we're going to turn to our last example, and we are actually joined by a virtual speaker, our colleague Johan Bell. So hopefully we have him on the line, and I'll invite him to introduce himself and share an example from the Pacific Islands.
Fisheries at Conservation International. It's a great pleasure to talk to you today. And what I particularly want to talk about is the incredible dependence that Pacific Island people have on fish and fisheries. I think it's true to say that fish is a real cornerstone of food security in the Pacific Island region. Average fish consumption is often 2 to 4 times the global average. And most of that fish is coming from coral reefs. And as you'll appreciate, coral reefs are degrading as a result of ocean warming and ocean acidification. Populations of people are also growing rapidly. And a real gap is emerging between how much fish people should be eating for good nutrition and how much can now be harvested sustainably from coral reefs. And so tuna really has to come in and fill that gap. The region is blessed with a very rich tuna resource. And so it's been estimated that in the next 10 years or so, something like 25% of all fish needed for good nutrition across the region is going to have to come from tuna. So together with the Pacific community, the Pacific Island Forum Fisheries Agency, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program, CI is developing a major proposal to the Green Climate Fund. It's called Adapting Pacific Island Tuna-Dependent Communities and Economies to Climate Change. And the first half of this program is really going to be dedicated towards increasing access to tuna for communities so that tuna can play the role it needs to play in domestic fish consumption. If I could have the next slide, please. I think I had a couple of slides. There we are. That was the first one I was talking to. Sorry, the next one, please. The second thing I want to talk about really is the incredible importance that industrial tuna fisheries make to the economies of at least 10 Pacific Island countries and territories. Here you can see a slide of the lagoon of Majuro Atoll in the Marshall Islands, and you can see the large purse seine vessels that actually fish in this part of the region. And actually 75% of the catch of the largest tuna fishery in the world comes from the exclusive economic zones of these 10 Pacific Island countries and territories. And the countries rely enormously on the revenue of that fishery to run their governments. An average of 37% of all government revenue from these 10 Pacific Island countries and territories comes from the access fees that these industrial fleets pay to come to fish for tuna in their waters. Next slide, please. And as you can see for yourselves, it's incredible how much of the government revenue comes from this source. Look at the small territory of Tokelau there. 84% of all its government revenue is used to underpin health and education systems and construct infrastructure comes from industrial tuna fishery. And just pick out another couple of examples there. The Federated States of Micronesia, almost 50%. Marshall Islands, almost 50%. Kiribati, 70%, and so forth and so on. But there's real concern in the region now because the modeling that we've done to date is showing that tuna are going to be redistributed further and further to the east over time, which means that the fish will be moving out of the exclusive economic zones of these tuna-dependent countries and territories over time, and their government revenue is going to be declining. Now, this is very much a climate justice issue, and so the Green Climate Fund proposal that I referred to, the second half of that proposal, is actually going to be dedicated towards developing an advanced warning system that is going to tell us with much more confidence about the timing and the extent of tuna redistribution so that these countries can go and negotiate internationally to maintain the benefits that they presently receive from industrial tuna fishing, regardless of the redistribution of the fish. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. So I think this example kind of illuminates the potential political and legal issues, but also financial that in terms of how these dependencies should be managed in terms of our international regime and international financial flows and of course the climate justice implications as well. So thank you for sharing that example. So now I'm going to ask one question to each of our panelists, and then we'd like to hear from all of you and open up a dialogue for our remaining time. So my first question is to you, Christina. Can you tell us a bit more about how the processes in Kenya are made to be inclusive, and in particular how people themselves and their experiences, their cultural sensitivities, their aspirations are taken into account in the design of your projects?
Sure, thanks. So I mean, again, talking about from the project I shared with you, the Chulu Hills, people were included from the very beginning without having the engagement with the communities and actually the go-ahead. We would never be able to undertake such a project. So there was an elaborate free, prior, and informed consent process with all of the leaders, the religious leaders, the group branch leadership, women groups, youth groups. So we've had a long, first of all, lead up to ensure that there's agreement that we proceed with this project. And in then looking back at actually the designing phase, we've engaged with all of the different groups regularly to understand where specifically are their needs and what are they wishing to see come from this project. So as I mentioned, employment was a big thing that they always requested at every single community meeting. And then in addition, for example, using the example of the rangeland restoration work, again, there's no way an outsider can come in and say, this is what you need to do. It will just not work in any way. So it takes a long time, a lot of meetings, a lot of understanding of how they see the livestock grazing should be working. So all of it is done in collaboration with the communities to design a plan that will work and is adopted and owned by themselves. And so really, that is really the key message. You cannot really do a project without the inclusion, without including the people that depend on it, and they have a say in how it is to be done.
Yeah, so trust seems to be a very important principle here. Great. So Claudio, next question for you is related to how the project that you shared with us relates to and potentially helps the government and the local communities achieve their goals for climate, so stopping deforestation, accelerating restoration, but also for development and sustainable development goals.
Yes, thanks. Well, the facility was conceived with very concrete goals of climate change mitigation and also biodiversity conservation. So all of the investments that we're going to do will have to have concrete targets. They're not just investments to do development of a commodity. There are investments to develop a commodity with low emissions or help the communities adapt or conserve on biodiversity. So we rely a lot on government plans. The government of Peru has a climate change strategy. They have identified concrete areas where they want investment to happen to reduce emissions. And so the subnational governments have followed these principles, and they have developed their own low emission development plans, for example. So we rely on those documents to prioritize our investments as we identify opportunities with the communities. And we'll, of course, have a monitoring system, a way of measuring the impact that those investments are going to have on those commitments that the government of Peru has, both on climate change and on sustainable development goals as well.
Thank you, Claudio. And so over to, if we could get Johan back on the screen. Johan, can you share with us how science, like the science that Giacomo and Camilla shared with us earlier on mapping with precision where people are most dependent on nature for basic needs, how can science like that help you in the design of programs, in fisheries management programs, or even these large proposals and regional projects that you're thinking about in the Pacific region?
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. Well, we've relied very heavily on the information from household income and expenditure surveys to get a really good handle on what fish consumption levels are. And they do vary between people in rural areas and urban areas. And that has played a major role in trying to find a way of designing how best to increase access to tuna, particularly for people in rural areas. And the approach that we've come up with is actually to use some technology that's been around for a while now, but hasn't actually been scaled up to the level it needs to be scaled up. And that technology is called a fish aggregating device. There's been an observation over the years that tuna will mill around a floating object out at sea. And so these fish aggregating devices sort of mimic that process, and they're anchored close enough to the coast so that people can go out and they're often in canoes even without outboard motors, and fish around these fish aggregating devices and have a much greater chance of catching a tuna. So we've used this information from the household income and expenditure surveys to look at where the populations are distributed. We know what distance you need to use to have between these fish aggregating devices, and that is all fed in to the planning that's involved for this Green Climate Fund proposal. Turning to the industrial tuna fishing, there's been modeling for the best part of 10 years now, which is actually indicating every time the models are run and improved that the tuna will be moving further to the east. And so, you know, that has led to a lot of the thinking about why we need what we're calling this advanced warning system, because the models are not perfect, as you'll appreciate. They're getting better and better, but we can all point to ways to improve those models. For instance, the spatial resolution of the models needs to reduce from something like a 2 by 2 degrees square in the ocean to a 1/2 by 1/2 degree square to give us much more precision about timing and movement of tuna. So yeah, to cut a long story short, science, whether it be social science based on the household income and expenditure surveys, or whether it's on really sophisticated climate change modeling, is playing a huge role in this particular initiative.
Great, thank you, Johan. So I think we'll now invite any questions from our audience here or virtually. Any questions for our panelists? Sure, so if you wouldn't mind asking it from this microphone here.
Sure, can you hear me? Thank you for that, that was really interesting. But I was going to ask whether or not there are any efforts, this is potentially more relevant for the tuna example, but if there are efforts to move people beyond that strong dependence on nature, particularly with the tuna given biological depletion of fish stocks, but also with policies like marine protected areas expansion. And also, additionally, with aggregators, is there any risk of increasing bycatch with things like dolphins due to their swarming around large objects as well? Thank you.
Johan, did you hear that question?
Yes, I'll answer the last part first. I mean, I should hasten to say really that these fish aggregating devices are used in 2 ways. They're actually used at a fairly small scale by these coastal communities. And really the scope for having any impacts on bycatch, marine mammals is very limited and hardly ever recorded in the case of those coastal FADs. But they're also used by the industrial tuna fishery. In that case, the FADs drift along. And there has been bycatch issues in the past, but the regional fisheries management organisations that control these fisheries have worked very hard through their conservation and management measures to find ways of reducing the bycatch. And certainly when it comes to marine mammals, it's trivial at this point in time. There has been some bycatch of sharks, but once again, this is being reduced. So by and large, this very important source of food for the world is being collected and caught in a very responsible way at this point in time. Just turning to your issue about, are there alternatives for coastal people in the Pacific for fish consumption? Well, as you'll appreciate, in low-lying atolls, there's very limited, if any, scope for animal husbandry or large-scale crop production. And that really is the reason why people in the Pacific are so dependent on fish resources. But the tuna fisheries of the region are actually being very well managed. I mean, none of the 4 target tuna species, we're talking about skipjack tuna, yellowfin tuna, big-eyed tuna, and South Pacific albacore, none of those tuna species have been overfished in the Western and Central Pacific Ocean. And importantly, overfishing has not started to happen either, which would eventually lead to the stocks being overfished. So the region manages its resources extremely well, but what they haven't got control of is the movement of the fish. And so everyone is very concerned not only that there'll be reductions in the income for these countries, but as the fish move from their exclusive economic zones out into high seas areas, it's widely recognized that, the IUU fishing, illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing, is harder to control in high seas areas than it is within the exclusive economic zones of the countries. So it's yet another reason to look to a change in management arrangements, where the very good job that Pacific Island countries have done in managing tuna resources, because 75% of the catch of the world's largest purse seine fishery comes from their waters. We'd like to be able to see that management regime actually implemented in high seas areas in the future.
Thank you, Johan. And maybe Claudio and Christina, if you have any quick reflections on alternatives. So is your response to dependencies on nature to completely reduce that dependency by shifting livelihoods practices, or even people moving or migration? Have you experienced or seen any of those in your projects?
Well, I think the key is to use your resources sustainably, right? And to diversify as well. I think environments such as the Amazon are so rich that having communities depend on one single commodity, I think is not viable, right? Because you create a high dependency, and you need to develop opportunities with other products that may come. I mean, the Amazon's so rich, you can do many things, and you can, and the markets are maturing and are looking for new things, and that's what we're looking for, this innovation in products and sustainable way of doing things. Yeah.
Thanks. And no, I think I fully agree with what you were saying, that turning a threat into an opportunity, and that is one of the baselines that we work from in South Africa, in our Conservation in South Africa office, for example. They're working heavily on in livestock as well, and in the same rangeland restoration space. And it's about any business, any livelihood needs an input somehow to function, if it's raw materials. And so by making sure that the raw materials or the rangelands that livestock depends upon is improved and more sustainable, and actually therefore improves the health of the livestock as well, that has a positive impact. And so I think strengthening or improving the actual livelihood activity, as well as diversifying. Like we said, we've started to do like seed banks, active restoration, with women groups as well. So,
yeah. Or even thinking about different not nature-based solutions. If there's water scarcity, then thinking about wetland restoration, or other ways of ensuring that resource can be sustained in the future. Okay. Yes. Over to you.
Hi, I was actually going to ask a very similar question to the previous lady about the tuna fishery. It just seemed to me that what you were describing was just more intensive fisheries. I didn't really see how this was actually contributing to resilience. I mean, the threat to an atoll is surely sea level rise and things. So, I mean, how are you actually responding to the actual climatic threats in the region? And on the livestock, again, I didn't quite understand in Peru how this was actually making any nature positive contribution. You were talking about livestock farm, major source of methane. There's trees there. Are you actually doing anything actively to encourage greater tree cover, reduce the pressure from the livestock? I just didn't see where the nature positive was. It just sounded like intensification, really.
Johan, maybe you can take that question first.
Yes, okay. I'm not quite sure how to go about answering this. I was hoping through presenting those slides that we could really demonstrate just how dependent Pacific Island countries are on tuna for food security and for fishing. There's no plan to intensify industrial fishing that goes on now. I mean, as I've explained, it's being done at a very sustainable level, and the benefits that come from that fishery are just incredibly important to these countries. I mean, by any definition, they are tuna dependent, because an average of 37% of their government revenue that supports schools and hospitals and infrastructure is coming from this source. And without that source, these countries would be far more dependent on aid. So I hope I've given you a bit more information about why these communities are so dependent on nature. But if there's something else you'd like to know, please let me know.
Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't mention any livestock. It was my colleague from Kenya, so I'm gonna pass the question to her.
So your question was about how livestock management can actually be sustainable and be a nature-based solution. Okay, I didn't catch everything, but I...
Tree cover and,
yeah.
and the intensification and the pressure on the ecosystem because of overgrazing, for example. So what are you doing to address those?
Sure.
And also increase the resilience of the forest itself?
Yeah, no, good question. So I think, I mean, so the context in Africa is different to where, you know, like in the Amazon where forests are being cut down for cattle ranching. In Africa, the majority of livestock are you know, held by smallholder, like pastoralists. And so two ways. So the threat in that specific landscape that I explained is that a lot of the cattle would actually be going up into the hills where there's the trees, and to graze there because the downhill areas are very degraded. There's no grass cover left. There's lots of erosion. But by going up into the hills, there is more pressure onto the forest, which is on top of the hills, and then it would lead to fires. If there's an opportunistic honey hunting event, or they will just have a lot more pressure up there, and so by improving the rangeland health down in the lowlands, and that will reduce the pressure for the cattle to go up into the hills, and it will keep the trees, the forest, more protected, whilst at the same time, through having more grass, more nutritious grass in the lowlands, that provides a lot more fodder for the cattle. At the same time, you can't just address it with from one angle. At the same time, we are working with improving the breed of the cattle, of the livestock, as well as their age of the cattle. That has different implication on the methane. So it's not just one solution that will fix the whole problem. You need to come from it from different angles. I hope that has answered your questions. Okay,
great. All right. Any other questions?
Can you hear me okay? Okay, my question, there was at the start of the display on the screen, the PowerPoint, there was two things that struck me. One was the vast number of people that we're talking about that are dependent on basic materials for fire for their home, and put together with other things that you hear about, the depletion of the forests, etc. So my question is to Christina and Claudio. Has there been any research on how much biomass can be taken from the forests to support all these people without actually depleting the forests? And is there any research on ways of being able to harvest that forestry more efficiently that would still allow the forest to still grow, but and survive, and perhaps be even more efficient, I suppose? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Should I go? Good. Thanks for the question. So we haven't done our research ourselves in terms of how much can be taken off from the forest. From the Maasai communities generally, they don't go up into the hill to cut the trees. They use dead wood anyway. It's more the cities that actually are demanding charcoal. So that is where the threat really lies. But in terms of I know of a different project in Kenya that has looked into sustainable charcoaling in terms of pruning the trees and using the cut-offs for developing, turning that into charcoals. But I unfortunately don't have the exact data. But there is a bit of momentum around there, yes.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question and excellent topic for research. We know from our studies in the areas where we work in Peru that about 70% of people depend on firewood for energy too. They are usually taking the firewood from the residual of the farms, the coffee farms in places. What we're doing to reduce the impact on the one end is we are providing improved cook stoves, which are more efficient, so they need to go less to get firewood on the one end. And on the other end, we're also working with the governments to have them access to alternative energy projects like solar panels or things like that as well. We are trying to improve the efficiency and reduce the impact on the forest, and of course, it also has a very positive impact on the health of the people, because most of these people cook with open fires inside, and they have a lot of illnesses. And by providing them with cook stoves and alternative energy ways, we're improving their livelihoods. But I think your question is very relevant in terms of, how much firewood can be taken out for the forest to continue to operate and provide ecosystem services effectively. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I think we might have time for one more if there's a burning question. Otherwise, it will. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you all so much. This was such an eye-opening presentation. I was wondering, you just mentioned about how a lot of the pressure on firewood was actually for charcoal production for cities, and it seems like in the tuna example, a lot of excessive tuna harvesting happens from those industrial shipping in the deep waters. So I was just wondering your guys' opinions on how we as people who care about conservation can kind of, encourage more sustainable harvesting from the larger corporations, because it seems like in my personal experience with working in nature-based solutions, a lot of the local people have been doing these practices for centuries and centuries, and it's not necessarily their fault that the resources are under threat, but they're the ones who are being asked to then change their behaviors and practices. Thank you.
Anyone want to take that first?
Yes. One of the things we're doing is that we are collaborating in efforts to have entire landscapes be sustainable, right? Using different tools. Integrated landscape management, for example, that requires a lot of cooperation, not only from the private sector, of course, that are sourcing from that landscape. Clear commitments for those companies are required, but you need a framework as well. You need to work with local governments. You need to work with the local stakeholders to enforce and manage the whole landscape in a better way. There are more and more companies in the world that want to source sustainably from these areas, and I think the consumers are demanding more and more that the products that they consume come from areas that are managed sustainably too. So it's a collective effort. It's an effort that requires a lot of vigilance too, and enforcement of the law, and action from consumers too.
Thanks. I think it just really shows that if the problem is bigger than just on a site scale, and I think the solution would mean that especially from the government perspective, you cannot solve just the conservation crisis with just conservation agencies. You need to have everyone on board, and so, for example, for the charcoal challenge, for example, there would have to be from the energy sector. There will have to come ways of providing alternatives to cities as well, and have that at the same price. And now there's the additional challenge of changing behavior as well. But I think it just shows that you need everyone, and I think that's where we are here right now, right? We need everyone to row into the same direction, in order to solve the problem.
Johan, over to you for the final word.
Yeah, thank you. Look, in the case of the industrial tuna fishing operations in the Pacific Island region, it's actually the countries themselves that set the rules. I mean, 8 of those 10 countries I talked about, they're known as the parties to the Nauru Agreement. And it's globally recognized that they have one of the most sustainable, cooperative, successful fisheries management arrangements in the world. And so really there's no risk that the people of the Pacific are being put at a disadvantage by industrial tuna fishing. They actually control the fishing. And when it comes to coastal people and their need to access tuna, there are what we call industrial exclusion fishing zones around each of the islands, so that to really reduce any potential conflict between removal of fish by industrial fleets and the fish that people need for their own food security.
Thank you, Johan. So I think we're out of time. Thank you all for tuning in and for joining us for this important conversation. Please interact with the science, visit the map, ask us questions, and collaborate on the next phase of this really important research and help us to apply it around the world. It really gives us, I think, an important blueprint of places and people that are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but more importantly, where we need to prioritize our efforts for diversification, finding alternatives, but more importantly, for deploying the extent of nature-based solutions to support those populations. Thank you very much.
It was just to say we've got to set up for the next session. It's very quickly after this. So if you are staying for the next session, could you just also make your way out to the corridor because we've got to move the chairs. Thanks so much.
Check out our website of the fund. This one only has my company email. Yeah, but I have we have this fund now that I manage as a separate fund. Yeah, so maybe that's gonna be a. Yeah, let's you would be happy to chat.
Okay, yeah. We're just setting up for the next event. Do you mind just waiting out a minute? Yeah, that's right.
And answer your question.
At the end, we're going to have four people in high chairs.
Well,
perfect.
So four of you.
Yeah, no, with 5 with me, but I can stand.
Yeah.
wait for him to come back. Thank you. Thank you.
This is definitely slot 6, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, definitely not got anything. I've got 2 5As, I've got a 5B. I've got nothing for slot 6. I should also have a video. Yeah, I should have a video as well. I haven't got that either. Do you need another high chair up there?
Sorry. I think.
No presentations? No, I'm not got any at all. None. This is the folder here. Slot 5, slot 5, slot 5, slot 5. This is the running server, slot 1, slot 2, slot 4. That's all I've got. And then this is my folder for this session here. So this there.
Hello. Hello. This one's on. They're both on.
What do you say?
Okay.
So not only you on there, but you can speak. Yeah, I will speak here, and you have a microphone to speak first.
So we can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's yours.
And then if you take your mask off.
I will take my mask off to speak.
Yeah.
But you're introducing it.
Yeah, I'm introducing everyone, but we're just waiting to open up the slide.
We're ready to start.
Yeah.
Are the speakers taking these seats here? Yeah. But are they already sitting down? I'm just thinking, do I need...
Can you hear?
Speaker's got headsets, or do I need to... I think she has one on her outside.
Good night, everyone. Can everyone put their headsets on? Yeah, Tomás es el único. Michael? So we're starting. Can everybody put their headsets on, please? Yeah. Hi. Yes. Everyone, your headsets. Yeah. Still some people missing headsets. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, late afternoon, actually. Thank you for being here. I know this is just crazy, and agendas are just completely crazy. Welcome to this green zone and the nature zone at COP26. It's a partnership endeavor with many partners. And tonight we are relaunching this beautiful report that I feel very proud of. It's called Powering Nature, Creating the Conditions to Enable Nature-Based Solutions. One of the reasons I am so proud of this report is it actually combines evidence on the ground with the knowledge of about 40, more than 40 practitioners within WWF. So practitioners on the ground doing nature-based solutions projects, but also practitioners at the national level working on policy making, as well as leaders at the global level that are doing policy at the international level. I'm also very glad to be here with partners that actually made this report possible, and this is some of them are in the panel today, and I want to recognize them. We have Dr. Natalie Sedon. She's a professor of biology at the University of Oxford, but she's also the director of the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative of Oxford University, probably one of the pioneers in this space. Really, the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative, once I heard what they were doing, and I heard about it probably 2 years ago in New York, they made such a fantastic presentation. We were probably 10 or 15 people there listening to them and interacting. And now it's just a massive topic. So Natalie, really a very felt thank you for the work that you've done. It's just amazing. And I say it from the heart. You've been a pioneer and in this field. And then to her left, I have Angela Andrade, also a pioneer on this field. She's the chair of the Ecosystem Management Steering Committee at IUCN, but also the chair of the Nature-Based Solutions Standard Steering Committee. So, as you know, IUCN launched Nature-Based Solutions Standard, and now is traveling quite widely, and it's being piloted in many places and being updated constantly, and that's the whole idea. But the standard itself was consulted very heavily. So Angela, thank you so much for being here. She's a great partner of us. And online, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Musonda Mumba. She's the director of the Rome Center for Sustainable Development at UNDP, and she has also done fantastic work on nature-based solutions. And from home, I want to introduce you to two of our speakers tonight. Is Joao Campari. He's the lead for our global food practice. He's based in Brazil, but really working very heavily in all of the continents and internationally as well. Joao, thank you so much. He's one of the authors of the report, and he's the lead author of the food security and land chapter of the report. And then here in front of me, I have Dr. Steve Cornelius. He's the chief scientist for WWF UK. He's also a part of the leadership team of the Global Climate and Energy Practice, and a very, very dear friend to me. And he's one of the co-authors that helped put this very crazy project together that took us a lot of nights without sleep. So Steve, over to you. We're going to have just a run-off show of the day. We're going to have a very short presentation of the report by Steve. He's going to run us through what the report has, and have a deep dive on the conceptual framework, because I think the conceptual framework gives you an idea of the thrust of what we're trying to do with this report. There's a lot of discussions on the concept, on getting the concept right, getting the conditions on the ground right, and this report tried to bring this knowledge together, but also scale it one level up by thinking about what are the systemic drivers and levers to power nature-based solutions. So we'll have Steve drive us through that. Then we'll have a deep dive on the chapter on food by Joao, and then we'll have a panel discussion, including all of the 5 panelists, but of course with more emphasis on our external panelists. So without more ado, I'll hand it over to you, Steve.
Thanks, Vanessa. I think, I mean, it's well and truly evening, not afternoon, if you're, all you good people who've come and listening to us at 7:30 and given up your evenings, or the start of your evening. I hope it's not just for the wine afterwards, but welcome. So, yeah, so first of all, I'd just like to say, Vanessa and I were editors of this report, but, you know, it's really the brainchild of Vanessa. So she sort of pushed this and you know, pushed the network a lot on this. And so it's, you know, trying to get thinking across an organization as diverse and big as WWF, and trying to get, you know, 10 chapters on different aspects together with a common thread through that. And that's what we hope we've done with this report. Okay, so I mean, we've got this report that looks at you know, a systemic enabling framework for nature-based solutions. We have 10 chapters, you can see. So Zhao's going to talk about the transformation of the food systems. We've also got you know, chapters including like looking at the ocean, so you know, showing how low-lying small island coastal areas are demonstrating the value of of protection. So the green infrastructure for improving resilience. We've got a chapter on the contribution of indigenous peoples and local communities. So you know, how can you actively include them in decision making? Finance, so led by our finance lead Margaret Kulo. You know, how we need to shift money into nature-based solutions. We need to be able to finance it. We need to be able to get the money in there to make it work. And I think this chapter 10 here is quite relevant for where we are. So you know, you've got the UNFCCC, you've got the CBD, you've got all these UN bodies that don't necessarily talk to each other as well as maybe they might. And so how can you sort of foster the alignment of thinking between these institutions and the different conventions? So you know, there's lots in this report, but the bit I'm going to focus on is the actual the framework itself. Okay, so we have three sort of types of barriers that we've identified. So sociocultural, structural, and economic barriers. And you know, what we're trying to do here is identify and I guess classify you know, what are the things stopping the mainstreaming, the scaling up of nature-based solutions. And so here we've come up with this framework identifying these things. So under social-cultural, you've got, you know, insufficient recognition of rights. So indigenous people and local communities, maybe the rights to the land aren't recognized. So you know, that stops planning that stops monitoring of things. You might have missing social incentives. In institutions, so in the UK, you've got policies that under an example in the UK, under climate change, you've got our net zero targets, but then you've still got plans for Heathrow, you've got coal mines, you've got so there's different how can you stop policy conflicts related to in this case nature-based solutions. So this is one of the institutional barriers. Again, you might have limited governance capacity, so you need strong institutions to make this work. Undervaluing of natural capital. So we value things. We look at GDP, but GDP can be increased by taking value out of nature. So how can you overcome that sort of thing? Finance. This is a key one. You might have subsidies that provide the wrong incentive. So how can you take that money that's going towards the wrong thing and direct it towards the right thing? And then the final one is about the money from that might be accrued from the services or the nature-based, that might be spread too thinly. How can you incentivize people with the finance? And so just imagine now going up. So if you see now we've broken the lock, we'll just run that again just in case you missed it. So at the bottom we've got the barriers, and then so what we're trying to do with this framework, so to implement these effective, scalable nature-based solutions and have resilient and connected ecosystems, we need some enablers. And so again, we've got 3 broad areas: inclusive governance, spatial planning, and progressive regulation. And so within that, we've identified a few policy levers. So legal rights, so this is looking at the rights of, for example, Indigenous people and local communities, giving them tenure rights and the like. Investing in local institutions, fair benefit sharing. So I just mentioned that if the money's not going to the right people, the people who are involved, how can you get them to push for nature-based solutions and help scale them up? In terms of smart spatial planning, it's things like climate smarting. You need a climate vulnerability assessment. What's going to happen in 10, 20, 30 years time or more under different scenarios of climate change? You need things such as ecological corridors, so so wildlife can go from one spot to another. So there's all sorts of issues. Again, subsidy reform's quite an obvious one. So we're so often putting taxpayer money into things that aren't doing the best for climate, people, nature. So how can we change those subsidies? So so we've got a number of different levers that we're suggesting. The report also has, in the 10 chapters, it's got case studies from around the world. So please do look at it. I think I might have one more slide, which is about the recommendation. And these are very high level. And again, the report goes into much more detail on this. So, so level the playing field. So this is about making sure that, businesses and investors and the like, are playing on a level playing field. How do you incentivize those who are protecting nature? How do you reward them for this? How can we mobilize? We heard about mobilizing the trillions in the last week, but and a proportion of that for nature-based solution. How can we get the money into this to help scale it up? And then just practical support. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to hand over to Zhao, who's going to talk about the chapter on how do we transform the food system, because we know the food system is is big. It's 29% of global emissions are related to this. So it's a really important area where WWF work.
Where's the... Okay, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, very good. I always like to start with a slide that shows some figures about what the food system uses in terms of resources and what it causes to nature and people. So we all know these figures. You know, agriculture is responsible for 70% of freshwater withdrawals, occupies 49% of the ice-free land use, causes many damages to the planet. Like it's responsible for 70% of biodiversity loss on land and 50% on freshwater. But the food system also causes what's on the top of that slide. It's responsible, actually we revised the loss and waste figures. It is 40%, the most updated numbers. While, you know, 26% of the world's population is obese or overweight. There are 811 million people today that suffer from hunger and malnutrition. So the food system, I like this slide because it shows one thing, that food insecurity, climate change, and biodiversity loss occur at the same time and are problems that feed on each other, okay? Let me evolve a little bit on this. So the causes of food-based emissions, when you look at the climate, we know that 18% of the emissions come from the supply chain, like transport, packaging, retail, and so on. Livestock and fisheries cause 31% of the food-based emissions, crop production 27%, and land use 24%. When you put all of this together, we know that the food system causes about 30% of total emissions. Okay, so there is no way that we can address and come to a 1.5 degree world planet if we don't fix the food system. It's a major contributor to climate change. Now, we can't vilify the food system because what happens when we talk about climate change, we talk about the negatives. So we try to, you know, phase out of fossil fuel. You know, we're doing an attempt and we are doing it, but we can't phase out food as we are doing fossil fuels, right? So we need to transform the food system endogenously. And how do we do that? You see where you see the greens and blues are the potential mitigation for each one of these things. So, for example, if you improve efficiency of production, you can mitigate emissions by 40%. Increase yields, 14%. Plant-rich diets, 48%. Okay, so it's not the food system. We cannot think of the food system in terms of agricultural or production and farming. There is a demand side that is hugely important here. And if you take all of those together, we can have a mitigation potential of the food system up to 63%, in which case the food system becomes a nature positive and beyond climate neutral. So there are huge opportunities for us to tackle climate change while resolving important issues in the food system. Some of the solutions I just wanted to introduce you to this. I spent the past 15 months working for the UN Food System Summit, where we created coalitions of action, right? And what did these coalitions of action did? Try to resolve and deliver what you saw in the previous slide. Okay, so these are ways, if you're talking about food production only, not diets, not food loss and waste, these are the coalitions that are ready to be mobilized by anyone who wants to join. And I'll give you a spoiler. Tomorrow, the 6 organizations that led the action tracks of the UN Food System Summit are coming together to put a program or a joint program of work, which is called Food Forward. And we're going to be launching this tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in our Panda Hub. We're going to talk about some of these coalitions and many others on healthy diets from sustainable food systems, zeroing food waste and food loss, among many others. True cost of food is also one of the coalitions. So these are all ways that we can deliver what you saw in the previous slides in terms of food system efficiencies. So one way of doing this is through landscape approaches. What are landscape approaches? Sometimes we say a landscape is where you produce food. Not really. Landscapes are multidimensional spaces that need to be negotiated. The real problem is that governments and big players determine what happens in the landscape. You know, they don't hear in the negotiation table the voices of indigenous communities, of traditional communities with their traditional knowledges, the voices of women and the youth, and we need the landscape approach resolve this or attempts to resolve this. And this is highlighted in the chapter that we wrote in this report as well. So let me stop here. I really like this picture of the panda because we have a saying at WWF that is together possible. So together we can resolve the triple challenge of food insecurity, climate change, and biodiversity loss. What we need is action now. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Stay.
Oh, I stay. No more presentations?
No more presentations.
No, okay. This is yours or my turn? No, thank you, Steve. It's okay.
So Angela as well, you're very welcome to join whenever you can. Do we have Musonda on the line? Probably I will start with Musonda. Thank you for bearing with us. It's really difficult sometimes to be online listening to these events. I was in another event the other day and we just forgot the virtual speaker altogether. So, okay, Musonda, thank you so much for being here with us. You have extensively worked in Africa. From what you see in the report and the presentation of Joao that you've just heard, what are the things that strike you most in terms of both the barriers as well as the levers to ensure food security, nature-based solutions for food security in Africa? Over to you, Musonda.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfectly.
Great. No, fantastic. You know, I'm very delighted and thank you so much for the invitation from WWF, you know, because I used to be a panda and they always say once a panda, always a panda. No, it's really fantastic. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity to actually look at the slides on the screen, but having had a quick look at the report and also having really been a part of the conversations in Rome with the Rome-based agencies and also the Food Systems Summit, and just bearing in mind that we have been all navigating a pandemic that has brought to the fore convergence of food within the lens of climate change, COVID-19, and conflict as well. And really bringing all of this in a very intersectional way, in a very complex way. So what I see as some of the barriers really are that, look, even as we navigate this multilateral space, the UNFCCC, COP26 and everything, G20, G7, are multilateral spaces. They haven't quite addressed the holistic nature of food systems. And I think that is an important element to take into account. And what we've seen around the African continent is very much that even as we talk about climate change is very much connected to very much the productive systems that have been very much instrumental for many people on the African continent. And then secondly, I think we also need to really look at the the lens from which, just very recently, and WWF having mentioned the element of biodiversity, we've had COP15 of biodiversity part 1 of, the post-2020 framework. We know that the Rio Conventions are all interconnected: biodiversity, climate change, land. And I think the nature thread is a common thread, but also the food thread is a common thread. And as such, some of the opportunities here that really are very clear is that we need to look at the systems lens of food systems in how they deal with not just the climate problem, but also how they deal with the biodiversity lens and the land degradation lens. So it would be very interesting to also hear from other colleagues in terms of, what are some of the opportunities going forward, because we know that from COP25, there were lots of promises. Let's, time for action, we're going to invest, and their pledges, etc. It's, nearly 2 years on, because COP26 was delayed by a year. What exactly has happened? And I think there's a lot of expectations now from the African constituency, and next year, 2022, is going to be an African COP. What does this really mean going forward? So there's a lot of expectations, and there's a lot of sort of eyes on deck right now going forward. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Musonda. And I will want to make the linkage to the work that Natalie has led at Oxford. Because as you say, systemically, a lot of these issues are interconnected. And as I saw at least 2 years or 3 years ago, when you had this fantastic platform on nature-based solutions for adaptation, and I know that you have something new also to announce to us, I'd like to ask you, from your experience in this platform, what are the nature-based solutions for adaptation that work best? Because also, in this context of having little money, we all want like a Christmas tree here as well. And just thinking about the decision text, every day it's something else on top and on top. So trying to boil down really what are the things that work, and from those interventions, what can work and what can work for food security, for biodiversity, and for other synergistic impacts. So over to you, Natalie.
Thank you. Everyone hear me okay? Great. Thank you. I was really delighted to see all this work you've been doing on the framework. I know we had some conversations, I don't know when it was, maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago. And I think you've introduced a lot of clarity. There's a lot of confusion about, well, nature's complicated, isn't it? And everyone talks about all the different sorts of barriers and the enablers, and it kind of all ends up being quite amorphous and complex. But what you've done is you've sort of set it out in a very, very clear way. So I'm hugely impressed, and I think it'll be really helpful. And I think it's going to really help channel some of all this finance, all this enthusiasm, all the hyperbole about nature-based solutions. It might increase the chance that some of that will actually get to good projects from good investors and so on. Yeah, thank you. And I must meant to say before, thank you very much for that very warm and kind introduction before. That meant a lot to me. It seems like more than 2 years since that. That conversation about nature-based, that presentation about the role of nature-based solutions in adaptation. And I love talking about nature-based solutions in adaptation because, frankly, over the last year to 18 months, it does feel like nature-based solutions are sort of, everyone associates them with carbon. And that's a problem, and we might get back to that. Where actually, a lot of the evidence, we can be very, very clear that nature-based solutions are incredibly important for adaptation, for reducing exposure, reducing sensitivity to climate change impacts, and for increasing adaptive capacity. And it's impossible to say what's a good nature-based solution because nature-based solutions are place-based partnerships between people and nature. They form part of multifunctional, you mentioned that, multifunctional working landscapes. There's no one size fits all. You have to start with the communities. You can apply great technologies and great science, but unless you have that governance and political economy done, then it's not going to be successful. What is successful are nature-based solutions that are community-led and biodiversity-based, and that's what the evidence points to. So we've been, the main thing that we do at the Nature, one of the many things we do, but the main thing we do at the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative in Oxford is try to bring together in a robust and systematic way the evidence for the effectiveness of working with nature in a warming world. So we systematically review the peer-reviewed literature, which is enormous, multiple journals, multiple disciplines, can be very difficult for people and decision makers to find good evidence to address their policy needs. But we've also, since we last had that conversation, also been scouring and systematically reviewing the grey literature, because we recognise that a lot of good evidence just isn't published in scientific journals, and much of it is in the heads and in the hearts of the people working with the natural world. But we've been doing quite a lot of that. We've been reviewing the evidence for the long versus short-term economics of nature-based solutions. We've been doing global, national and regional assessments of the effectiveness of nature-based solutions for adaptation. The 3 publications and associated policy briefs that we've already launched at COP looked at the effectiveness of nature-based solutions in the global south and exploring, this is relevant to the framework, I think, by what pathways can nature-based solutions reduce vulnerability to those communities in the global south. And we find that the main way in which they reduce vulnerabilities is by increasing the resilience of the ecosystem, to reducing the sensitivity of the ecosystem on which people depend, which speaks massively to the fact that those communities across lower income countries in the global south are incredibly dependent on nature and natural resources, but nature and natural resources is also incredibly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So back to your question, those interventions that boost the resilience of the ecosystem by supporting biodiversity are the ones that are going to give the most benefits in terms of climate change adaptation, and that's very clear. So a review looking at the biodiversity benefits of interventions in nature for adaptation that we've done show that those interventions can increase species diversity. There's actually one of the findings that we had that it increases diversity by an average of around 70% across around 100 case studies that we looked at. And that's an important component of resilience. And I think just one other finding from one of these studies that we looked at, which is focusing on Bangladesh, was to show there was an average of a decrease in the costs of agriculture when nature-based practices were implemented, and an increase by 75%, but an increase in yield by around 30%, 28%, and a decrease in water consumption by up to a third. So lots of findings on that. We've also launched a global interactive map showcasing best practice nature-based solutions around the world. Everyone says to me, what is a good nature-based solution? And we've created a platform that will grow over time, which you can filter by ecosystem, climate change impact, and all sorts of other factors, whether or not mitigation benefits are reported, what types of societal goals are addressed. So you can explore that. There's around 80 case studies on there now, but there will be more added over time, and you will, as a project implementer, be able to add them too. So we hope that that will be useful. So thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And I mean, when I got in the platform, I said, this is just so cool. And this was, I'm sorry to say, but this was 1 year ago, more or less. And so it must be fantastic now. And you actually can go and almost like click. It's very, very, very user-friendly. And so I think that even if Natalie doesn't put the criteria and the measurements, they have it there. They have, but it's contextualized, and I think that's the key message that you're sending here. So thank you so much for that, and do visit the platform. I now want to take Angela's views on the standard, because if you look at the standard, there's a lot already of the enablers, the local enablers already included in the standard, right? So if you think about this report and what this report brings, what strikes you most as the most useful things that strike you, and probably not necessarily going to be able to be included in the standard because they're at other levels, but how can we use the standard process to acknowledge the other levers at different scales? So over to you, Angela.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, well, when talking about the IUCN standard is interesting because it was developed through consultations to IUCN members, and as you can imagine, this kind of process include different perspectives, different views. It was a very long process that took more than a year, and with more than 2,000 contributions for the development of the key criteria, and after that the indicators. So for us, this has been a very interesting way to compile different views, approaches, and from my perspective, one of the most important things that we really know is that we need to address the transition to a low carbon future and curbing the loss of biodiversity as soon as possible. And we need to really promote unprecedented transformational change. And in this regard, the standard is a very good tool to accelerate this process, because we don't have any more time to lose. Most of the actions that we have done in the past have created a lot of trade-offs, socio-ecological trade-offs. And these trade-offs, we are dealing with those because we used to address the problems in a mechanistic manner, not in a systemic perspective as presented by Cornelius in the basis of the framework. And so if we don't know what we are doing and we don't understand exactly the way the socio-ecological systems behave, our responses would be fragmented, and that we are living the consequences of having fragmented approaches. So the standard is a tool that provides an integrated way, not just to understand where we are, but also to respond to that. And also including one of the criteria that is adaptive management. That means that we don't know the responses. We are learning. We are with the communities, with the different people that are implementing the solutions, or what we call solutions, in an interactive manner. Always documenting all the achievements or the results with a good and robust monitoring system that includes social and ecological components. So I think that this is the basis of the standard. I've seen that this document provides a lot of information and topics that are more related to the social environment, socioeconomic environment, let's say, that are included in the standard, of course. But I think that what is important, and perhaps I would say is not highly visible, is the interaction of things. Because, for example, if you see that one of the key topics that are mentioned there in many cases is land tenure, we all know that that's a big issue. But if you don't really consider the current status of the areas that have to be recognized for indigenous peoples or for local communities, you may give rights to possess some lands that are already vulnerable. And that's happening in many cases because land degradation and because of the whole history of interventions in the past. So I think that we need to really introduce this socio-ecological assessment to all these policies, to all these enablers, because we have to really promote integrated approaches, not fragmented approaches. We are living the consequences of that, and time is very short. We don't have much time to really recover where we are. And for example, to address the ecosystems, IUCN has also developed a standard that is called the Red List of Ecosystems. And this standard is showing in an integrated manner the status of biodiversity at an ecosystem level. And it's very sad to see in many cases how affected ecosystems are at the moment in the different areas or countries where this standard has been applied. And so this is where we are. We are climate change arrives in a moment where most of the ecosystems are heavily transformed, and where we, in many cases, we have lost the soils. It was explained already also in another presentation. And so most of the characteristics of the ecosystems are disappearing. So this is what we have, and we have to act in those areas. So that's why the key message that we have is, and we are completely supportive to the presentation, in the sense that we need to conserve what we have, but we need to restore as quickly as possible the ecosystems that have been transformed, especially the agricultural areas.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you very much. Contextualization, crucially important. Integration, crucially important. And that gives me a great segue again to Musonda. The chapter 10 it's trying to give coherence and just scratching really the surface of the two conventions that the environment sector deals with, right? So the CBD and UNFCCC, and trying to use the nature-based solutions concept, which I thank you, Natalie, for mentioning that, because in the report also at the beginning of the conceptual framework, there's an explanation of what the nature-based solutions concept is and what is not. And so that's just scratching the surface. But if we think about the UN system and what the UN system could do to integrate and to really think about how to tackle the systemic levers, what do you think are the real prospects and the places within the UN system that we should be looking at beyond the CBD and the UNFCCC? Over to you, Musonda.
Thank you so very much for that question. I think firstly, let's recognize the fact that 2021 has been a very interesting year, and on many levels, it's been a year of multilateralism. It's been a year where the G7 presidency, the UK, which is co-president of COP26 as well, was the president for the G7. And at the same time, we've had the G20 with Italy and also co-presidency for COP26. And so these processes have also brought to the fore really the challenges and complexities of not just the multilateralism element, but also the role of nature, because I think there's the recognition that with this pandemic that we're all navigating, that very much our fragmented relationship with the natural environment, it's really very evident and very clear. And at the same time, I think within the UN system, and particularly from the UNDP side, because our agency is the integrator for SDGs, for the Sustainable Development Goals, we've seen how all those very elements of the three pillars of the SDGs, the social, the economic, and also the environmental have very much been affected. So in responding to your question, I think we really see that when we look at nature-based solutions, we cannot look at nature-based solutions very much in isolation of just within these sort of elements and multilateral processes. I think SDG 17 speaks very clearly to the importance of partnerships and collaborations. And I think what this pandemic has done is for us to open our eyes and rethink and reconnect and really explore, how do we collaborate differently? But also, how do we collaborate honestly in really addressing the complexity and challenges? And I think Natalie did allude to that, and similarly, my colleague from IUCN. I think it's important that we also address these layers of complexity of what nature-based solutions are about. And I also just want to talk about the element of resilience. I think even as we talk about resilience, we're talking about social resilience, economic resilience, and also environmental resilience as it relates to nature-based solutions, and then plug that in within this multilateral process. So I think with a forecast and a little bit of a X-ray view into the future, 2022 is going to be a very interesting year. It's going to be an interesting year on many levels. This is the year that is Rio +30 is going to be happening, really reflecting on how the three conventions come together, 50 years of UNEP at 50, Stockholm at 50, but more importantly, you know, the Club of Rome, the limits to growth. I think that study 50 years ago was very telling. Even if it did not necessarily look at nature, it looked at our consumerism and how that connects very closely to nature-based solutions. I think we need to really, as I said earlier on, plug into the whole systems lens and systems thinking. So it'd be very interesting to kind of revisit these conversations when we all come together at COP27. What does this really mean going forward? Because we've only got 9 years to go before the SDGs kind of clock up, and then what do we do next? And so those are also some of the challenges that we need to really reflect about now, as in, you know, instead of us reflecting about those 9 years on forward. Over.
Thank you so much, Musonda. No, I completely agree. I mean, if you think about the systemic levers, a lot is on the consumption side, as Joao was saying, no, and how can that spur into many of other things, and actually also revisit the economic and financial system, no, and how they're connected. Natalie, a question for you that has been, you know, rolling my mind, but probably for many people. I was seeing this morning this fantastic graph from Carbon Briefer that actually sees emissions going up, and then the trajectory to get to net zero, just like going like this, right? Like almost going the other way. No, it was just a fantastic graph, and I think at the moment there's an inadequate conflation between nature-based solutions and offsets and the carbon markets, and I would love for you to give us a little bit more clarity on what the role of nature-based solutions you see in the adequate role of nature-based solutions in net zero, if you can. Yeah.
I love that question. I get that question a lot. The bottom line is that unless we keep fossil fuels in the ground, unless we drastically reduce our emissions as soon as possible, nature will not be able to provide us with any solutions at all. The science is very, very clear that the warming that will result from our failing to slash emissions will undermine the capacity of the biosphere to draw down and store carbon. It will turn it into a net source rather than a net sink of greenhouse gases. And where we have messed up the environment, where we've degraded it, where we've fragmented it, that's what we're seeing is happening. So in the form of fires and disease and dieback and so forth. A very worrying study that came out on Amazonia by a few colleagues a few months ago showed that parts of eastern Amazonia, the parts that we've messed around with, not the good intact bits that have been well looked after by indigenous communities and local people, they were okay. They're still a big net sink, and the Amazon basin as a whole is still a net sink. But the parts that we've messed up, when you combine degradation and warming, you get they can turn into net sinks. So if we're on course, you know, for well over 3 to 4 degrees by the end of the century, and nature won't be able to provide solutions. So it's absolutely important. The number one thing about nature-based solutions, and everyone, at least in here, is saying it, if not outside, the nature-based solutions are not a substitute for emissions reductions. We have to restore nature. We have to protect the biosphere, but we also have to keep fossil fuels in the ground. So that's like the number one thing, really. So offsetting at a kind of general level, at a high level, doesn't work at all. You can't offset your emissions by protecting nature, but you can keep, by doing well by nature, by protecting it, you can keep that carbon locked in the biosphere, and that's really important. So I think that's the thing. Now, when it comes, we can think about something called insetting, which means investing in nature-based solutions within supply chains to increase the resilience of those supply chains. So make sure that, you know, if company supply chains are damaging ecosystems, are compromising social equity and biodiversity, that investments can be made to reduce or inset those within supply chains. That can work and can go to scale. So yeah, I mean, has that answered your question? Yes. More or less? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And back to you, Angela. Can you tell us, in your perspective, when you see all these different pieces coming together, what, in your view, should be kind of a broader agenda on nature-based solutions moving forward? Where should we be putting our our focus, our emphasis, probably on different, different sectors, and that, that integrality that you mentioned. But in terms of an agenda for nature-based solutions moving forward, what do you think are the big elements of that?
Well, in my view, there are several areas in which nature-based solutions become quite relevant. I think I would like to start with perhaps with the last one. Usually we are talking about mainstreaming, and so nature-based solutions should be a way to connect the different sectors, because all are occurring at the same time in the landscape. So of course, for us and organizations that are focused on conservation, we may say that our first priority are protected areas. Of course, that's quite relevant, restoration. But in my view, what is really needed is really mainstreaming at the landscape level, because there is where everything gets connected. So, and what happens now with climate change, and we have seen that in many places, is that, well, protected areas are very much affected by climate change, and in many occasions, if you want to protect a specific species, you need to go outside protected areas, because the climate change issues are affecting the integrity of ecosystems, and you need to go beyond that. I would say that another key area is the agricultural area, if we can use that name, and then nature-based solutions are essential for reviewing, I would say, the type of crops that we are using, because our humanity is just using a very few number of crops and animals. And if we go to the indigenous communities, we know that they have a large amount of varieties of manioc, maize, potatoes, everything. And we are losing also this biodiversity or agro-diversity of crops. So we need to recover that. We need to recover the knowledge of indigenous people, engage them in the full process, because at the end, nature-based solutions is community-led. Whatever community you consider. It could be indigenous communities, could be urban communities, could be communities living in the rural areas. So I think and it's also important to recognize that it's a bottom-up approach. We are used to decisions that are taken from the top, but what is interesting from nature-based solutions is that it's something that is community-led and is based on local experiences, and also at landscape level. So I think that there is a lot to learn. We will be launching the International Standard Committee tomorrow, and so we hope to have a very robust research and practical agenda to really, well, I would love to be in 5 years' time and say, well, these are the experiences that we have, and this is what we have transformed. That's the most important thing.
Thank you, Angela, for that. Definitely, that connects very well with Natalie's first comments. Really, it's really community-based and community-led, but also connects to that whole of society approach. So it's not governments making the decisions there and communities leading here, but actually all taking our responsibility of the problem. So I know that you're all wanting to have some wine that they're opening there and some food. We're like almost fainting here, but I would like to hear one last remark by all of our panelists, including, of course, and maybe starting by Joao, what this reflection has brought, what new reflection this conversation has brought to your work. I'd love to hear that, and anything that you'd like to remark for this next days of the convention that everybody wants to hang things as Christmas trees. But yeah, over to you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Look, let me just have a quick reflection on what I just heard. Humanity today, we get 75% of our calories from 12 plants and 5 animals. That's it. Fish is not included in that. Seagrass is not included in that. So, and look what happens when you rely on 12 plants and 5 animals. You put pressures to convert more ecosystems to produce our 12 commodities, you know, that supply us with the food. So diets are, this is bad for diets, this is bad for nature, and this is bad for climate. So we need to transition the food system so it becomes nature positive. We need to transition agriculture so it becomes more diversified for the sake of people and planet. Okay? And again, food systems are at the front and center stage of climate change and biodiversity loss. We need to resolve the triple challenge together. Otherwise, we will fall into suboptimal solutions that are going to damage more of nature, more of climate, and be detrimental for people. So these are my last remarks. Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Joao. Musonda, what insights you get from this discussion, and any last remarks that you'd like to give on the report or this reflection or the process here? Over to you.
No, thank you so very much, Vanessa. I also think, I mean, just listening to all the colleagues on the panel, I just want to also say, I think just what's emerging from this conference and you know, COP26 is very much that there's a need for interdisciplinarity and there's a need for multidisciplinarity. We cannot just have, you know, geographers, scientists, etc. We need the social scientists, we need the health people. When we talk about ecosystems or when we talk about health complications and we connect this to nature-based solutions, everybody needs to be a part of this conversation and really a part of the solution. And I think going forward, and it's back again to the point I said about systems thinking, that's where we bring everybody at the table. I think because for the longest, this has been a conversation of environmentalists, you know, policymakers within sort of this multilateral space. But let's bring others onto the table as well, because we've seen from COVID that without healthy and nutritious ecosystems, we cannot thrive, and that's very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Musonda. And Angela, any final reflections, remarks?
Well, I concur with some of the arguments that were presented. I think that we need to develop a new science and a new way of provide evidence, because we, as I mentioned at the beginning, our science is too fragmented. So we look at the soils on one side, at the vegetation on another side, at culture on another side, and what is missing is to really understand the complexity, and that's the only way to really respond in an efficient way. I think we have done that in our history, and this is where we are. So the interesting thing of nature-based solutions is that it's an approach that integrates nature and the socio-ecological and including culture, because at the end everything relies on culture, no? And promote also an approach that is from the community to the higher levels. We are all humans, and we behave and we interact at the community level. So I think that we need to recover that. It's part of the process.
I very, very much like that message. Natalie, over to you.
Thank you. I don't know whether you get the same, but a lot of people say to me, particularly in the private sector, who are very enthusiastic about nature-based solutions, they say, why has it all happened so quickly? Isn't it extraordinary that, you know, a few years ago no one had heard of a nature-based solutions, and suddenly everyone's talking about nature-based solutions? And the obvious response, I think, from this community is like, well, it's taken 4 decades to get the overnight success, right? But nonetheless, it's incredible. You know, it was a reasonably niche term a few years ago. I mean, the IUCN defined it, which was extraordinarily helpful. But I've seen an incredible development on the concept. Really impressed by this framework that you've put together, which, as I said at the beginning, really helps distill that complexity into something that we can work with and we can improve it. Incredibly impressed by the global standard and the 2-year consultation that went behind that. I mean, these are relatively small timeframes in which the conceptual frameworks around how we understand and how we operationalize nature-based solutions, you know, are fairly short. I feel like we have actually made a lot of progress. And now there's a lot of emphasis on now gathering data and monitoring and evaluating all these nature-based solutions projects that have been implemented by communities along the world, and platforms and mechanisms in place, both bottom up and top down, that are going to help us to learn. You know, with lots of learning by doing and lots of bringing together of technology with local communities. So I'm actually seeing, you're saying things are fragmented, I'm actually seeing quite quickly lots of different communities coming together, lots of different sectors coming together, lots of different scientists coming together, all recognizing that we need to work on this quickly in order to ensure not least that all these high-level pledges and commitments of billions and trillions actually get to the really high-quality projects that are people-led and biodiversity-based.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you so much for that. Steve, any final reflection from your end?
Yeah, I think, I mean, to Natalie's point about the sort of overnight success with 40 years, I think there has been in the UN Climate Convention, you know, a definite uptick in the, you know, how nature is sort of talked about outside here. So, you know, there were lots in Madrid and maybe fewer the years before, but then also in the negotiating room. So how, you know, how it's sort of talked about, you know, ecosystems and oceans and nature, actually in, you know, possibly in the what the negotiators are talking about themselves. You know, countries are now more including nature, you know, agriculture, forestry, sort of related things in their pledges in the NDC. So I think there is a definite, within the climate community, a sort of I guess embracing of this concept, which is really really a good thing.
Thank you so much, Steve. I have enjoyed this conversation enormously. I have to really thank everyone for this fantastic conversation. You have the report. Please go look at it, browse it. Do enter in Natalie's platform, and it's not Natalie's, but more or less, it's Oxford's platform. Is really cool. It's very informative, but it's user friendly, cool, and useful. Do abide by the nature-based solution standard. That's the North Star, and that's what, you know, started that, and really. We have to keep the thrust of the concept, right? Because otherwise, it's going to start to be say, well, this is a rehash of a rehash of a rehash, right? And you know, the ecosystem services concept was there for a long time, and externalities was there, right? But what is really taking this and it's embracing this concept? I think it's also the thrust and the momentum, right? And I think that very much to Steve, and something that, you know, this conversation brought me to think about is about these cross-cutting principles, right? And it's about being grounded, and it's being grounded to what nature-based solutions are, really community-based, community-led, but also grounded in ourselves as well. That really start to get ourselves in an inside kind of process to think about our role in our community, our role in society. And so I very much enjoy this conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And please stay with us, mingle, and enjoy the wine and the food.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, lovely to meet you as well. Brilliant.
Yeah? Sí. Salió.